Section 18 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance, by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 7, Industry and the Peerage, Part 1. He either fears his fate too much, or his deserts are small, that dares not put it to the touch to gain or lose it all. Marquis of Montrose. He hath put down the mighty from their seats, and exalted them of low degree. St. Luke. We have already referred to some illustrious commoners, raised from humble to elevated positions by the power of application and industry, and we might point to even the peerage itself as affording equally instructive examples. One reason why the peerage of England has succeeded so well in holding its own arises from the fact that, unlike peerages of other countries, it has been fed from time to time by the best industrial blood of the country, the very liver, heart, and brain of Britain. Like the fabled Antaeus, it has been invigorated and refreshed by touching its mother earth and mingling with that most ancient order of nobility, the working order. The blood of all men flows from equally remote sources, and though some are unable to trace their line directly beyond their grandfathers, all are nevertheless justified in placing at the head of their pedigree the great progenitors of the race, as Lord Chesterfield did when he wrote, Adam de Stanhope, Eve de Stanhope. No class is ever long stationary. The mighty fall, and the humble are exalted. New families take the place of the old, who disappear among the ranks of the common people. Burke's Vicissitudes of Families strikingly exhibit this rise and fall of families, and show that the misfortunes which overtake the rich and noble are greater in proportion than those which overwhelm the poor. This author points out that of the 25 barons selected to enforce the observance of the Magna Charta, there is now not in the House of Peers a single male descendant. Civil wars and rebellions ruined many of the old nobility and dispersed their families. Yet their descendants in many cases survive and are to be found among the ranks of the people. Fuller wrote in his Worthies that some who justly hold the surnames of Bohuns, Mortimers, and Plantagenets are hid in the heap of common men. Thus Burke shows that 2 of the lineal descendants of the Earl of Kent, 6th son of Edward I, were discovered in a butcher and a toll-gatherer, that the great-grandson of Margaret Plantagenet, daughter of the Duke of Clarence, sank to the condition of a cobbler at Newport in Shropshire, and that among the lineal descendants of the Duke of Gloucester, son of Edward III, was the late sexton of St. George's, Hanover Square. It is understood that the lineal descendant of Simon de Montfort, England's premier baron, is a saddler in Tooley Street. One of the descendants of the proud Percys, a claimant of the title of Duke of Northumberland, was a Dublin trunk-maker, and not many years since one of the claimants for the title of the Earl of Perth presented himself in the person of a labourer in a Northumberland coal-pit. Hugh Miller, when working as a stonemason near Edinburgh, was served by a hodman, who was one of the numerous claimants for the earldom of Crawford, all that was wanted to establish his claim being a missing marriage certificate, and while the work was going on, the cry resounded from the walls many times in the day of John Yell Crawford, bring us another hod o' line. One of Oliver Cromwell's great-grandsons was a grocer on Snow Hill, and others of his descendants died in great poverty. Many barons of proud names and titles have perished like the sloth upon their family tree after eating up all the leaves, while others have been overtaken by adversities which they have been unable to retrieve, and sunk at last into poverty and obscurity. Such are the mutabilities of rank and fortune. The great bulk of our peerage is comparatively modern, so far as the titles go, but it is not the less noble that it has been recruited to so large an extent from the ranks of honourable industry. In olden times, the wealth and commerce of London, conducted as it was by energetic and enterprising men, was a prolific source of peerages. Thus the earldom of Cornwallis was founded by Thomas Cornwallis, the Cheapside merchant, that of Essex by William Capel, the draper, and that of Craven by William Craven, the merchant tailor. The modern Earl of Warwick is not descended from the kingmaker, but from William Greville, the wool-stapler, whilst the modern Dukes of Northumberland find their head not in the Percys, but in Hugh Smithson, a respectable London apothecary. The founders of the families of Dartmoor, Radnor, Ducie, and Pomfret were respectively a Skinner, a silk manufacturer, a merchant tailor, and a Calais merchant, whilst the founders of the peerages of Tankerville, Dormer, and Coventry were mercers. The ancestors of Earl Romney and Lord Dudley and Ward were goldsmiths and jewellers, and Lord Dacres was a banker in the reign of Charles I, as Lord Overstone is in that of Queen Victoria. Edward Osborne, the founder of the Dukedom of Leeds, was apprenticed to William Hewitt, a rich clothworker on London Bridge, whose only daughter he courageously rescued from drowning by leaping into the Thames after her, and eventually married. Among other peerages founded by trade are those of Fitzwilliam, Lee, Peter, Cowper, Darnley, Hill, and Carrington. The founders of the houses of Foley and Normanby were remarkable men in many respects, and, as furnishing striking examples of energy of character, the story of their lives is worthy of preservation. The father of Richard Foley, the founder of the family, was a small yeoman living in the neighbourhood of Stourbridge in the time of Charles I. That place was then the centre of the iron manufacture of the Midland districts, and Richard was brought up to work at one of the branches of the trade, that of nail-making. He was thus a daily observer of the great labour and loss of time caused by the clumsy process then adopted for dividing the rods of iron in the manufacture of nails. It appeared that the Stourbridge nailers were gradually losing their trade in consequence of the importation of nails from Sweden, by which they were undersold in the market. It became known that the Swedes were enabled to make their nails so much cheaper, by the use of splitting mills and machinery, which had completely superseded the laborious process of preparing the rods for nail-making then practised in England. Richard Foley, having ascertained this much, determined to make himself master of the new process. He suddenly disappeared from the neighbourhood of Stourbridge, and was not heard of for several years. No one knew whither he had gone, not even his own family, for he had not informed them of his intention, lest he should fail. He had little or no money in his pocket, but contrived to get to Hull, where he engaged himself on board a ship bound for a Swedish port, and worked his passage there. The only article of property which he possessed was his fiddle, and on landing in Sweden he begged and fiddled his way to the Dannemora mines near Uppsala. He was a capital musician, as well as a pleasant fellow, and soon ingratiated himself with the iron workers. He was received into the works, to every part of which he had access, and he seized the opportunity thus afforded him of storing his mind with observations, and mastering, as he thought, the mechanism of iron-splitting. After a continued stay for this purpose, he suddenly disappeared from amongst his kind friends the miners, no one knew whither. Returned to England, he communicated the results of his voyage to Mr. Knight and another person at Stourbridge, who had sufficient confidence in him to advance the requisite funds for the purpose of erecting buildings and machinery for splitting iron by the new process. But when set to work, to the great vexation and disappointment of all, and especially of Richard Foley, it was found that the machinery would not act. At all events, it would not split the bars of iron. Again Foley disappeared. It was thought that shame and mortification at his failure had driven him away forever. Not so. Foley had determined to master the secret of iron-splitting, and he would yet do it. He had again set out for Sweden, accompanied by his fiddle as before, and found his way to the iron-works, where he was joyfully welcomed by the miners, and, to make sure of their fiddler, they this time lodged him in the very splitting mill itself. There was such an apparent absence of intelligence about the man, except in fiddle-playing, that the miners entertained no suspicions as to the object of their minstrel, whom they thus enabled to attain the very end and aim of his life. He now carefully examined the works, and soon discovered the cause of his failure. He made drawings or tracings of the machinery as well as he could, though this was a branch of art quite new to him, and after remaining at the place long enough to enable him to verify his observations, and to impress the mechanical arrangements clearly and vividly on his mind, he again left the miners, reached a Swedish port, and took ship for England. A man of such purpose could not but succeed. Arrived amongst his surprised friends, he now completed his arrangements, and the results were entirely successful. By his skill and his industry, he soon laid the foundations of a large fortune, at the same time that he restored the business of an extensive district. He himself continued, during his life, to carry on his trade, aiding and encouraging all works of benevolence in his neighbourhood. He founded and endowed a school at Stourbridge, and his son Thomas, a great benefactor of Kidderminster, who was High Sheriff of Worcestershire in the time of the Rump, founded and endowed a hospital, still in existence, for the free education of children at Old Swinford. All the Foleys were Puritans. Richard Baxter seems to have been on familiar and intimate terms with various members of the family, and makes frequent mention of them in his Life and Times. Thomas Foley, when appointed the High Sheriff of the county, requested Baxter to preach the customary sermon before him, and Baxter, in his Life, speaks of him as of so just and blameless dealing that all men he ever had to do with magnified his great integrity and honesty, which were questioned by none. The family was ennobled in the reign of Charles II. William Phipps, the founder of the Mulgrave or Normanby family, was a man quite as remarkable in his way as Richard Foley. His father was a gunsmith, a robust Englishman settled at Woolwich in Maine, then forming part of our English colonies in America. He was born in 1651, one of a family of not fewer than 26 children, of whom 21 were sons, whose only fortune lay in their stout hearts and strong arms. William seems to have had a dash of the Danish sea blood in his veins, and did not take kindly to the quiet life of a shepherd, in which he spent his early years. By nature bold and adventurous, he longed to become a sailor and roam through the world. He sought to join some ship, but not being able to find one, he apprenticed himself to a shipbuilder, with whom he thoroughly learnt his trade, acquiring the arts of reading and writing during his leisure hours. Having completed his apprenticeship and removed to Boston, he wooed and married a widow of some means, after which he set up a little shipbuilding yard of his own, built a ship, and, putting to sea in her, he engaged in the lumber trade, which he carried on in a plodding and laborious way for the space of about 10 years. It happened that one day, whilst passing through the crooked streets of old Boston, he overheard some sailors talking to each other of a wreck which had just taken place off the Bahamas, that of a Spanish ship, supposed to have much money on board. His adventurous spirit was at once kindled, and getting together a likely crew, without loss of time, he set sail for the Bahamas. The wreck being well inshore, he easily found it, and succeeded in recovering a great deal of its cargo, but very little money, and the result was that he barely defrayed his expenses. His success had been such, however, as to stimulate his enterprising spirit, and when he was told of another and far more richly laden vessel, which had been wrecked near Port de la Plata more than half a century before, he forthwith formed the resolution of raising the wreck, or at all events of fishing up the treasure. Being too poor, however, to undertake such an enterprise without powerful help, he set sail for England in the hope that he might there obtain it. The fame of his success in raising the wreck off the Bahamas had already preceded him. He applied direct to the government. By his urgent enthusiasm, he succeeded in overcoming the usual inertia of official minds, and Charles II eventually placed at his disposal the Rose Algier, a ship of 18 guns and 95 men, appointing him to the chief command. Phipps then set sail to find the Spanish ship and fish up the treasure. He reached the coast of Hispaniola in safety, but how to find the sunken ship was the great difficulty. The fact of the wreck was more than 50 years old, and Phipps had only the traditionary rumours of the event to work upon. There was a wide coast to explore, and an outspread ocean without any trace whatever of the argosy which lay somewhere at its bottom. But the man was stout in heart and full of hope. He set his seamen to work to drag along the coast, and for weeks they went on, fishing up seaweed, shingle, and bits of rock. No occupation could be more trying to seamen, and they began to grumble one to another, and to whisper that the man in command had brought them on a fool's errand. At length the murmurers gained head, and the men broke into open mutiny. A body of them rushed one day onto the quarter-deck, and demanded that the voyage should be relinquished. Phipps, however, was not a man to be intimidated. He seized the ringleaders and sent the others back to their duty. It became necessary to bring the ship to anchor close to a small island for the purpose of repairs, and, to lighten her, the chief part of the stores was landed. Discontent still increasing amongst the crew, a new plot was laid amongst the men on shore to seize the ship, throw Phipps overboard, and start on a piratical cruise against the Spaniards in the South Seas. But it was necessary to secure the services of the chief ship carpenter, who was consequently made privy to the pilot. This man proved faithful, and at once told the captain of his danger. Summoning about him those whom he knew to be loyal, Phipps had the ship's guns loaded, which commanded the shore, and ordered the bridge communicating with the vessel to be drawn up. When the mutineers made their appearance, the captain hailed them, and told the men he would fire upon them if they approached the stores, still on land. When they drew back, on which Phipps had the stores reshipped under cover of his guns, the mutineers, fearful of being left upon the barren island, threw down their arms, and implored to be permitted to return to their duty. The request was granted, and suitable precautions were taken against future mischief. Phipps, however, took the first opportunity of landing the mutinous part of the crew and engaging other men in their places. But by the time that he could again proceed actively with his explorations, he found it absolutely necessary to proceed to England for the purpose of repairing the ship. He had now, however, gained more precise information as to the spot where the Spanish treasure ship had sunk, and, though as yet baffled, he was more confident than ever of the eventual success of his enterprise. Returned to London, Phipps reported the result of his voyage to the Admiralty, who professed to be pleased with his exertions, but he had been unsuccessful, and they would not entrust him with another king's ship. James II was now on the throne, and the government was in trouble, so Phipps and his golden project appealed to them in vain. He next tried to raise the requisite means by a public subscription. At first he was laughed at, but his ceaseless importunity at length prevailed, and after 4 years' dinning of his project into the ears of the great and influential, during which time he lived in poverty, he at length succeeded. A company was formed in 20 shares, the Duke of Albemarle, son of General Monk, taking the chief interest in it, and subscribing the principal part of the necessary fund for the prosecution of the enterprise. Like Foley, Phipps proved more fortunate in his second voyage than in his first. The ship arrived without accident at Port de la Plata, in the neighbourhood of the reef of rocks supposed to have been the scene of the wreck. His first object was to build a stout boat, capable of carrying 8 or 10 oars, in constructing which Phipps used the adze himself. It is also said that he constructed a machine for the purpose of exploring the bottom of the sea, similar to what is now known as a diving bell. Such a machine was found referred to in books, but Phipps knew little of books, and may be said to have reinvented the apparatus for his own use. He also engaged Indian divers, whose feats of diving for pearls and in submarine operations were very remarkable. The tender and boat having been taken to the reef, the men were set to work. The diving bell was sunk, and the various modes of dragging the bottom of the sea were employed continuously for many weeks, but without any prospect of success. Phipps, however, held on valiantly, hoping almost against hope. At length, one day, a sailor looking over the boat's side down into the clear water, observed a curious sea plant growing in what appeared to be a crevice of the rock. He called upon an Indian diver to go down and fetch it for him. On the red man coming up with the weed, he reported that a number of ship's guns were lying in the same place. The intelligence was at first received with incredulity, but on further investigation it proved to be correct. Search was made, and presently a diver came up with a solid bar of silver in his arms. When Phipps was shown it, he exclaimed, "Thanks be to God, we are all made men." Diving bell and divers now went to work with a will, and in a few days treasure was brought up to the value of about £300,000, with which Phipps set sail for England. On his arrival, it was urged upon the king that he should seize the ship and its cargo, under the pretence that Phipps, when soliciting his Majesty's permission, had not given accurate information respecting the business. But the king replied that he knew Phipps to be an honest man, and that he and his friends should divide the whole treasure amongst them, even though he had returned with double the value. Phipps' share was about £20,000, and the king, to show his approval of his energy and honesty in conducting the enterprise, conferred upon him the honour of knighthood. He was also made High Sheriff of New England, and during the time he held the office, he did valiant service for the mother country and the colonists against the French, by expeditions against Port Royal and Quebec. He also held the post of Governor of Massachusetts, from which he returned to England and died in London in 1695. Phips, throughout the latter part of his career, was not ashamed to allude to the lowness of his origin, and it was matter of honest pride to him that he had risen from the condition of common ship carpenter to the honours of knighthood and the government of a province. When perplexed with public business, he would often declare that it would be easier for him to go back to his broadaxe again. He left behind him a character for probity, honesty, patriotism and courage, which is certainly not the least noble inheritance of the House of Normanby. End of section 18. Section 19 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 7, Industry in the Peerage, Part 2. William Petty, the founder of the House of Lansdowne, was a man of like energy and public usefulness in his day. He was the son of a clothier in humble circumstances at Romsey in Hampshire, where he was born in 1623. In his boyhood he obtained a tolerable education at the grammar school in his native town, after which he determined to improve himself by study at the University of Caen in Normandy. Whilst there he contrived to support himself unassisted by his father, carrying on a sort of small pedlar's trade with a little stock of merchandise. Returning to England, he had himself bound apprentice to a sea captain, who drubbed him with a rope's end for the badness of his sight. He left the navy in disgust, taking to the study of medicine. When at Paris, he engaged in dissection, during which time he also drew diagrams for Hobbes, who was then writing his treatise on optics. He was reduced to such poverty that he subsisted for 2 or 3 weeks entirely on walnuts. But again he began to trade in a small way, turning an honest penny, and was enabled shortly to return to England with money in his pocket. Being of an ingenious mechanical turn, we find him taking out a patent for a letter-copying machine. He began to write upon the arts and sciences, and practised chemistry and physic with such success that his reputation shortly became considerable. Associating with men of science, the project of forming a society for its prosecution was discussed, and the first meetings of the Infant Royal Society were held at his lodgings. At Oxford he acted for a time as deputy to the anatomical professor there, who had a great repugnance to dissection. In 1652 his industry was rewarded by the appointment of physician to the army in Ireland, whither he went, and whilst there he was the medical attendant of 3 successive Lords Lieutenant, Lambert, Fleetwood, and Henry Cromwell. Large grants of forfeited land having been awarded to the Puritan soldiery, Petty observed that the lands were very inaccurately measured, and in the midst of his many avocations he undertook to do the work himself. His appointments became so numerous and lucrative that he was charged by the envious with corruption and removed from them all, but he was again taken into favour at the Restoration. Petty was a most indefatigable contriver, inventor, and organiser of industry. One of his inventions was a double-bottomed ship, to sail against wind and tide. He published treatises on dyeing, on naval philosophy, on woolen cloth manufacture, on political arithmetic, and many other subjects. He founded iron works, opened lead mines, and commenced a pilchard fishery and a timber trade, in the midst of which he found time to take part in the discussions of the Royal Society, to which he largely contributed. He left an ample fortune to his sons, the eldest of whom was created Baron Shelbourne. His will was a curious document, singularly illustrative of his character, containing a detail of the principal events of his life and the gradual advancement of his fortune. His sentiments on pauperism are characteristic. "As for legacies for the poor," said he, "I am at a stand. As for beggars by trade and election, I give them nothing. As for impotence by the hand of God, the public ought to maintain them. As for those who have been bred to no calling nor estate, they should be put upon their kindred. Wherefore I am contented that I have assisted all my poor relations, and put many into a way of getting their own bread, have laboured in public works, and by inventions have sought out real objects of charity. And I do hereby conjure all who partake of my estate, from time to time, to do the same at their peril. Nevertheless, to answer custom, and to take the surer side, I give £20 to the most wanting of the parish wherein I die. He was interred in the fine old Norman church of Romsey, the town wherein he was born a poor man's son, and on the south side of the choir is still to be seen a plain slab, with the inscription, cut by an illiterate workman, "Here lays Sir William Petty." Another family, ennobled by invention and trade in our own day, is that of Strutt of Belper. Their patent of nobility was virtually secured by Jedediah Strutt in 1758, when he invented his machine for making ribbed stockings, and thereby laid the foundations of a fortune which the subsequent bearers of the name have largely increased and nobly employed. The father of Jedediah was a farmer and maltster, who did but little for the education of his children, yet they all prospered. Jedediah was the second son, and, when a boy, assisted his father in the work of the farm. At an early age he exhibited a taste for mechanics, and introduced several improvements in the rude agricultural implements of the period. On the death of his uncle he succeeded to a farm at Blackwell, near Normanton, long in the tenancy of the family, and shortly after he married Miss Wallet, the daughter of a Derby hosier. Having learned from his wife's brother that various unsuccessful attempts had been made to manufacture ribbed stockings, he proceeded to study the subject, with a view to effect what others had failed in accomplishing. He accordingly obtained a stocking frame, and after mastering its construction and mode of action, he proceeded to introduce new combinations, by means of which he succeeded in effecting a variation in the plain looped work of the frame, and was thereby enabled to turn out ribbed hosiery. Having secured a patent for the improved machine, he removed to Derby, and there entered largely on the manufacture of ribbed stockings, in which he was very successful. He afterwards joined Arkwright, of the merits of whose invention he fully satisfied himself, and found the means of securing his patent, as well as erecting a large cotton mill at Cranford in Derbyshire. After the expiry of the partnership with Arkwright, the Strutts erected extensive cotton mills at Milford near Belper, which worthily gives its title to the present head of the family. The sons of the founder were, like their father, distinguished for their mechanical ability. Thus William Strutt, the eldest, is said to have invented a self-acting mule, the success of which was only prevented by the mechanical skill of that day being unequal to its manufacture. Edward, the son of William, was a man of eminent mechanical genius, having early discovered the principle of suspension wheels for carriages. He had a wheelbarrow and 2 carts made on the principle, which were used on his farm near Belper. It may be added that the Strutts have throughout been distinguished for their noble employment of the wealth which their industry and skill have brought them, that they have sought in all ways to improve the moral and social condition of the work-people in their employment, and that they have been liberal donors in every good cause, of which the presentation, by Mr. Joseph Strutt, of the beautiful park or arboretum at Derby, as a gift to the townspeople for ever, affords only one of many illustrations. The concluding words of the short address which he delivered on presenting this valuable gift are worthy of being noted and remembered. As the sun has shone brightly on me through life, it would be ungrateful in me not to employ a portion of the fortune I possess in promoting the welfare of those amongst whom I live, and by whose industry I have been aided in its organisation. No less industry and energy have been displayed by the many brave men, both in present and past times, who have earned the peerage by their valour on land and at sea, not to mention the older feudal lords, whose tenure depended upon military service, and who so often led the van of the English armies in great national encounters. We may point to Nelson, St. Vincent, and Lyon, to Wellington, Hill, Hardinger, Clyde, and many more in recent times who have nobly earned their rank by their distinguished services. But plodding industry has far oftener worked its way to the peerage by the honourable pursuit of the legal profession than by any other. No fewer than 70 British peerages, including 2 dukedoms, have been founded by successful lawyers. Mansfield and Erskine were, it is true, of noble family, but the latter used to thank God that out of his own family he did not know a lord. The others were, for the most part, the sons of attorneys, grocers, clergymen, merchants, and hard-working members of the middle class. Out of this profession have sprung the peerages of Howard and Cavendish, the first peers of both families having been judges, those of Aylesford, Ellenborough, Guildford, Shaftesbury, Hardick, Cardigan, Clarendon, Camden, Ellesmere, Rosslyn, and others nearer our own day, such as Tenterden, Eldon, Brougham, Denman, Truro, Lyndhurst, St Leonard's, Cranworth, Campbell, and Chelmsford. Lord Lyndhurst's father was a portrait painter, and that of St Leonard's a perfumer and hairdresser in Burlington Street. Young Edward Sugden was originally an errand boy in the office of the late Mr Groom of Henrietta Street, Cavendish Square, a certified conveyancer, and it was there that the future Lord Chancellor of Ireland obtained his first notions of law. The origin of the late Lord Tenterden was perhaps the humblest of all, nor was he ashamed of it, for he felt that the industry, study, and application by means of which he achieved his eminent position were entirely due to himself. It is related of him that on one occasion he took his son Charles to a little shed, then standing opposite the western front of Canterbury Cathedral, and pointing it out to him, said, "Charles, you see this little shop? I have brought you here on purpose to show it you. In that shop your grandfather used to shave for a penny. That is the proudest reflection of my life." When a boy, Lord Tenterden was a singer in the cathedral, and it is a curious circumstance that his destination in life was changed by a disappointment. When he and Mr Justice Richards were going the home circuit together, they went to service in the cathedral, and on Richards commending the voice of a singing man in the choir, Lord Tenterden said, "Ah, that is the only man I have ever envied. When at school in this town we were candidates for a chorister's place, and he obtained it." Not less remarkable was the rise to the same distinguished office of Lord Chief Justice, of the rugged Kenyon and the robust Ellenborough. Nor was he a less notable man who recently held the same office, the astute Lord Campbell, late Lord Chancellor of England, son of a parish minister in Fifeshire. For many years he worked hard as a reporter for the press, while diligently preparing himself for the practice of his profession. It is said of him that at the beginning of his career he was accustomed to walk from county town to county town when on circuit, being as yet too poor to afford the luxury of posting. But step by step he rose slowly but surely to that eminence and distinction which ever follow a career of industry honourably and energetically pursued, in the legal as in every other profession. There have been other illustrious instances of Lords Chancellors who have plodded up the steep of fame and honour with equal energy and success. The career of the late Lord Eldon is perhaps one of the most remarkable examples. He was the son of a Newcastle coal fitter, a mischievous rather than a studious boy, a great scapegrace at school, and the subject of many terrible thrashings, for orchard robbing was one of the favourite exploits of the future Lord Chancellor. His father first thought of putting him apprentice to a grocer, and afterwards had almost made up his mind to bring him up to his own trade of a coal fitter, but by this time his eldest son William, afterwards Lord Stowell, who had gained a scholarship at Oxford, wrote to his father, "Send Jack up to me, I can do better for him." John was sent up to Oxford accordingly, where, by his brother's influence and his own application, he succeeded in obtaining a fellowship. But when at home during the vacation he was so unfortunate, or rather so fortunate as the issue proved, as to fall in love, and running across the border with his eloped bride, he married, and, as his friends thought, ruined himself for life. He had neither house nor home when he married, and had not yet earned a penny. He lost his fellowship, and at the same time shut himself out from preferment in the church, for which he had been destined. He accordingly turned his attention to the study of the law. To a friend he wrote, "I have married rashly, but it is my determination to work hard to provide for the woman I love." John Scott came up to London and took a small house in Cursitor Lane, where he settled down to the study of law. He worked with great diligence and resolution, rising at 4 every morning and studying till late at night, binding a wet towel around his head to keep himself awake. Too poor to study under a special pleader, he copied out 3 folio volumes from a manuscript collection of precedents. Long after, when Lord Chancellor, passing down Cursitor Lane one day, he said to his secretary, "Here was my first perch. Many a time do I recollect coming down this street with sixpence in my hand to buy sprats for supper." When at length called to the bar, he waited long for employment. His first year's earnings amounted to only 9 shillings. For 4 years he assiduously attended the London courts and the Northern Circuit with little better success. Even in his native town he seldom had other than pauper cases to defend. The results were indeed so discouraging that he had almost determined to relinquish his chance of London business and settle down in some provincial town as a country barrister. His brother William wrote home, "Business is dull with poor Jack, very dull indeed." But as he had escaped being a grocer, a coal fitter, and a country parson, so did he also escape being a country lawyer. An opportunity at length occurred which enabled John Scott to exhibit the large legal knowledge which he had so laboriously acquired. In a case in which he was engaged, he urged a legal point against the wishes of both the attorney and client who employed him. The Master of the Rolls decided against him, but on an appeal to the House of Lords, Lord Thurlow reversed the decision on the very point that Scott had urged. On leaving the House that day, a solicitor tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Young man, your bread and butter's cut for life," and the prophecy proved a true one. Lord Mansfield used to say that he knew no interval between no business and £3,000 a year, and Scott might have told the same story, for so rapid was his progress, that in 1783, when only 32, he was appointed King's Counsel, was at the head of the Northern Circuit, and sat in Parliament for the borough of Woburley. It was in the dull but unflinching drudgery of the early part of his career that he laid the foundation of his future success. He won his spurs by perseverance, knowledge, and ability diligently cultivated. He was successively appointed to the offices of Solicitor and Attorney General, and rose steadily upwards to the highest office that the Crown had to bestow, that of Lord Chancellor of England, which he held for a quarter of a century. Henry Bickersteth was the son of a surgeon at Kirkby Lonsdale, in Westmoreland, and was himself educated to that profession. As a student at Edinburgh, he distinguished himself by the steadiness with which he worked, and the application with which he devoted to the science of medicine. Returned to Kirkby Lonsdale, he took an active part in his father's practice, but he had no liking for the profession, and grew discontented with the obscurity of a country town. He went on, nevertheless, diligently improving himself, and engaged on speculations in the higher branches of physiology. In conformity with his own wish, his father consented to send him to Cambridge, where it was his intention to take a medical degree with the view of practising in the metropolis. Close application to his studies, however, threw him out of health, and with a view to re-establishing his strength, he accepted the appointment of travelling physician to Lord Oxford. While abroad he mastered Italian, and acquired a great admiration for Italian literature, but no greater liking for medicine than before. On the contrary, he determined to abandon it, but returning to Cambridge he took his degree, and that he worked hard may be inferred from the fact that he was senior wrangler of his year. Disappointed in his desire to enter the army, he turned to the bar, and entered a student of the Inner Temple. He worked as hard at law as he had done at medicine. Writing to his father, he said, "Everybody says to me, 'You are certain of success in the end, only persevere.' And though I don't well understand how this is to happen, I try to believe it as much as I can, and I shall not fail to do everything in my power." At 28 he was called to the bar, and had every step in life yet to make. His means were straitened, and he lived upon the contributions of his friends. For years he studied and waited. Still no business came. He stinted himself in recreation, in clothes, and even in the necessaries of life, struggling on indefatigably through all. Writing home, he confessed that he hardly knew how he should be able to struggle on till he had fair time and opportunity to establish himself. After 3 years waiting, still without success, he wrote to his friends that rather than be a burden upon them longer, he was willing to give the matter up and return to Cambridge, where he was sure of support and some profit. The friends at home sent him another small remittance, and he persevered. Business gradually came in. Acquitting himself creditably in small matters, he was at length entrusted with cases of greater importance. He was a man who never missed an opportunity, nor allowed a legitimate chance of improvement to escape him. His unflinching industry soon began to tell upon his fortunes. A few more years, and he was not only enabled to do without assistance from home, but he was in a position to pay back, with interest, the debts which he had incurred. The clouds had dispersed, and the after career of Henry Bickersteth was one of honour, of emolument, and of distinguished fame. He ended his career as Master of the Rolls, sitting in the House of Peers as Baron Langdale. His life affords only another illustration of the power of patience, perseverance, and conscientious working in elevating the character of the individual and crowning his labours with the most complete success. Such are a few of the distinguished men who have honourably worked their way to the highest position, and won the richest rewards of their profession, by the diligent exercise of qualities, in many respects of an ordinary character, but made potent by the force of application and industry. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonna Kabuchan. Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance, by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 8, Energy and Courage, Part 1. À cœur vaillant, rien d'impossible. Jacques Coeur. Den Mutige gehört die Welt. German proverb. In every work that he began, he did it with all his heart, and prospered. 2 Chronicles chapter 31, verse 21. There is a famous speech recorded of an old Norseman, thoroughly characteristic of the Teuton. I believe neither in idols nor demons, said he. I put my sole trust in my own strength of body and soul. The ancient crest of a pickaxe with the motto of either I will find a way or make one was an expression of the same sturdy independence which to this day distinguishes the descendants of the Northmen. Indeed, nothing could be more characteristic of the Scandinavian mythology than that it had a god with a hammer. A man's character is seen in small matters, and from even so slight a test as the mode in which a man wields a hammer, his energy may in some measure be inferred. Thus an eminent Frenchman hit off in a single phrase the characteristic quality of the inhabitants of a particular district, in which a friend of his proposed to settle and buy land. Beware, said he, of making a purchase there. I know the men of that department. The pupils who come from it to our veterinary school at Paris do not strike hard upon the anvil. They want energy, and you will not get a satisfactory return on any capital you may invest there. A fine and just appreciation of character, indicating the thoughtful observer, and strikingly illustrative of the fact that it is the energy of the individual men that gives strength to a state, and confers a value even upon the very soil which they cultivate. As the French proverb has it, tant volant, tant vaut sa terre. The cultivation of this quality is of the greatest importance, resolute determination in the pursuit of worthy objects being the foundation of all true greatness of character. Energy enables a man to force his way through irksome drudgery and dry details, and carries him onward and upward in every station in life. It accomplishes more than genius, with not one half the disappointment and peril. It is not eminent talent that is required to ensure success in any pursuit, so much as purpose, not merely the power to achieve, but the will to labor energetically and perseveringly. Hence, energy of will may be defined to be the very central power of character in a man. In a word, it is the man himself. It gives impulse to his every action, and soul to every effort. True hope is based on it, and it is hope that gives the real perfume to life. There is a fine heraldic motto on a broken helmet in Battle Abbey: L'espoir est ma force, which might be the motto of every man's life. Woe unto him that is faint-hearted, says the son of Sirach. There is indeed no blessing equal to the possession of a stout heart. Even if a man fails in his efforts, it will be a satisfaction to him to enjoy the consciousness of having done his best. In humble life, nothing can be more cheering and beautiful than to see a man combating suffering by patience, triumphing in his integrity, and who, when his feet are bleeding and his limbs failing him, still walks upon his courage. Mere wishes and desires but engender a sort of green sickness in young minds, unless they are promptly embodied in act and deed. It will not avail merely to wait, as so many do, until Blucher comes up, but they must struggle on and persevere in the meantime, as Wellington did. The good purpose once formed must be carried out with alacrity and without swerving. In most conditions of life, drudgery and toil are to be cheerfully endured as the best and most wholesome discipline. In life, said Ari Scheffer, nothing bears fruit except by labor of mind or body. To strive, and still strive, such is life, and in this respect mine is fulfilled. But I dare to say, with just pride, that nothing has ever shaken my courage. With a strong soul and a noble aim, one can do what one wills, morally speaking. Hugh Miller said the only school in which he was properly taught was that world-wide school in which toil and hardship are the severe but noble teachers. He who allows his application to falter, or shirks his work on frivolous pretexts, is on the sure road to ultimate failure. Let any task be undertaken as a thing not possible to be evaded, and it will soon come to be performed with alacrity and cheerfulness. Charles IX of Sweden was a firm believer in the power of will, even in youth. Laying his hand on the head of his youngest son when engaged on a difficult task, he exclaimed, "He shall do it! He shall do it!" The habit of application becomes easy in time, like every other habit. Thus, persons with comparatively moderate powers will accomplish much, if they apply themselves wholly and indefatigably to one thing at a time. Fowell Buxton placed his confidence in ordinary means and extraordinary application, realizing the scriptural injunction, "Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with all thy might." And he attributed his own success in life to his practice of being a whole man to one thing at a time. Nothing that is of real worth can be achieved without courageous working. Man owes his growth chiefly to that active striving of the will, that encounter with difficulty, which we call effort. And it is astonishing to find how often results apparently impracticable are thus made possible. An intense anticipation itself transforms possibility into reality, our desires being often but the precursors of the things which we are capable of performing. On the contrary, the timid and hesitating find everything impossible, chiefly because it seems so. It is related of a young French officer that he used to walk about his apartment exclaiming, "I will be Marshal of France and a great general." His ardent desire was the presentiment of his success, for the young officer did become a distinguished commander, and he died a Marshal of France. Mr. Walker, author of the original, had so great a faith in the power of will that he says on one occasion he determined to be well, and he was so. This may answer once, but, though safer to follow than many prescriptions, it will not always succeed. The power of mind over body is no doubt great, but it may be strained until the physical power breaks down altogether. It is related of Muley Moloch, the Moorish leader, that, when lying ill, almost worn out by an incurable disease, a battle took place between his troops and the Portuguese, when, starting from his litter at the great crisis of the fight, he rallied his army, led them to victory, and instantly afterwards sank exhausted and expired. It is will, force of purpose, that enables a man to do or be whatever he sets his mind on being or doing. A holy man was accustomed to say, "Whatever you wish, that you are," for such is the force of our will, joined to the divine, that whatever we wish to be, seriously and with a true intention, that we become. No one ardently wishes to be submissive, patient, modest, or liberal, who does not become what he wishes. The story is told of a working carpenter who was observed one day planing a magistrate's bench, which he was repairing, with more than usual carefulness, and when asked the reason, he replied, "Because I wish to make it easy against the time when I come to sit upon it myself." And singularly enough, the man actually lived to sit upon that very bench as a magistrate. Whatever theoretical conclusions logicians may have formed as to the freedom of the will, each individual feels that practically he is free to choose between good and evil, that he is not as a mere straw thrown upon the water to mark the direction of the current, but that he has within him the power of a strong swimmer, and is capable of striking out for himself, of buffeting with the waves and directing to a great extent his own independent course. There is no absolute constraint upon our volitions, and we feel and know that we are not bound, as by a spell, with reference to our actions. It would paralyze all desire of excellence were we to think otherwise. The entire business and conduct of life, with its domestic rules, its social arrangements, and its public institutions, proceed upon the practical conviction that the will is free. Without this, where would be responsibility? And what the advantage of teaching, advising, preaching, reproof, and correction? What were the use of laws were it not the universal belief, as it is the universal fact, that men obey them or not, very much as they individually determine? In every moment of our life, conscience is proclaiming that our will is free. It is the only thing that is wholly ours, and it rests solely with ourselves individually, whether we give it the right or the wrong direction. Our habits or our temptations are not our masters, but we of them. Even in yielding, conscience tells us we might resist, and that, were we determined to master them, there would not be required for that purpose a stronger resolution than we know ourselves to be capable of exercising. "You are now at the age," said Lamennais once, addressing a gay youth, "at which a decision must be formed by you. A little later, and you may have to groan within the tomb which you yourself have dug, without the power of rolling away the stone. That which the easiest becomes a habit in us is the will. Learn then to will strongly and decisively. Thus fix your floating life and leave it no longer to be carried hither and thither like a withered leaf by every wind that blows. Buxton held the conviction that a young man might be very much what he pleased, provided he formed a strong resolution and held to it. Writing to one of his sons, he said to him, "You are now at that period of life in which you must make a turn to the right or the left. You must now give proofs of principle, determination, and strength of mind, or you must sink into idleness and acquire the habits and character of a desultory, ineffective young man. And if once you fall to that point, you will find it no easy matter to rise again. I am sure that a young man may be very much what he pleases. In my own case, it was so. Much of my happiness and all my prosperity in life have resulted from the change I made at your age. If you seriously resolve to be energetic and industrious, depend upon it that you will for your whole life have reason to rejoice that you were wise enough to form and to act upon that determination. As will, considered without regard to direction, is simply constancy, firmness, perseverance, it will be obvious that everything depends upon right direction and motives. Directed towards the enjoyment of the senses, the strong will may be a demon, and the intellect merely its debased slave. But directed towards good, the strong will is a king, and the intellect the minister of man's highest well-being. Where there is a will, there is a way, is an old and true saying. He who resolves upon doing a thing, by that very resolution, often scales the barriers to it, and secures its achievement. To think we are able is almost to be so. To determine upon attainment is frequently attainment itself. Thus, earnest resolution has often seemed to have about it almost a savor of omnipotence. The strength of Thoreau's character lay in his power of willing, and, like most resolute persons, he preached it up as a system. You can only half will, he would say to people who failed. Like Richelieu and Napoleon, he would have the word impossible banished from the dictionary. I don't know, I can't, and impossible were words which he detested above all others. Learn, do, try, he would exclaim. His biographer has said of him that he furnished a remarkable illustration of what may be effected by the energetic development and exercise of faculties, the germs of which at least are in every human heart. One of Napoleon's favorite maxims was, "The truest wisdom is a resolute determination." His life, beyond most others, vividly showed what a powerful and unscrupulous will could accomplish. He threw his whole force of body and mind direct upon his work. Imbecile rulers and the nations they governed went down before him in succession. He was told that the Alps stood in the way of his armies. "There shall be no Alps," he said, and the road across the Simplon was constructed, through a district formerly almost inaccessible. Impossible, said he, is a word only to be found in the dictionary of fools. He was a man who toiled terribly, sometimes employing and exhausting 4 secretaries at a time. He spared no one, not even himself. His influence inspired other men and put a new life into them. "I made my generals out of mud," he said. But all was of no avail, for Napoleon's intense selfishness was his ruin, and the ruin of France, which he left a prey to anarchy. His life taught the lesson that power, however energetically wielded, without beneficence is fatal to its possessor and its subjects, and that knowledge or knowingness without goodness is but the incarnate principle of evil. Our own Wellington was a far greater man, not less resolute, firm, and persistent, but more self-denying, conscientious, and truly patriotic. Napoleon's aim was glory. Wellington's watchword, like Nelson's, was duty. The former word, it is said, does not once occur in his dispatches, the latter often, but never accompanied by any high-sounding professions. The greatest difficulties could neither embarrass nor intimidate Wellington, his energy invariably rising in proportion to the obstacles to be surmounted. The patience, the firmness, the resolution with which he bore through the maddening vexations and gigantic difficulties of the Peninsular campaigns is perhaps one of the sublimest things to be found in history. In Spain, Wellington not only exhibited the genius of the general, but the comprehensive wisdom of the statesman. Though his natural temper was irritable in the extreme, his high sense of duty enabled him to restrain it, and to those about him his patience seemed absolutely inexhaustible. His great character stands untarnished by ambition, by avarice, or any low passion. Though a man of powerful individuality, he yet displayed a great variety of endowment. The equal of Napoleon in generalship, he was as prompt, vigorous, and daring as Clive, as wise a statesman as Cromwell, and as pure and high-minded as Washington. The great Wellington left behind him an enduring reputation, founded on toilsome campaigns won by skilful combination, by fortitude which nothing could exhaust, by sublime daring, and perhaps by still sublimer patience. Energy usually displays itself in promptitude and decision. When Ledyard the traveler was asked by the African Association when he would be ready to set out for Africa, he immediately answered, "Tomorrow morning." Blucher's promptitude obtained for him the cognomen of Marshal Forwards throughout the Prussian army. When John Jervis, afterwards Earl St. Vincent, was asked when he would be ready to join his ship, he replied, "Directly." And when Sir Colin Campbell, appointed to the command of the Indian Army, was asked when he could set out, his answer was "Tomorrow," an earnest of his subsequent success. For it is rapid decision, and a similar promptitude in action, such as taking instant advantage of an enemy's mistakes, that so often wins battles. "At Arcola," said Napoleon, "I won the battle with 25 horsemen. I seized a moment of lassitude, gave every man a trumpet, and gained the day with this handful. Two armies are two bodies which meet and endeavor to frighten each other. A moment of panic occurs, and that moment must be turned to advantage. Every moment lost," said he at another time, "gives an opportunity for misfortune." And he declared that he beat the Austrians because they never knew the value of time. While they dawdled, he overthrew them. India has, during the last century, been a great field for the display of British energy. From Clive to Havelock and Clyde, there is a long and honorable roll of distinguished names in Indian legislation and warfare, such as Wellesley, Metcalfe, Outram, Edwards, and the Lawrences. Another great but sullied name is that of Warren Hastings, a man of dauntless will and indefatigable industry. His family was ancient and illustrious. but their vicissitudes of fortune and ill-required loyalty in the cause of the Stuarts brought them to poverty, and the family estate at Daylesford, of which they had been lords of the manor for hundreds of years, at length passed from their hands. The last Hastings of Daylesford had, however, presented the parish living to his second son, and it was in his house, many years later, that Warren Hastings, his grandson, was born. The boy learnt his letters at the village school, on the same bench with the children of the peasantry. He played in the fields which his fathers had owned, and what the loyal and brave Hastings of Daylesford had been was ever in the boy's thoughts. His young ambition was fired, and it is said that one summer's day, when only 7 years old, as he laid him down on the bank of the stream which flowed through the domain, he formed in his mind the resolution that he would yet recover possession of the family lands. It was the romantic vision of a boy, yet he lived to realize it. The dream became a passion, rooted in his very life, and he pursued his determination through youth up to manhood, with that calm but indomitable force of will which was the most striking peculiarity of his character. The orphan boy became one of the most powerful men of his time. He retrieved the fortunes of his line, bought back the old estate, and rebuilt the family mansion. When, under a tropical sun, says Macaulay, he ruled 50 millions of Asiatics, his hopes, amidst all the cares of war, finance, and legislation, still pointed to Daylesford. And when his long public life, so singularly checkered with good and evil, with glory and obloquy, had at length closed forever, it was to Daylesford that he retired to die. Sir Charles Napier was another Indian leader of extraordinary courage and determination. He once said of the difficulties with which he was surrounded in one of his campaigns, "They only make my feet go deeper into the ground." His battle of Miani was one of the most extraordinary feats in history. With 2,000 men, of whom only 400 were Europeans, he encountered an army of 35,000 hardy and well-armed Baluchis. It was an act apparently of the most daring temerity, but the general had faith in himself and in his men. He charged the Baluch center up a high bank which formed their rampart in front, and for 3 mortal hours the battle raged. Each man of that small force, inspired by the chief, became for the time a hero. The Baluchis, though 20 to 1, were driven back, but with their faces to the foe. It is this sort of pluck, tenacity, and determined perseverance which wins soldiers' battles, and indeed every battle. It is the one neck nearer that wins the race and shows the blood. It is the one march more that wins the campaign, the 5 minutes more persistent courage that wins the fight. Though your force be less than another's, you equal and outmaster your opponent if you continue it longer and concentrate it more. The reply of the Spartan father who said to his son, when complaining that his sword was too short, "Add a step to it," is applicable to everything in life. Napier took the right method of inspiring his men with his own heroic spirit. He worked as hard as any private in the ranks. The great art of commanding, he said, is to take a fair share of the work. The man who leads an army cannot succeed unless his whole mind is thrown into his work. The more trouble, the more labor must be given. The more danger, the more pluck must be shown, till all is overpowered. A young officer who accompanied him in his campaign in the Kuchi Hills once said, "When I see that old man incessantly on his horse, how can I be idle who am young and strong? I would go into a loaded cannon's mouth if he ordered me." This remark, when repeated to Napier, he said was ample reward for his toils. The anecdote of his interview with the Indian juggler strikingly illustrates his cool courage, as well as his remarkable simplicity and honesty of character. On one occasion, after the Indian battles, a famous juggler visited the camp and performed his feats before the general, his family, and staff. Among other performances, this man cut in two with a stroke of his sword a lime or lemon placed in the hand of his assistant. Napier thought there was some collusion between the juggler and his retainer. To divide by a sweep of the sword on a man's hand so small an object without touching the flesh he believed to be impossible, though a similar incident is related by Scott in his Romance of the Talisman. To determine the point, the general offered his own hand for the experiment, and he stretched out his right arm. The juggler looked attentively at the hand, and said he would not make the trial. "I thought I would find you out," exclaimed Napier. "But stop," added the other, "let me see your left hand." The left hand was submitted, and the man then said firmly, "If you will hold your arm steady, I will perform the feat." "But why the left hand and not the right?" "Because the right hand is hollow in the center, and there is a risk of cutting off the thumb. The left is high and the danger will be less." Napier was startled. "I got frightened," he said. "I saw it was an actual feat of delicate swordsmanship, and if I had not abused the man as I did before my staff, and challenged him to the trial, I honestly acknowledge I would have retired from the encounter. However, I put the lime on my hand, and held out my arm steadily. The juggler balanced himself, and with a swift stroke cut the lime in two pieces. I felt the edge of the sword on my hand as if a cold thread had been drawn across it. So much," he added, "for the brave swordsmen of India, whom our fine fellows defeated at Miani." End of section 20. Recording by Jonna Capuchan.
Section number 21 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Sonrisa, Survision.org. Self-Help with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 8, Energy and Courage, Part 2. The recent terrible struggle in India has served to bring out, perhaps more prominently than any previous event in our history, the determined energy and self-reliance of the national character. Although English officialism may often drift stupidly into gigantic blunders, the men of the nation generally contrive to work their way out of them with a heroism almost approaching the sublime. In May 1857, when the revolt burst upon India like a thunderclap, the British forces had been allowed to dwindle to their extreme minimum and were scattered over a wide extent of country, many of them in remote cantonments. The Bengal regiments, one after another, rose against their officers, broke away, and rushed to Delhi. Province after province was lapped in mutiny and rebellion, and the cry for help rose from east to west. Everywhere the English stood at bay in small detachments, beleaguered and surrounded, apparently incapable of resistance. Their discomfiture seemed so complete, and the utter ruin of the British cause in India so certain, that it might be said of them then, as it had been said before, "These English never know when they are beaten." According to rule, they ought then and there to have succumbed to inevitable fate. While the issue of the mutiny still appeared uncertain, Holkar, one of the native princes, consulted his astrologer for information. The reply was, "If all the Europeans save one are slain, that one will remain to fight and reconquer." In their very darkest moment, even where, as at Lucknow, a mere handful of British soldiers, civilians, and women held out amidst a city and province in arms against them. There was no word of despair, no thought of surrender. Though cut off from all communication with their friends for months, and not knowing whether India was lost or held, they never ceased to have perfect faith in the courage and devotedness of their countrymen. They knew that while a body of men of English race held together in India, they would not be left unheeded to perish. They never dreamt of any other issue but retrieval of their misfortune and ultimate triumph. And if the worst came to the worst, they could but fall at their post and die in the performance of their duty. Need we remind the reader of the names of Havelock, Inglis, Neile, and Outram, men of truly heroic mould, of each of whom it might with truth be said that he had the heart of a chevalier, the soul of a believer, and the temperament of a martyr. Montalembert has said of them that they do honor to the human race. But throughout that terrible trial almost all proved equally great, women, civilians, and soldiers, from the general down through all grades to the private and bugleman. The men were not picked. They belonged to the same ordinary people whom we daily meet at home, in the streets, in workshops, in the fields, at clubs. Yet when sudden disaster fell upon them, each and all displayed a wealth of personal resources and energy, and became, as it were, individually heroic. Not one of them, says Montalembert, shrank or trembled. All, military and civilians, young and old, generals and soldiers, resisted, fought, and perished with a coolness and intrepidity which never faltered. It is in this circumstance that shines out the immense value of public education, which invites the Englishman from his youth to make use of his strength and his liberty, to associate, resist, fear nothing, to be astonished at nothing, and to save himself by his own sole exertions from every sore strait in life. It has been said that Delhi was taken and India saved by the personal character of Sir John Lawrence. The very name of Lawrence represented power in the northwest provinces. His standard of duty, zeal, and personal effort was of the highest, and every man who served under him seemed to be inspired by his spirit. It was declared of him that his character alone was worth an army. The same might be said of his brother, Sir Henry, who organized the Punjab force that took so prominent a part in the capture of Delhi. Both brothers inspired those who were about them with perfect love and confidence. Both possessed that quality of tenderness which is one of the true elements of the heroic character. Both lived amongst the people and powerfully influenced them for good. Above all, as Colonel Edwards says, they drew models on young fellows' minds, which they went forth and copied in their several administrations. They sketched a faith and begot a school, which are both living things at this day. Sir John Lawrence had by his side such men as Montgomery, Nicholson, Cotton, and Edwards, as prompt, decisive, and high-souled as himself. John Nicholson was one of the finest, manliest, and noblest of men. Every inch a hakim, the natives said of him, a tower of strength, as he was characterized by Lord Dalhousie. In whatever capacity he acted, he was great, because he acted with his whole strength and soul. A brotherhood of fakirs, borne away by their enthusiastic admiration of the man, even began the worship of Nikhil Sen. He had some of them punished for their folly, but they continued their worship nevertheless. Of his sustained energy and persistency, an illustration may be cited in his pursuit of the 55th Sepoy mutineers, when he was in the saddle for 20 consecutive hours and traveled more than 70 miles. When the enemy set up their standard at Delhi, Lawrence and Montgomery, relying on the support of the people of the Punjab, and compelling their admiration and confidence, strained every nerve to keep their own province in perfect order, whilst they hurled every available soldier, European and Sikh, against that city. Sir John wrote to the commander-in-chief to hang on to the rebels' noses before Delhi, while the troops pressed on by forced marches under Nicholson, the tramp of whose war-horse might be heard miles off, as was afterwards said of him by a rough Sikh who wept over his grave. The siege and storming of Delhi was the most illustrious event which occurred in the course of that gigantic struggle, although the leaguer of Lucknow, during which the merest skeleton of a British regiment, the 32nd, held out, under the heroic Inglis, for 6 months against 200,000 armed enemies, has perhaps excited more intense interest. At Delhi, too, the British were really the besieged, though ostensibly the besiegers. They were a mere handful of men in the open, not more than 3,700 bayonets, European and native, and they were assailed from day to day by an army of rebels numbering at one time as many as 75,000 men, trained to European discipline by English officers, and supplied with all but exhaustless munitions of war. The heroic little band sat down before the city under the burning rays of a tropical sun. Death, wounds, and fever failed to turn them from their purpose. 30 times they were attacked by overwhelming numbers, and 30 times did they drive back the enemy behind their defenses. As Captain Hodson, himself one of the bravest there, has said, "I venture to aver that no other nation in the world would have remained here or avoided defeat if they had attempted to do so." Never for an instant did these heroes falter at their work. With sublime endurance they held on, fought on, and never relaxed until, dashing through the imminent deadly breach, the place was won, and the British flag was again unfurled on the walls of Delhi. All were great, privates, officers, and generals, common soldiers who had been inured to a life of hardship, and young officers who had been nursed in luxurious homes, alike proved their manhood, and emerged from that terrible trial with equal honor. The native strength and soundness of the English race, and of manly English training and discipline, were never more powerfully exhibited, and it was there emphatically proved that the men of England are, after all, its greatest products. A terrible price was paid for this great chapter in our history, but if those who survive and those who come after profit by the lesson and example, it may not have been purchased at too great a cost. But not less energy and courage have been displayed in India and the East by men of various nations in other lines of action more peaceful and beneficent than that of war. And while the heroes of the sword are remembered, the heroes of the gospel ought not to be forgotten. From Xavier to Martin and Williams, there has been a succession of illustrious missionary laborers, working in a spirit of sublime self-sacrifice, without any thought of worldly honor, inspired solely by the hope of seeking out and rescuing the lost and fallen of their race. Borne up by invincible courage and never-failing patience, these men have endured privations, braved dangers, walked through pestilence, and borne all toils, fatigues, and sufferings, yet held on their way rejoicing, glorying even in martyrdom itself. Of these, one of the first and most illustrious was Francis Xavier. Born of noble lineage, and with pleasure, power, and honor within his reach, he proved by his life that there are higher objects in the world than rank, and nobler aspirations than the accumulation of wealth. He was a true gentleman in manners and sentiment, brave, honorable, generous, easily led, yet capable of leading, easily persuaded, yet himself persuasive, a most patient, resolute, and energetic man. At the age of 22, he was earning his living as a public teacher of philosophy at the University of Paris. There Xavier became the intimate friend and associate of Loyola, and shortly afterwards he conducted the pilgrimage of the first little band of proselytes to Rome. When John III of Portugal resolved to plant Christianity in the Indian territories subject to his influence, Bobadilla was first selected as his missionary, but being disabled by illness, it was found necessary to make another selection, and Xavier was chosen. Repairing his tattered cassock, and with no other baggage than his breviary, he at once started for Lisbon and embarked for the East. The ship in which he set sail for Goa had the governor on board, with a reinforcement of 1,000 men for the garrison of the place. Though a cabin was placed at his disposal, Xavier slept on deck throughout the voyage, with his head on a coil of ropes, messing with the sailors. By ministering to their wants, inventing innocent sports for their amusement, and attending them in their sickness, he wholly won their hearts, and they regarded him with veneration. Arrived at Goa, Xavier was shocked at the depravity of the people, settlers as well as natives, for the former had imported the vices without the restraints of civilization, and the latter had only been too apt to imitate their bad example. Passing along the streets of the city, sounding his handbell as he went, he implored the people to send him their children to be instructed. He shortly succeeded in collecting a large number of scholars, whom he carefully taught day by day, at the same time visiting the sick, the lepers, and the wretched of all classes, with the object of assuaging their miseries and bringing them to the truth. No cry of human suffering which reached him was disregarded. Hearing of the degradation and misery of the pearl fishers of Manar, he set out to visit them, and his bell again rang out the invitation of mercy. He baptized and he taught, but the latter he could do only through interpreters. His most eloquent teaching was his ministration to the wants and the sufferings of the wretched. On he went, his handbell sounding along the coast of Comorin, among the towns and villages, the temples and the bazaars, summoning the natives to gather about him and be instructed. He had translations made of the Catechism, the Apostles' Creed, the Commandments, the Lord's Prayer, and some of the devotional offices of the Church. Committing these to memory in their own tongue, he recited them to the children until they had them by heart, after which he sent them forth to teach the words to their parents and neighbors. At Cape Comorin he appointed 30 teachers, who under himself presided over 30 Christian churches, though the churches were but humble, in most cases consisting only of a cottage surmounted by a cross. Thence he passed to Travancore, sounding his way from village to village, baptizing until his hands dropped with weariness, and repeating his formulas until his voice became almost inaudible. According to his own account, the success of his mission surpassed his highest expectations. His pure, earnest, and beautiful life, and the irresistible eloquence of his deeds, made converts wherever he went, and by sheer force of sympathy, those who saw him and listened to him insensibly caught a portion of his ardor. Burdened with the thought that the harvest is great and the laborers are few, Xavier next sailed to Malacca and Japan, where he found himself amongst entirely new races, speaking other tongues. The most that he could do here was to weep and pray, to smooth the pillow and watch by the sickbed, sometimes soaking the sleeve of his surplice in water, from which to squeeze out a few drops and baptize the dying. Hoping all things and fearing nothing, this valiant soldier of the truth was borne onward throughout by faith and energy. "Whatever form of death or torture," said he, "awaits me, I am ready to suffer it 10,000 times for the salvation of a single soul." He battled with hunger, thirst, privations, and dangers of all kinds, still pursuing his mission of love, unresting and unwearying. At length, after 11 years' labor, this great good man, while striving to find a way into China, was stricken with a fever in the island of Santian, and there received his crown of glory. A hero of nobler mold, more pure, self-denying, and courageous, has probably never trod this earth. Other missionaries have followed Xavier in the same field of work, such as Schwartz, Carey, and Marshman in India, Gutzlaff and Morrison in China, Williams in the South Seas, Campbell, Moffat, and Livingstone in Africa. John Williams, the martyr of Erromanga, was originally apprenticed to a furnishing ironmonger. Though considered a dull boy, he was handy at his trade, in which he acquired so much skill that his master usually entrusted him with any blacksmith's work that required the exercise of more than ordinary care. He was also fond of bell-hanging and other employments which took him away from the shop. A casual sermon which he heard gave his mind a serious bias, and he became a Sunday-school teacher. The cause of missions having been brought under his notice at some of his society's meetings, he determined to devote himself to this work. His services were accepted by the London Missionary Society, and his master allowed him to leave the ironmonger's shop before the expiry of his indentures. The islands of the Pacific Ocean were the principal scene of his labors, more particularly Huahine in Tahiti, Raiatea, and Rarotonga. Like the apostles, he worked with his hands, at blacksmith work, gardening, shipbuilding, and he endeavored to teach the islanders the art of civilized life, at the same time that he instructed them in the truths of religion. It was in the course of his indefatigable labors that he was massacred by savages on the shore of Erromanga, none worthier than he to wear the martyr's crown. The career of Dr. Livingstone is one of the most interesting of all. He has told the story of his life in that modest and unassuming manner which is so characteristic of the man himself. His ancestors were poor but honest Highlanders, and it is related of one of them, renowned in his district for wisdom and prudence, that when on his deathbed he called his children round him and left them these words, the only legacy he had to bequeath. "In my lifetime," said he, I have searched most carefully through all the traditions I could find our family, and never could I discover that there was a dishonest man among our forefathers. If, therefore, any of you or any of your children should take to dishonest ways, it will not be because it runs in our blood. It does not belong to you. I leave this precept with you. Be honest. At the age of 10, Livingstone was sent to work in a cotton factory near Glasgow as a piecer. With part of his first week's wages, he bought a Latin grammar and began to learn that language, pursuing the study for years at a night school. He would sit up conning his lessons till 12 or later, when not sent to bed by his mother, for he had to be up and at work in the factory every morning by 6. In this way he plodded through Virgil and Horace, also reading extensively all books, excepting novels, that came in his way, but more especially scientific works and books of travels. He occupied his spare hours, which were but few, in the pursuit of botany, scouring the neighborhood to collect plants. He even carried on his reading amidst the roar of the factory machinery, so placing the book upon the spinning jenny which he worked that he could catch sentence after sentence as he passed it. In this way the persevering youth acquired much useful knowledge, and as he grew older the desire possessed him of becoming a missionary to the heathen. With this object he set himself to obtain a medical education, in order the better to be qualified for the work. He accordingly economized his earnings and saved as much money as enabled him to support himself, while attending the medical and Greek classes as well as the divinity lectures at Glasgow for several winters, working as a cotton spinner during the remainder of each year. He thus supported himself during his college career entirely by his own earnings as a factory workman, never having received a farthing of help from any other source. Looking back now, he honestly says, at that life of toil, I cannot but feel thankful that it formed such a material part of my early education, and were it possible, I should like to begin life over again in the same lowly style, and to pass through the same hearty training. At length he finished his medical curriculum, wrote his Latin thesis, passed his examinations, and was admitted a licentiate of the Faculty of Physicians and Surgeons. At first he thought of going to China, but the war then waging with that country prevented his following out the idea, and having offered his services to the London Missionary Society, he was by them sent out to Africa, which he reached in 1840. He had intended to proceed to China by his own efforts, and he says the only pang he had in going to Africa at the charge of the London Missionary Society was because it was not quite agreeable to one accustomed to work in his own way to become in a manner dependent upon others. Arrived in Africa, he set to work with great zeal. He could not brook the idea of merely entering upon the labors of others, but cut out a large sphere of independent work, preparing himself for it by undertaking manual labor in building and other handicraft employment, in addition to teaching, which, he says, made me generally as much exhausted and unfit for study in the evenings as ever I had been when a cotton spinner. Whilst laboring amongst the Bechuanas, he dug canals, built houses, cultivated fields, reared cattle, and taught the natives to work as well as worship. When he first started with a party of them on foot upon a long journey, he overheard their observations upon his appearance and powers. "He is not strong," said they. "He is quite slim, and only appears stout because he puts himself into those bags, trousers. He will soon knock up." This caused the missionary's Highland blood to rise, and made him despise the fatigue of keeping them all at the top of their speed for days together, until he heard them expressing proper opinions of his pedestrian powers. What he did in Africa, and how he worked, may be learnt from his own Missionary Travels, one of the most fascinating books of its kind that has ever been given to the public. One of his last known acts is thoroughly characteristic of the man. The Birkenhead steam launch, which he took out with him to Africa, having proved a failure, he sent home orders for the construction of another vessel at an estimated cost of £2,000. This sum he proposed to defray out of the means which he had set aside for his children, arising from the profits of his books of travels. "The children must make it up themselves," was in effect his expression in sending home the order for the appropriation of the money. The career of John Howard was throughout a striking illustration of the same power of patient purpose. his sublime life proved that even physical weakness could remove mountains in the pursuit of an end recommended by duty. The idea of ameliorating the condition of prisoners engrossed his whole thoughts and possessed him like a passion, and no toil, nor danger, nor bodily suffering could turn him from that great object of his life. Though a man of no genius and but moderate talent, his heart was pure and his will was strong. Even in his own time he achieved a remarkable degree of success, and his influence did not die with him, for it has continued powerfully to affect not only the legislation of England, but of all civilized nations, down to the present hour. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Gray. Self-Help with illustrations of conduct and perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 8, Energy and Courage, Part 3. Jonas Hanway was another of the many patient and persevering men who have made England what it is, content simply to do with energy the work they have been appointed to do, and go to their rest thankfully when it is done, leaving no memorial but a world made better by their lives. He was born in 1712 at Portsmouth, where his father, a storekeeper in the dockyard, being killed by an accident, he was left an orphan at an early age. His mother removed with her children to London, where she had them put to school, and struggled hard to bring them up respectably. At 17, Jonas was sent to Lisbon to be apprenticed to a merchant, where his close attention to business, his punctuality, and his strict honor and integrity gained for him the respect and esteem of all who knew him. Returning to London in 1743, he accepted the offer of a partnership in an English mercantile house at St. Petersburg, engaged in the Caspian trade, then in its infancy. Hanway went to Russia for the purpose of extending the business, and shortly after his arrival at the capital he set out for Persia, with a caravan of English bales of cloth, making 20 carriage loads. At Astrakhan he sailed for Astrabad, on the southeastern shore of the Caspian, but he had scarcely landed his bales when an insurrection broke out, his goods were seized, and though he afterwards recovered the principal part of them, the fruits of his enterprise were in a great measure lost. A plot was set on foot to seize himself and his party, so he took to sea, and after encountering great perils, reached Gillen in safety. His escape on this occasion gave him the first idea of the words which he afterwards adopted as the motto of his life, never despair. He afterwards resided in St. Petersburg for 5 years, carrying on a prosperous business, but a relative having left him some property and his own means being considerable, he left Russia and arrived in his native country in 1755. His object in returning to England was, as he himself expressed it, to consult his own health, which was extremely delicate, and do as much good to himself and others as he was able. The rest of his life was spent in deeds of active benevolence and usefulness to his fellow men. He lived in a quiet style, in order that he might employ a larger share of his income in works of benevolence. One of the first public improvements to which he devoted himself was that of the highways of the metropolis, in which he succeeded to a large extent. The rumor of a French invasion being prevalent in 1755, Mr. Hanway turned his attention to the best mode of keeping up the supply of seamen. He summoned a meeting of merchants and shipowners at the Royal Exchange, and there proposed to them to form themselves into a society for fitting out landsmen volunteers and boys to serve on board the king's ships. The proposal was received with enthusiasm, a society was formed, and officers were appointed, Mr. Hanway directing its entire operations. The result was the establishment in 1756 of the Marine Society, an institution which has proved of much national advantage and is to this day of great and substantial utility. Within 6 years from its formation, 5,451 boys and 4,787 landsmen volunteers had been trained and fitted out by the Society and added to the Navy, and to this day it is in active operation, about 600 poor boys, after a careful education, being annually apprenticed as sailors, principally in the merchant service. Mr. Hanway devoted the other portions of his spare time to improving or establishing important public institutions in the metropolis. From an early period he took an active interest in the Foundling Hospital, which had been started by Thomas Coram many years before, but which, by encouraging parents to abandon their children to the charge of a charity, was threatening to do more harm than good. He determined to take steps to stem the evil, entering upon the work in the face of the fashionable philanthropy of the time, but by holding to his purpose he eventually succeeded in bringing the charity back to its proper objects, and time and experience have proved that he was right. The Magdalen Hospital was also established in a great measure through Mr. Hanway's exertions, but his most laborious and persevering efforts were in behalf of the infant parish poor. The misery and neglect amidst which the children of the parish poor then grew up, and the mortality which prevailed amongst them, were frightful, but there was no fashionable movement on foot to abate the suffering, as in the case of the foundlings. So Jonas Hanway summoned his energies to the task. Alone and unassisted, he first ascertained by personal inquiry the extent of the evil. He explored the dwellings of the poorest classes in London and visited the poorhouse sick wards, by which he ascertained the management in detail of every workhouse in and near the metropolis. He next made a journey into France and through Holland, visiting the houses for the reception of the poor, and noting whatever he thought might be adopted at home with advantage. He was thus employed for 5 years, and on his return to England he published the results of his observations. The consequence was that many of the workhouses were reformed and improved. In 1761 he obtained an act obliging every London parish to keep an annual register of all the infants received, discharged, and dead. And he took care that the act should work, for he himself superintended its working with indefatigable watchfulness. He went about from workhouse to workhouse in the morning, and from one member of Parliament to another in the afternoon, for day after day, and for year after year, enduring every rebuff, answering every objection, and accommodating himself to every humor. At length, after a perseverance hardly to be equaled, and after nearly 10 years' labor, he obtained another act, at his sole expense, 7 Geo. 3, c. 39, directing that all parish infants belonging to the parishes within the bills of mortality should not be nursed in the workhouses, but be sent to nurse a certain number of miles out of town until they were 6 years old, under the care of guardians to be elected triennially. The poor people called this the Act for Keeping Children Alive, and the registers for the years which followed its passing, as compared with those which preceded it, showed that thousands of lives had been preserved through the judicious interference of this good and sensible man. Wherever a philanthropic work was to be done in London, be sure that Jonas Hanway's hand was in it. One of the first acts for the protection of chimney-sweepers' boys was obtained through his influence. A destructive fire at Montreal and another at Bridgetown, Barbados, afforded him the opportunity for raising a timely subscription for the relief of the sufferers. His name appeared in every list, and his disinterestedness and sincerity were universally recognized. But he was not suffered to waste his little fortune entirely in the service of others. 5 leading citizens of London, headed by Mr. Hoare the banker, without Mr. Hanway's knowledge, waited on Lord Bute, then Prime Minister, in a body, and in the names of their fellow citizens, requested that some notice might be taken of this good man's disinterested service to his country. The result was his appointment shortly after as one of the commissioners for victualling the navy. Towards the close of his life, Mr. Hanway's health became very feeble, and although he found it necessary to resign his office at the Victualling Board, he could not be idle, but labored at the establishment of Sunday schools, a movement then in its infancy, or in relieving poor blacks, many of whom wandered destitute about the streets of the metropolis, or in alleviating the sufferings of some neglected and destitute class of society. Notwithstanding his familiarity with misery in all its shapes, he was one of the most cheerful of beings, and but for his cheerfulness he could never, with so delicate a frame, have got through so vast an amount of self-imposed work. He dreaded nothing so much as inactivity. Though fragile, he was bold and indefatigable, and his moral courage was of the first order. It may be regarded as a trivial matter to mention that he was the first who ventured to walk the streets of London with an umbrella over his head, but let any modern London merchant venture to walk along Cornhill in a peaked Chinese hat, and he will find it takes some degree of moral courage to persevere in it. After carrying an umbrella for 30 years, Mr. Hanway saw the article at length come into general use. Hanway was a man of strict honor, truthfulness, and integrity, and every word he said might be relied upon. He had so great a respect, amounting almost to a reverence, for the character of the honest merchant, that it was the only subject upon which he was ever seduced into eulogium. He strictly practised what he professed, and both as a merchant and afterwards as a commissioner for victualling the navy, his conduct was without stain. He would not accept the slightest favor of any sort from a contractor, and when any present was sent to him whilst at the victualling office, he would politely return it with the intimation that he had made it a rule not to accept anything from any person engaged with the office. When he found his powers failing, he prepared for death with as much cheerfulness as he would have prepared himself for a journey into the country. He sent round and paid all his tradesmen, took leave of his friends, arranged his affairs, had his person neatly disposed of, and parted with life serenely and peacefully in his 74th year. The property which he left did not amount to £2,000, and, as he had no relatives who wanted it, he divided it among sundry orphans and poor persons whom he had befriended during his lifetime. Such, in brief, was the beautiful life of Jonas Hanway, as honest, energetic, hard-working, and true-hearted a man has ever lived. The life of Granville Sharp is another striking example of the same power of individual energy, a power which was afterwards transfused into the noble band of workers in the cause of slavery abolition, prominent among whom were Clarkson, Wilberforce, Buxton, and Brougham. But giants though these men were in this cause, Granville Sharp was the first, and perhaps the greatest of them all, in point of perseverance, energy, and intrepidity. He began life as apprentice to a linen draper on Tower Hill, but leaving that business after his apprenticeship was out, he next entered as a clerk in the Ordnance Office, and it was while engaged in that humble occupation that he carried on in his spare hours the work of Negro emancipation. He was always, even when an apprentice, ready to undertake any amount of volunteer labor where a useful purpose was to be served. Thus, while learning the linen drapery business, a fellow apprentice, who lodged in the same house and was a Unitarian, led him into frequent discussions on religious subjects. The Unitarian youth insisted that Granville's Trinitarian misconception of certain passages of Scripture arose from his want of acquaintance with the Greek tongue, on which he immediately set to work in his evening hours, and shortly acquired an intimate knowledge of Greek. A similar controversy with another fellow apprentice, a Jew, as to the interpretation of the prophecies, led him in like manner to undertake and overcome the difficulties of Hebrew. But the circumstance which gave the bias and direction to the main labors of his life originated in his generosity and benevolence. His brother William, a surgeon in Mincing Lane, gave gratuitous advice to the poor, and amongst the numerous applicants for relief at his surgery was a poor African named Jonathan Strong. It appeared that the Negro had been brutally treated by his master, a Barbados lawyer then in London, and became lame, almost blind, and unable to work, on which his owner, regarding him as of no further value as a chattel, cruelly turned him adrift into the streets to starve. This poor man, a massive disease, supported himself by begging for a time, until he found his way to William Sharp, who gave him some medicine, and shortly after got him admitted to St. Bartholomew's Hospital, where he was cured. On coming out of the hospital, the two brothers supported the Negro in order to keep him off the streets, but they had not the least suspicion at the time that anyone had a claim upon his person. They even succeeded in obtaining a situation for Strong with an apothecary, in whose service he remained for 2 years, and it was while he was attending his mistress behind a hackney coach that his former owner, the Barbados lawyer, recognized him and determined to recover possession of the slave, again rendered valuable by the restoration of his health. The lawyer employed 2 of the Lord Mayor's officers to apprehend Strong, and he was lodged in the Compter until he could be shipped off to the West Indies. The Negro, bethinking him in his captivity of the kind services which Granville Sharp had rendered him in his great distress some years before, dispatched a letter to him requesting his help. Sharp had forgotten the name of Strong, but he sent a messenger to make inquiries, who returned saying that the keepers denied having any such person in their charge. His suspicions were roused, and he went forthwith to the prison, and insisted upon seeing Jonathan Strong. He was admitted, and recognized the poor Negro, now in custody as a recaptured slave. Mr. Sharp charged the master of the prison at his own peril not to deliver upon Strong to any person whatever, until he had been carried before the Lord Mayor, to whom Sharp immediately went, and obtained a summons against those persons who had seized and imprisoned Strong without a warrant. The parties appeared before the Lord Mayor accordingly, and it appeared from the proceedings that Strong's former master had already sold him to a new one, who produced the bill of sale and claimed the Negro as his property. As no charge of offense was made against Strong, and as the Lord Mayor was incompetent to deal with the legal question of Strong's liberty or otherwise, he discharged him, and the slave followed his benefactor out of court, no one daring to touch him. The man's owner immediately gave Sharp notice of an action to recover possession of his Negro slave, of whom he declared he had been robbed. About that time, 1767, the personal liberty of the Englishman, though cherished as a theory, was subject to grievous infringements, and was almost daily violated. The impressment of men for the sea service was constantly practiced, and besides the press gangs, there were regular bands of kidnappers employed in London and all the large towns of the kingdom to seize men for the East Indian Company's service, and when the men were not wanted for India, they were shipped off to the planters in the American colonies. Negro slaves were openly advertised for sale in the London and Liverpool newspapers. Rewards were offered for recovering and securing fugitive slaves, and conveying them down to certain specified ships in the river. The position of the reputed slave in England was undefined and doubtful. The judgments which had been given in the courts of the law were fluctuating and various, resting on no settled principle. Although it was a popular belief that no slave could breathe in England, there were legal men of eminence who expressed a directly contrary opinion. The lawyers to whom Mr. Sharp resorted for advice in defending himself in the action raised against him in the case of Jonathan Strong generally concurred in this view, and he was further told by Jonathan Strong's owner that the eminent Lord Chief Justice Mansfield and all the leading counsel were decidedly of opinion that the slave, by coming into England, did not become free, but might legally be compelled to return again to the plantations. Such information would have caused despair in a mind less courageous and earnest than that of Granville Sharp, but it only served to stimulate his resolution to fight the battle of the Negro's freedom, at least in England. Forsaken, he said, by my professional defenders, I was compelled, through the want of regular legal assistance, to make a hopeless attempt at self-defense, though I was totally unacquainted either with the practice of the law or the foundations of it, having never opened a law book, except for the Bible, in my life, until that time, when I most reluctantly undertook to search the indexes of a law library, which my bookseller had lately purchased. The whole of his time during the day was occupied with the business of the Ordnance Department, where he held the most laborious post in the office. He was therefore under the necessity of conducting his new studies late at night or early in the morning. He confessed that he was himself becoming a sort of slave. Writing to a clerical friend to excuse himself for delay in replying to a letter, he said, "I profess myself entirely incapable of holding a literary correspondence. What little time I have been able to save from sleep at night and early in the morning has been necessarily employed in the examination of some points of law which admitted of no delay, and yet required the most diligent researches and examination in my study." End of section 22. Section 23 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Gray. Self-Help with illustrations of conduct and perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 8, Energy and Courage, Part 4. Mr. Sharp gave up every leisure moment that he could command during the next 2 years to the close study of the laws of England affecting personal liberty, wading through an immense mass of dry and repulsive literature, and making extracts of all the most important acts of Parliament, decisions of the courts, and opinions of eminent lawyers as he went along. In this tedious and protracted inquiry he had no instructor, nor assistant, nor adviser. He could not find a single lawyer whose opinion was favorable to his undertaking. The results of his inquiries were, however, as gratifying to himself as they were surprising to the gentlemen of the law. "God be thanked," he wrote, "there is nothing in any English law or statute, at least that I am able to find out, that can justify the enslaving of others." He had planted his foot firm, and now he doubted nothing. He drew up the result of his studies in a summary form. It was a plain, clear, and manly statement, entitled, "On the Injustice of Tolerating Slavery in England," and numerous copies, made by himself, were circulated by him amongst the most eminent lawyers of the time. Strong's owner, finding the sort of man he had to deal with, invented various pretexts for deferring the suit against Sharp, and at length offered a compromise, which was rejected. Granville went on circulating his manuscript tract among the lawyers until at length those employed against Jonathan Strong were deterred from proceeding further, and the result was that the plaintiff was compelled to pay treble costs for not bringing forward his action. The tract was then printed in 1769. In the meantime, other cases occurred of the kidnapping of Negroes in London and their shipment to the West Indies for sale. Wherever Sharp could lay hold of any such case, he at once took proceedings to rescue the Negro. Thus the wife of one Hylas, an African, was seized and dispatched to Barbados, on which Sharp, in the name of Hylas, instituted legal proceedings against the aggressor, obtained a verdict with damages, and Hylas's wife was brought back to England free. Another forcible capture of a Negro, attended with great cruelty, having occurred in 1770, he immediately set himself on the track of the aggressors. An African named Lewis was seized one dark night by two watermen employed by the person who claimed the Negro as his property, dragged into the water, hoisted into a boat, where he was gagged and his limbs were tied, and then rowing down river, they put him on board a ship bound for Jamaica, where he was to be sold for a slave upon his arrival in the island. The cries of the poor Negro had, however, attracted the attention of some neighbors, one of whom proceeded direct to Mr. Granville Sharp, now known as the Negro's friend, and informed him of the outrage. Sharp immediately got a warrant to bring back Lewis, and he proceeded to Gravesend, but on arrival there the ship had sailed for the Downs. A writ of habeas corpus was obtained, sent down to Spithead, and before the ship could leave the shores of England the writ was served. The slave was found chained to the mainmast, bathed in tears, casting mournful looks on the land from which he was about to be torn. He was immediately liberated, brought back to London, and a warrant was issued against the author of the outrage. The promptitude of head, heart, and hand displayed by Mr. Sharp in this transaction could scarcely have been surpassed, and yet he accused himself of slowness. The case was tried before Lord Mansfield, whose opinion, it will be remembered, had already been expressed as decidedly opposed to that entertained by Granville Sharp. The judge, however, avoided bringing the question to an issue, or offering any opinion on the legal question as to the slave's personal liberty or otherwise, but discharged the Negro because the defendant could bring no evidence that Lewis was even nominally his property. The question of the personal liberty of the Negro in England was therefore still undecided, but in the meantime Mr. Sharp continued steady in his benevolent course, and by his indefatigable exertions and promptitude of action, many more were added to the list of the rescued. At length the important case of James Somerset occurred, a case which is said to have been selected at the mutual desire of Lord Mansfield and Mr. Sharp, in order to bring the great question involved to a clear legal issue. Somerset had been brought to England by his master and left there. Afterwards his master sought to apprehend him and sent him off to Jamaica for sale. Mr. Sharp, as usual, at once took the Negro's case in hand and employed counsel to defend him. Lord Mansfield intimated that the case was of such general concern that he should take the opinion of all the judges upon it. Mr. Sharp now felt that he would have to contend with all the force that could be brought against him, but his resolution was in no wise shaken. Fortunately for him, in this severe struggle, his exertions had already begun to tell. Increasing interest was taken in the question, and many eminent legal gentlemen openly declared themselves to be upon his side. The cause of personal liberty, now at stake, was fairly tried before Lord Mansfield, assisted by the 3 justices, and tried on the broad principle of the essential and constitutional right of every man in England to the liberty of his person, unless forfeited by the law. It is unnecessary here to enter into any account of this great trial. The arguments extended to a great length, the cause being carried over to another term, when it was adjourned and re-adjourned, but at length judgment was given by Lord Mansfield, in whose powerful mind so gradual a change had been worked by the arguments of counsel, based mainly on Granville Sharp's tract, that he now declared the court to be so clearly of one opinion that there was no necessity for referring the case to the 12 judges. He then declared that the claim of slavery never can be supported, that the power claimed never was in use in England, nor acknowledged by the law. Therefore the man James Somerset must be discharged. By securing this judgment, Granville Sharp effectually abolished the slave trade, until then carried on openly in the streets of Liverpool and London. But he also firmly established the glorious axiom, that as soon as any slave sets his foot on English ground, that moment he becomes free, and there can be no doubt that this great decision of Lord Mansfield was mainly owing to Mr. Sharp's firm, resolute, and intrepid prosecution of the cause from the beginning to the end. It is unnecessary further to follow the career of Granville Sharp. He continued to labor indefatigably in all good works. He was instrumental in founding the colony of Sierra Leone as an asylum for rescued Negroes. He labored to ameliorate the condition of the native Indians in the American colonies. He agitated the enlargement and extension of the political rights of the English people, and he endeavored to effect the abolition of the impressment of seamen. Granville held that the British seaman, as well as the African Negro, was entitled to the protection of the law, and that the fact of his choosing a seafaring life did not in any way cancel his rights and privileges as an Englishman, first amongst which he ranked personal freedom. Mr. Sharp also labored, but ineffectually, to restore amity between England and her colonies in America, and when the fratricidal war of the American Revolution was entered on, his sense of integrity was so scrupulous that, resolving not in any way to be concerned in so unnatural a business, he resigned his situation at the Ordnance Office. To the last he held to the great object of his life, the abolition of slavery. To carry on this work, and organize the efforts of the growing friends of the cause, the Society for the Abolition of Slavery was founded, and new men, inspired by Sharp's example and zeal, sprang forward to help him. His energy became theirs, and the self-sacrificing zeal in which he had so long labored single-handed became at length transfused into the nation itself. His mantle fell upon Clarkson, upon Wilberforce, upon Brougham, and upon Buxton, who labored as he had done, with like energy and steadfastness of purpose, until at length slavery was abolished throughout the British dominions. But though the names last mentioned may be more frequently identified with the triumph of this great cause, the chief merit unquestionably belongs to Granville Sharp. He was encouraged by none of the world's huzzas when he entered upon his work. He stood alone, opposed to the opinion of the ablest lawyers and most rooted prejudices of the times, and alone he fought out, by his single exertions, and at his individual expense, the most memorable battle for the constitution of this country and the liberties of British subjects, of which modern times afford a record. What followed was mainly the consequence of his indefatigable constancy. He lighted the torch which kindled other minds, and was handed on until the illumination became complete. Before the death of Granville Sharp, Clarkson had already turned his attention to the question of Negro slavery. He had even selected it for the subject of a college essay, and his mind became so possessed by it that he could not shake it off. The spot is pointed out near Wade's Mill, in Hertfordshire, where, alighting from his horse one day, he sat down disconsolate on the turf by the roadside, and after long thinking determined to devote himself wholly to the work. He translated his essay from Latin into English, added fresh illustrations, and published it. Then fellow laborers gathered round him. The Society for Abolishing the Slave Trade, unknown to him, had already been formed, and when he heard of it, he joined it. He sacrificed all his prospects in life to prosecute this cause. Wilberforce was selected to lead in Parliament, but upon Clarkson chiefly devolved the labor of collecting and arranging the immense mass of evidence offered in support of the abolition. A remarkable instance of Clarkson's sleuth-hound sort of perseverance may be mentioned. The abettors of slavery, in the course of their defense of the system, maintained that only such Negroes as were captured in battle were sold as slaves, and if not so sold, then they were reserved for a still more frightful doom in their own country. Clarkson knew of the slave hunts conducted by the slave traders, but had no witnesses to prove it. Where was one to be found? Accidentally, a gentleman whom he met on one of his journeys informed him of a young sailor, in whose company he had been about a year before, who had been actually engaged in one of such slave-hunting expeditions. The gentleman did not know his name, and could but indefinitely describe his person. He did not know where he was, further than that he belonged to a ship of war in ordinary, but at what port he could not tell. With this mere glimmering of information, Clarkson determined to produce this man as a witness. He visited personally all the seaport towns where ships in ordinary lay, boarded and examined every ship without success, until he came to the very last port, and found the young man his prize in the very last ship that remained to be visited. The young man proved to be one of his most valuable and effective witnesses. During several years, Clarkson conducted a correspondence with upwards of 400 persons, traveling more than 35,000 miles during the same time in search of evidence. He was at length disabled and exhausted by illness, brought on by his continuous exertions, but he was not borne from the field until his zeal had fully awakened the public mind, and excited the ardent sympathies of all good men on behalf of the slave. After years of protracted struggle, the slave trade was abolished, but still another great achievement remained to be accomplished, the abolition of slavery itself throughout the British dominions. And here again determined energy won the day. Of the leaders in the cause, none was more distinguished than Fowell Buxton, who took the position formerly occupied by Wilberforce in the House of Commons. Buxton was a dull, heavy boy, distinguished for his strong self-will, which first exhibited itself in violent, domineering, and headstrong obstinacy. His father died when he was a child, but fortunately he had a wise mother, who trained his will with great care, constraining him to obey, but encouraging the habit of deciding and acting for himself in matters which might safely be left to him. His mother believed that a strong will, directed upon worthy objects, was a valuable manly quality if properly guided, and she acted accordingly. When others about her commented on the boy's self-will, she would merely say, "Never mind, he is self-willed now. You will see it will turn out well in the end." Fowell learnt very little at school, and was guarded as a dunce and an idler. He got other boys to do his exercises for him, while he romped and scrambled about. He returned home at 15, a great, growing, awkward lad, fond only of boating, shooting, riding, and field sports, spending his time principally with the gamekeeper, a man possessed of a good heart, an intelligent observer of life and nature, though he could neither read nor write. Buxton had excellent raw material in him, but he wanted culture, training, and development. At this juncture of his life, when his habits were being formed for good or evil, he was happily thrown into the society of the Gurney family, distinguished for their fine social qualities not less than for their intellectual culture and public-spirited philanthropy. This intercourse with the Gurneys, he used afterwards to say, gave the coloring to his life. They encouraged his efforts at self-culture, and when he went to the University of Dublin and gained high honors there, the animating passion in his mind, he said, was to carry back to them the prizes which they prompted and enabled me to win. He married one of the daughters of the family and started in life, commencing as a clerk to his uncles Hanbury, the London brewers. His power of will, which made him so difficult to deal with as a boy, now formed the backbone of his character, and made him most indefatigable and energetic in whatever he undertook. He threw his whole strength and bulk right down upon his work, and the great giant, Elephant Buxton they called him, for he stood some 6 feet 4 in height, became one of the most vigorous and practical of men. "I could brew," he said, "one hour, do mathematics the next, and shoot the next, and each with my whole soul." There was invincible energy and determination in whatever he did. Admitted a partner, he became the active manager of the concern, and the vast business which he conducted felt his influence through every fiber, and prospered far beyond his previous success. Nor did he allow his mind to lie fallow, for he gave his evenings diligently to self-culture, studying and digesting Blackstone, Montesquieu, and solid commentaries on English law. His maxims in reading were, never to begin a book without finishing it, never to consider a book finished until it is mastered, and to study everything with the whole mind. When only 32, Buxton entered Parliament, and at once assumed that position of influence there, of which every honest, earnest, well-informed man is secure, who enters that assembly of the first gentleman in the world. The principal question to which he devoted himself was the complete emancipation of the slaves in the British colonies. He himself used to attribute the interest which he early felt in this question to the influence of Priscilla Gurney, one of the Earlham family, a woman of a fine intellect and warm heart, abounding in illustrious virtues. When on her deathbed in 1821, she repeatedly sent for Buxton and urged him to make the cause of the slaves the great object of his life. Her last act was to attempt to reiterate this solemn charge, and she expired in the ineffectual effort. Buxton never forgot her counsel. He named one of his daughters after her, and on the day on which she was married from his house, on the 1st of August, 1834, the day of Negro emancipation, after his Priscilla had been manumitted from her filial service, and left her father's home in the company of her husband, Buxton sat down and thus wrote to a friend, "The bride is just gone, everything is passed off to admiration, and there is not a slave in the British colonies." Buxton was no genius, not a great intellectual leader, nor discoverer, but mainly an earnest, straightforward, resolute, energetic man. Indeed, his whole character is most forcibly expressed in his own words, which every young man might well stamp upon his soul. "The longer I live," said he, "the more I am certain that the great difference between men, between the feeble and the powerful, the great and the insignificant, is energy, invincible determination, a purpose once fixed, and then death or victory. That quality will do anything that could be done in this world, and no talents, no circumstances, no opportunities will make a two-legged creature a man without it." End of section 23.
Section 24 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Olivia. Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance, by Samuel Smiles. Men of Business, Part 1. Seest thou a man diligent in his business? He shall stand before kings. The Proverbs of Solomon. That man is but of the lower part of the world, that is not brought up to business and affairs. Owen Feltham. Hazlitt, in one of his clever essays, represents the man of business as a mean sort of person, put in a go-cart, yoked to a trade or a profession, alleging that all he has to do is not go out of the beaten track, but merely to let his affairs take their own course. The great requisite, he says, for the prosperous management of ordinary business is the want of imagination, or of any ideas but those of custom and interest on the narrowest scale. But nothing could be more one-sided, and in effect untrue, than such a definition. Of course there are narrow-minded men of business, as there are narrow-minded scientific men, literary men, legislators. But there are also business men of large and comprehensive minds, capable of action on the very largest scale. As Burke said in his speech on the India Bill, he knew statesmen who were peddlers, and merchants who acted in the spirit of statesmen. If we take into account the qualities necessary for the successful conduct of any important undertaking, that it requires special aptitude, promptitude of action on emergencies, capacity for organizing the labors often of large numbers of men, great tact and knowledge of human nature, constant self-culture, and growing experience in the practical affairs of life, it must, we think, be obvious that the school of business is by no means so narrow as some writers would have us believe. Mr. Helps has gone much nearer the truth when he said that consummate men of business are as rare almost as great poets, rarer, perhaps, than veritable saints and martyrs. Indeed, of no other pursuit can it so emphatically be said as of this, that business makes men. It has, however, been a favorite fallacy with dunces in all times that men of genius are unfitted for business, as well as that business occupations unfit men for the pursuits of genius. The unhappy youth who committed suicide a few years since because he had been born to be a man and condemned to be a grocer, proved by the act that his soul was not equal even to the dignity of grocery. For it is not the calling that degrades the man, but the man that degrades the calling. All work that brings honest gain is honorable, whether it be of hand or mind. The fingers may be soiled, yet the heart remain pure. For it is not material so much as moral dirt that defiles, greed far more than grime, and vice than verdigris. The greatest have not disdained to labor honestly and usefully for a living, though at the same time aiming after higher things. Thales, the first of the 7 sages, Solon, the founder of Athens, and Hyperates, the mathematician, were all traders. Plato, called the Divine, by reason of the excellence of his wisdom, defrayed his traveling expenses in Egypt by the profits derived from the oil which he sold during his journey. Spinoza maintained himself by polishing glasses while he pursued his philosophical investigations. Linnaeus, the great botanist, prosecuted his studies while hammering leather and making shoes. Shakespeare was a successful manager of a theatre, perhaps priding himself more on his practical qualities in that capacity than on his writing of plays and poetry. Pope was of the opinion that Shakespeare's principal object in cultivating literature was to secure an honest independence. Indeed, he seems to have been altogether indifferent to literary reputation. It is not known that he superintended the publication of a single play, or even sanctioned the printing of one, and the chronology of his writings is still a mystery. It is certain, however, that he prospered in his business, and realized sufficient to enable him to retire upon a competency to his native town of Stratford-upon-Avon. Chaucer was in early life a soldier, and afterwards an effective commissioner of customs, an inspector of woods and crown lands. Spenser was secretary to the Lord Deputy of Ireland, was afterwards Sheriff of Cork, and is said to have been shrewd and attentive in matters of business. Milton, originally a schoolmaster, was elevated to the post of secretary to the Council of State during the Commonwealth, and the extant order book of the Council, as well as many of Milton's letters which are preserved, give abundant evidence of his activity and usefulness in that office. Sir Isaac Newton proved himself an efficient master of the mint, the new coinage of 1694 having been carried out under his immediate personal superintendence. Cowper prided himself upon his business punctuality, though he confessed that he never knew a poet, except himself, who was punctual in anything. But against this we may set the lives of Wordsworth and Scott, the former a distributor of stamps, the latter a clerk to the Court of Session, both of whom, though great poets, were eminently punctual and practical men of business. David Ricardo, amidst the occupations of his daily business as a London stock jobber, in conducting which he acquired an ample fortune, was able to concentrate his mind upon his favourite subject, on which he was enabled to throw great light, the principles of political economy, for he united in himself the sagacious commercial man and the profound philosopher. Bailey, the eminent astronomer, was another stockbroker, and Allen, the chemist, was a silk manufacturer. We have abundant illustrations in our own day of the fact that the highest intellectual power is not incompatible with the active and efficient performance of routine duties. Grote, the great historian of Greece, was a London banker. And it is not long since John Stuart Mill, one of our greatest living thinkers, retired from the examiner's department of the East India Company, carrying with him the admiration and esteem of his fellow officers, not on account of his high views of philosophy, but because of the high standard of efficiency which he had established in his office, and the thoroughly satisfactory manner in which he had conducted the business of his department. The path of success in business is usually the path of common sense. Patient labor and application are as necessary here as in the acquisition of knowledge or the pursuit of science. The old Greeks said, to become an able man in any profession, 3 things are necessary: nature, study, and practice. In business, practice, wisely and diligently improved, is the great secret of success. Some may make what are called lucky hits, but like money earned by gambling, such hits may only serve to lure one to ruin. Bacon was accustomed to say that it was in business as in ways. The nearest way was commonly the foulest, and that if a man would go the fairest way, he must go somewhat about. The journey may occupy a longer time, but the pleasure of the labor involved by it, and the enjoyment of the results produced, will be more genuine and unalloyed. To have a daily appointed task, of even common drudgery to do, makes the rest of life feel all the sweeter. The fable of the labors of Hercules is the type of all human doing and success. Every youth should be made to feel that his happiness and well-doing in life must necessarily rely mainly on himself and the exercise of his own energies, rather than upon the help and patronage of others. The late Lord Melbourne embodied a piece of useful advice in a letter which he wrote to Lord John Russell, in reply to an application for a provision for one of Moore the poet's sons. "My dear John," he said, "I return you Moore's letter. I shall be ready to do what you like about it when we have the means. I think whatever is done should be done for Moore himself. This is more distinct, direct, and intelligible. Making a small provision for young men is hardly justifiable, and it is of all things the most prejudicial to themselves. They think what they have much larger than it really is, and they make no exertion. The young should never hear any language but this: you have your own way to make, and it depends upon your own exertions whether you starve or not. Believe me, Melbourne." Practical industry, wisely and vigorously applied, always produces its due effects. It carries a man onward, brings out his individual character, and stimulates the action of others. All may not rise equally, yet each, on the whole, very much according to his deserts. Though all cannot live on the piazza, as the Tuscan proverb has it, everyone may feel the sun. On the whole, it is not good that human nature should have the road of life made too easy. Better to be under the necessity of working hard and faring meanly than to have everything done ready to our hand and a pillow of down to repose upon. Indeed, to start life with comparatively small means seems so necessary as a stimulus to work that it may almost be set down as one of the conditions essential to success in life. Hence, an eminent judge, when asked what contributed most to success at the bar, replied, "Some succeed by great talent, some by high connections, some by miracle, but the majority by commencing without a shilling." We have heard of an architect of considerable accomplishments, a man who had improved himself by long study and travel in the classical lands of the East, who came home to commence the practice of his profession. He determined to begin anywhere, provided he could be employed, and he accordingly undertook a business connected with dilapidations, one of the lowest and least remunerative departments of the architect's calling. But he had the good sense not to be above his trade, and he had the resolution to work his way upward, so that he only got a fair start. One hot day in July, a friend found him sitting astride a house roof, occupied with his dilapidation business. Drawing his hand across his perspiring countenance, he exclaimed, "Here's a pretty business for a man who's been all over Greece." However, he did his work, such as it was, thoroughly and well. He persevered until he advanced by degrees to more remunerative branches of employment, and eventually he rose to the highest walks of his profession. The necessity of labor may, indeed, be regarded as the main root and spring of all we call progress in individuals, and civilization in nations, and it is doubtful whether any heavier curse could be imposed upon man than the complete gratification of all his wishes without effort on his part, leaving nothing for his hopes, desires, or struggles. The feeling that life is destitute of any motive or necessity for action must be, of all others, the most distressing and insupportable to a rational being. The Marquis de Spinola, asking Sir Horace Vere what his brother died of, Sir Horace replied, "He died, sir, of having nothing to do." "Alas," said Spinola, "that is enough to kill any general of us all." Those who fail in life are, however, very apt to assume a tone of injured innocence, and to conclude too hastily that everybody, excepting themselves, has had a hand in their personal misfortunes. An eminent writer lately published a book in which he described his numerous failures in business, naively admitting at the same time that he was ignorant of the multiplication table, and he came to the conclusion that the real cause of his ill success in life was the money-worshipping spirit of the age. Lamartine also did not hesitate to profess his contempt for arithmetic, but, had it been less, probably we should not have witnessed the unseemly spectacle of the admirers of that distinguished personage engaged in collecting subscriptions for his support in his old age. Again, some consider themselves born to ill luck, and make up their minds that the world invariably goes against them without any fault on their own part. We have heard of a person of this sort who went so far as to declare his belief that, if he'd been a hatter, people would have been born without heads. There is, however, a Russian proverb which says that misfortune is next door to stupidity, and it will often be found that men who are constantly lamenting their luck are in some way or other reaping the consequences of their own neglect, mismanagement, improvidence, or want of application. Dr. Johnson, who came up to London with a single guinea in his pocket, and who once accurately described himself in his signature to a letter addressed to a noble lord as "Imprentice" or "dinnerless," has honestly said, "All complaints which are made of the world are unjust. I never knew a man of merit neglected. It was generally by his own fault that he failed of success." Washington Irving, the American author, held like views. "As for the talk," said he, "about modest merit being neglected, it is too often a cant by which indolent and irresolute men seek to lay their want of success at the door of the public. Modest merit is, however, too apt to be inactive or negligent or uninstructed merit. Well-matured and well-disciplined talent is always sure of a market, provided it exerts itself, but it must not cower at home and expect to be sought for. There is a good deal of cant, too, about the success of forward and impudent men, while men of retiring worth are passed over with neglect. But it usually happens that those forward men have that valuable quality of promptness and activity without which worth is a mere inoperative property. A barking dog is often more useful than a sleeping lion." Attention, application, accuracy, method, punctuality, and dispatch are the principal qualities required for the efficient conduct of business of any sort. These, at first sight, may appear to be small matters, and yet they are of essential importance to human happiness, well-being, and usefulness. They are little things, it is true, but human life is made up of comparative trifles. It is the repetition of little acts which constitute not only the sum of human character, but which determine the character of nations. And where men or nations have broken down, it will almost invariably be found that neglect of little things was the rock on which they split. Every human being has duties to be performed, and, therefore, has need of cultivating the capacity for doing them, whether the sphere of action be the management of a household, the conduct of a trade or profession, or the government of a nation. The examples we have already given of great workers in various branches of industry, art, and science render it unnecessary further to enforce the importance of persevering application in any department of life. It is the result of everyday experience that steady attention to matters of detail lies at the root of human progress, and that diligence, above all, is the mother of good luck. Accuracy is also of much importance, and an invariable mark of good training in a man. Accuracy in observation, accuracy in speech, accuracy in the transaction of affairs. What is done in business must be well done, for it is better to accomplish perfectly a small amount of work than to half do 10 times as much. A wise man used to say, "Stay a little, that we may make an end the sooner." Too little attention, however, is paid to this highly important quality of accuracy. As a man eminent in practical science lately observed to us, "It is astonishing how few people I have met with in the course of my experience who can define a fact accurately." Yet in business affairs it is the manner in which even small matters are transacted that often decides men for or against you. With virtue, capacity, and good conduct in other respects, the person who is habitually inaccurate cannot be trusted. His work has to be gone over again, and he thus causes an infinity of annoyance, vexation, and trouble. It was one of the characteristic qualities of Charles James Fox that he was thoroughly painstaking in all that he did. When appointed Secretary of State, being piqued at some observation as to his bad writing, he actually took a writing master and wrote copies like a schoolboy until he had sufficiently improved himself. Though a corpulent man, he was wonderfully active at picking up cut tennis balls, and when asked how he contrived to do so, he playfully replied, "Because I am a very painstaking man." The same accuracy in trifling matters was displayed by him in things of greater importance, and he acquired his reputation, like the painter, by neglecting nothing. Method is essential, and enables a larger amount of work to be got through with satisfaction. "Method," said the Reverend Richard Cecil, "is like packing things in a box. A good packer will get in half as much again as a bad one." Cecil's dispatch of business was extraordinary, his maxim being, "The shortest way to do many things is to do only one thing at once," and he never left a thing undone with a view of recurring to it at a period of more leisure. When business pressed, he rather chose to encroach on his hours of meals and rest than omit any part of his work. De Witt's maxim was like Cecil's, "One thing at a time." "If," said he, "I have any necessary dispatches to make, I think of nothing else until they are finished. If any domestic affairs require my attention, I give myself wholly up to them until they are set in order." A French minister, who was alike remarkable for his dispatch of business and his constant attendance at places of amusement, being asked how he contrived to combine both objects, replied, simply by never postponing till tomorrow what should be done today. Lord Brougham has said that a certain English statesman reversed the process, and that his maxim was never to transact today what could be postponed till tomorrow. Unhappily, such is the practice of many besides that minister, already almost forgotten. The practice is that of the indolent and the unsuccessful. Such men, too, are apt to rely upon agents who are not always to be relied upon. Important affairs must be attended to in person. If you want your business done, says the proverb, go and do it. If you don't want it done, send someone else. An indolent country gentleman had a freehold estate producing about £500 a year. Becoming involved in debt, he sold half the estate and let the remainder to an industrious farmer for 20 years. About the end of the term, the farmer called to pay his rent and asked the owner whether he would sell the farm. "Will you buy it?" asked the owner, surprised. Yes, if we can agree about the price." "That is exceedingly strange," observed the gentleman. "Pray tell me how it happens that while I could not live upon twice as much land for which I paid no rent, you are regularly paying me $200 a year for your farm, and are able, in a few years, to purchase it?" "The reason is plain," was the reply. "You sat still and said, 'Go.' I got up and said, 'Come.' You laid in bed and enjoyed your estate. I rose in the morning and minded my business." Sir Walter Scott, writing to a youth who had obtained a situation and asked for his advice, gave him in reply this sound counsel: "Beware of stumbling over a propensity which easily besets you from not having your time fully employed. I mean what the women call dawdling. Your motto must be hoc age. Do instantly whatever is to be done, and take the hours of recreation after business, never before it. When a regiment is under march, the rear is often thrown into confusion because the front do not move steadily and without interruption. It is the same with business. If that which is first in hand is not instantly, steadily, and regularly dispatched, other things accumulate behind until affairs begin to press all at once, and no human brain can stand the confusion. Promptitude in action may be stimulated by a due consideration of the value of time. An Italian philosopher was accustomed to call time his estate, an estate which produces nothing of value without cultivation, but, duly improved, never fails to recompense the labors of the diligent worker. Allowed to lie waste, the product will be only noxious weeds and vicious growths of all kinds. One of the minor uses of steady employment is that it keeps one out of mischief, for truly an idle brain is the devil's workshop, and a lazy man is the devil's bolster. To be occupied is to be possessed as by a tenant, whereas to be idle is to be empty, and when the doors of the imagination are opened, temptation finds a ready access, and evil thoughts come trooping in. It is observed at sea that men are never so much disposed to grumble and mutiny as when least employed. Hence an old captain, when there was nothing else to do, would issue the order to scour the anchor. Men of business are accustomed to quote the maxim that time is money. But it is more. The proper improvement of it is self-culture, self-improvement, and growth of character. An hour wasted daily on trifles or in indolence would, if devoted to self-improvement, make an ignorant man wise in a few years, and, employed in good works, would make his life fruitful, and death a harvest of worthy deeds. 15 minutes a day devoted to self-improvement will be felt at the end of the year. Good thoughts and carefully gathered experience take up no room, and may be carried about as our companions everywhere, without cost or encumbrance. An economical use of time is the true mode of securing leisure. It enables us to get through business and carry it forward, instead of being driven by it. On the other hand, the miscalculation of time involves us in perpetual hurry, confusion, and difficulties, and life becomes a mere shuffle of expedients, usually followed by disaster. Nelson once said, "I owe all my success in life to having always been a quarter of an hour before my time." Some take no thought of the value of money until they have come to an end of it, and many do the same with their time. The hours are allowed to flow by unemployed, and then, when life is fast waning, they bethink themselves of the duty of making a wiser use of it. but the habit of listlessness and idleness may already have become confirmed, and they are unable to break the bonds with which they have permitted themselves to become bound. Lost wealth may be replaced by industry, lost knowledge by study, lost health by temperance or medicine, but lost time is gone forever. A proper consideration of the value of time will also inspire habits of punctuality. Punctuality, said Louis XIV, is the politeness of kings. It is also the duty of gentlemen, and the necessity of men of business. Nothing begets confidence in a man sooner than the practice of this virtue, and nothing shakes confidence sooner than the want of it. He who holds to his appointment and does not keep you waiting for him shows that he has regard for your time as well as for his own. Thus, punctuality is one of the modes by which we testify our personal respect for those whom we are called upon to meet in the business of life. It is also conscientiousness in a measure, for an appointment is a contract, express or implied, and he who does not keep it breaks faith, as well as dishonestly uses other people's time, and thus inevitably loses character. We naturally come to the conclusion that the person who is careless about time will be careless about business, and that he is not one to be trusted with the transaction of matters of importance. When Washington's secretary excused himself for the lateness of his attendance and laid the blame upon his watch, his master quietly said, "Then you must get another watch, or I another secretary." The person who is negligent of time and its employment is usually found to be a general disturber of others' peace and serenity. It was wittily said by Lord Chesterfield of the old Duke of Newcastle, "His Grace loses an hour in the morning, and is looking for it all the rest of the day." Everybody with whom the unpunctual man has to do is thrown from time to time into a state of fever. He is systematically late, regular only in his irregularity. He conducts his dawdling as if upon a system, arrives at his appointment after time, gets to the railway station after the train has started, posts his letter when the box is closed. Thus business is thrown into confusion, and everybody concerned is put out of temper. It will generally be found that the men who are thus habitually behind time are as habitually behind success, and the world generally casts them aside to swell the ranks of the grumblers and the railers against fortune. End of section 24. Read by Olivia.
Section 25 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Men of Business, Part 2. In addition to the ordinary working qualities the businessman of highest class requires, quick perception and firmness in the execution of his plans. Tact is also important, and though this is partly the gift of nature, it is yet capable of being cultivated and developed by observation and experience. Men of this quality are quick to see the right mode of action, and if they have decision of purpose, are prompt to carry out their undertakings to a successful issue. These qualities are especially valuable, and indeed indispensable, in those who direct the action of other men on a large scale, as, for instance, in the case of the commander of an army in the field. It is not merely necessary that the general should be great as a warrior, but also as a man of business. He must possess great tact, much knowledge of character, and the ability to organize the movements of a large mass of men whom he has to feed, clothe, and furnish with whatever may be necessary in order that they may keep the field and win battles. In these respects, Napoleon and Wellington were both first-rate men of business. Though Napoleon had an immense love for details, he also had a vivid power of imagination, which enabled him to look along extended lines of action and deal with those details on a large scale, with judgment and rapidity. He possessed such knowledge of character as enabled him to select almost unerringly, the best agents for the execution of his designs. But he trusted as little as possible to agents in matters of great moment, on which important results depended. This feature in his character is illustrated in a remarkable degree by the Napoleon Correspondence, now in course of publication, and particularly by the contents of the 15th volume, which includes the letters, orders, and dispatches written by the Emperor at Finkelstein, a little chateau on the frontier of Poland in the year 1807, shortly after the victory of Eylau. The French army was then lying encamped along the river Passarge, with the Russians before them, the Austrians on their right flank, and the conquered Prussians in the rear. A long line of communications had to be maintained with France through a hostile country, but so carefully and with such foresight was this provided for that it is said Napoleon never missed a post. The movements of armies, the bringing up of reinforcements from remote points in France, Spain, Italy, and Germany, the opening of canals, and the leveling of roads to enable the produce of Poland and Prussia to be readily transported to his encampments, had his unceasing attention down to the minutest details. We find him directing where horses were to be obtained, making arrangements for an adequate supply of saddles, ordering shoes for the soldiers, and specifying the number of rations of bread, biscuits, and spirits that were to be brought to camp or stored in magazines for the use of the troops. At the same time, we find him writing to Paris, giving directions for the reorganization of the French college, devising a scheme of public education, dictating bulletins and articles for the Moniteur, revising the details of the budgets, giving instructions to architects as to the alterations to be made at the Tuileries and the Church of the Madeleine, throwing an occasional sarcasm at Madame de Staël and the Parisian journals, interfering to put down a squabble at the Grand Opera, carrying on a correspondence with the Sultan of Turkey and the Shah of Persia. So while his body was at Finkelstein, his mind seemed to be working at 100 different places in Paris, in Europe, and throughout the world. We find him in one letter asking Ney if he has duly received the muskets which have been sent him. In another he gives directions to Prince Jerome as to the shirts, greatcoats, clothes, shoes, shakoes, and arms to be served out to the Württemberg regiments. Again he presses Cambacérès to forward to the army a double stock of corn. The ifs and the buts, said he, are at present out of season, and above all it must be done with speed. Then he informs Daru that the army want shirts, and that they don't come to hand. To Messina he writes, "Let me know if your biscuit and bread arrangements are yet completed." To the Grand Duc de Berg he gives directions as to the accoutrements of the cuirassiers. They complain that the men want sabres. Send an officer to obtain them at Posen. It is also said they want helmets. Order that they be made at Ebling. It is not by sleeping that one can accomplish anything. Thus no point of detail was neglected, and the energies of all were stimulated into action with extraordinary power. Though many of the emperor's days were occupied by inspections of his troops, in the course of which he sometimes rode from 30 to 40 leagues a day, and by reviews, receptions, and affairs of state, leaving but little time for business matters, he neglected nothing on that account, but devoted the greater part of his nights, when necessary, to examining budgets, dictating dispatches, and attending to the 1,000 matters of detail in the organization and working of the imperial government, the machinery of which was, for the most part, concentrated in his own head. Like Napoleon, the Duke of Wellington was a first-rate man of business, and it is not perhaps saying too much to aver that it was in no small degree because of his possession of a business faculty amounting to genius that the Duke never lost a battle. While at subaltern he became dissatisfied with the slowness of his promotion, and, having passed from the infantry to the cavalry twice and back again without advancement, he applied to Lord Camden, then Viceroy of Ireland, for employment in the Revenue or Treasury Board. Had he succeeded, no doubt he would have made a first-rate head of a department, as he would have made a first-rate merchant or manufacturer. But his application failed, and he remained with the army to become the greatest of British generals. The Duke began his active military career under the Duke of York and General Walmoden in Flanders and Holland, where he learnt, amongst misfortunes and defeats, how bad business arrangements and bad generalship served to ruin the morale of an army. 10 years after entering the army, we find him a colonel in India, reported by his superiors as an officer of indefatigable energy and application. He entered into the minutest details of the service, and sought to raise the discipline of his men to the highest standard. "The regiment of Colonel Wellesley," wrote General Harris in 1799, "is a model regiment. On the score of soldierly bearing, discipline, instruction, and orderly behavior, it is above all praise." Thus qualifying himself for posts of greater confidence, he was shortly after nominated governor of the capital of Mysore. In the war with the Mahrattas, he was first called upon to try his hand at generalship, and at 34 he won the memorable Battle of Assaye, with an army composed of 1,500 British and 5,000 sepoys, over 20,000 Mahratta infantry, and 30,000 cavalry. But so brilliant a victory did not in the least disturb his equanimity or affect the perfect honesty of his character. Shortly after this event, the opportunity occurred for exhibiting his admirable practical qualities as an administrator. Placed in command of an important district immediately after the capture of Seringapatam, his first object was to establish rigid order and discipline among his own men. Flushed with victory, the troops were found riotous and disorderly. "Send me the provost marshal," said he, "and put him under my orders. Till some of the marauders are hung, it is impossible to expect order or safety." The rigid severity of Wellington in the field, though it was the dread, proved the salvation of his troops in many campaigns. His next step was to re-establish the markets and reopen the sources of supply. General Harris wrote to the Governor-General strongly commending Colonel Wellesley for the perfect discipline he had established, and for his judicious and masterly arrangements in respect to supplies, which opened an abundant free market and inspired confidence into dealers of every description. The same close attention to, and mastery of details, characterized him throughout his Indian career, and it is remarkable that one of his ablest dispatches to Lord Clive, full of practical information as to the conduct of the campaign, was written whilst the column he commanded was crossing the Tumbhadra, in the face of the vastly superior army of Dhoondia, posted on the opposite bank, and while 1,000 matters of the deepest interest were pressing upon the commander's mind. But it was one of his most remarkable characteristics, thus to be able to withdraw himself temporarily from the business immediately at hand, and to bend his full powers upon the consideration of matters totally distinct, even the most difficult circumstances on such occasions failing to embarrass or intimidate him. Returned to England with a reputation for generalship, Sir Arthur Wellesley met with immediate employment. In 1808, a corps of 10,000 men destined to liberate Portugal was placed under his charge. He landed, fought, and won 2 battles, and signed the Convention of Sintra. After the death of Sir John Moore, he was entrusted with the command of a new expedition to Portugal. But Wellington was fearfully overmatched throughout his peninsular campaigns. From 1809 to 1813, he never had more than 30,000 British troops under his command, at a time when there stood opposed to him in the peninsula some 350,000 French, mostly veterans, led by some of Napoleon's ablest generals. How was he to contend against such immense forces, with any fair prospect of success? His clear discernment and strong common sense soon taught him that he must adopt a different policy from that of the Spanish generals, who were invariably beaten and dispersed whenever they ventured to offer battle in the open plains. He perceived he had yet to create the army that was to contend against the French with any reasonable chance of success. Accordingly, after the Battle of Talavera in 1809, when he found himself encompassed on all sides by superior forces of French, he retired into Portugal, there to carry out the settled policy on which he had, by this time, determined. It was to organize a Portuguese army under British officers, and teach them to act in combination with his own troops, in the meantime avoiding the peril of a defeat by declining all engagements. He would thus, he conceived, destroy the morale of the French, who could not exist without victories. And when his army was ripe for action and the enemy demoralized, he would then fall upon them with all his might. The extraordinary qualities displayed by Lord Wellington throughout these immortal campaigns can only be appreciated after a perusal of his dispatches, which contain the unvarnished tale of the manifold ways and means by which he laid the foundations of his success. Never was man more tried by difficulty and opposition, arising not less from the imbecility, falsehoods, and intrigues of the British government of the day, than from the selfishness, cowardice, and vanity of the people he went to save. It may, indeed, be said of him that he sustained the war in Spain by his individual firmness and self-reliance, which never failed him even in the midst of his great discouragements. He had not only to fight Napoleon's veterans, but also to hold in check the Spanish juntas and the Portuguese regency. He had the utmost difficulty in obtaining provisions and clothing for his troops, and it will scarcely be credited that while engaged with the enemy in the Battle of Talavera, the Spaniards, who ran away, fell upon the baggage of the British army, and the ruffians actually plundered it. These and other vexations the Duke bore with a sublime patience and self-control, and held on his course, in the face of ingratitude, treachery, and opposition, with indomitable firmness. He neglected nothing, and attended to every important detail of business himself. When he found that food for his troops was not to be obtained from England, and that he must rely on his own resources for feeding them, he forthwith commenced business as a corn merchant on a large scale, in copartnery with the British minister at Lisbon. Commissariat bills were created, with which grain was bought in the ports of the Mediterranean and in South America. When he had thus filled his magazines, the overplus was sold to the Portuguese, who were greatly in want of provisions. He left nothing whatever to chance, but provided for every contingency. He gave his attention to the minutest details of the service, and was accustomed to concentrate his whole energies, from time to time, on such apparently ignominious matters as soldiers' shoes, camp kettles, biscuits, and horse fodder. His magnificent business qualities were everywhere felt, and there can be no doubt that, by the care with which he provided for every contingency, and the personal attention which he gave to every detail, he laid the foundations of his great success. By such means he transformed an army of raw levies into the best soldiers in Europe, with whom he declared it to be possible to go anywhere and do anything. We have already referred to his remarkable power of abstracting himself from the work, no matter how engrossing, immediately in hand, and concentrating his energies upon the details of some entirely different business. Thus, Napier relates that it was while he was preparing to fight the Battle of Salamanca that he had to expose to the ministers at home the futility of relying upon a loan. It was on the heights of San Cristobal, on the field of battle itself, that he demonstrated the absurdity of attempting to establish a Portuguese bank. It was in the trenches of Burgos that he dissected Funchal's scheme of finance and exposed the folly of attempting the sale of church property, and on each occasion He showed himself as well acquainted with these subjects as with the minutest detail in the mechanism of armies. Another feature in his character, showing the upright man of business, was his thorough honesty. Whilst Soult ransacked and carried away with him from Spain numerous pictures of great value, Wellington did not appropriate to himself a single farthing's worth of property. Everywhere he paid his way, even when in the enemy's country. When he had crossed the French frontier, followed by 40,000 Spaniards who sought to make fortunes by pillage and plunder, he first rebuked their officers, and then, finding his efforts to restrain them unavailing, he sent them back into their own country. It is a remarkable fact that, even in France, the peasantry fled from their own countrymen and carried their valuables within the protection of the British lines. At the very same time, Wellington was writing home to the British ministry, "We are overwhelmed with debts, and I can scarcely stir out of my house on account of public creditors waiting to demand payment of what is due to them." Jules Morel, in his estimate of the Duke's character, says, "Nothing can be grander or more nobly original than this admission. This old soldier, after 30 years' service, this iron man and victorious general, established in an enemy's country at the head of an immense army, is afraid of his creditors. This is the kind of fear that has seldom troubled the mind of conquerors and invaders, and I doubt if the annals of war could present anything comparable to this sublime simplicity." But the Duke himself, had the matter been put to him, would most probably have disclaimed any intention of acting even grandly or nobly in the matter, merely regarding the punctual payments of his debts as the best and most honorable mode of conducting his business. The truth of the good old maxim that honesty is the best policy is upheld by the daily experience of life, uprightness and integrity being found as successful in business as in everything else. As Hugh Miller's worthy uncle used to advise him, "In all your dealings, give your neighbor the cast of the bank, good measure, heaped up and running over, and you will not lose by it in the end." A well-known brewer of beer attributed his success to the liberality with which he used his malt. Going up to the vat and tasting it, he would say, "Still rather poor, my lads. Give it another cast of the malt." The brewer put his character into his beer, and it proved generous accordingly, obtaining a reputation in England, India, and the colonies, which laid the foundation of a large fortune. Integrity of word and deed ought to be the very cornerstone of all business transactions. To the tradesman, the merchant, and manufacturer, it should be what honor is to the soldier and charity to the Christian. In the humblest calling, there will always be found scope for the exercise of this uprightness of character. Hugh Miller speaks of the mason with whom he served his apprenticeship as one who puts his conscience into every stone that he laid. So the true mechanic will pride himself upon the thoroughness and solidity of his work, and the high-minded contractor upon the honesty and performance of his contract in every particular. The upright manufacturer will find not only honor and reputation, but substantial success in the genuineness of the article which he produces, and the merchant in the honesty of what he sells, and that it really is what it seems to be. Baron Dupin, speaking of the general probity of Englishmen, which he held to be a principal cause of their success, observed, "We may succeed for a time by fraud, by surprise, by violence, but we can succeed permanently only by means directly opposite. It is not alone the courage, the intelligence, the activity of the merchant and manufacturer which maintain the superiority of their productions and the character of their country. It is far more their wisdom, their economy, and above all, their probity. If ever in the British Islands the useful citizens should lose these virtues, we may be sure that, for England, as for every other country, the vessels of a degenerate commerce, repulsed from every shore, would speedily disappear from those seas whose surface they now cover with the treasures of the universe, bartered for the treasures of the industry of the three kingdoms. It must be admitted that trade tries character perhaps more severely than any other pursuit in life. It puts to the severest tests honesty, self-denial, justice, and truthfulness, and men of business who pass through such trials unsustained are perhaps worthy of as great honor as soldiers who prove their courage amidst the fire and perils of battle. And, to the credit of the multitudes of men engaged in the various departments of trade, we think it must be admitted that, on the whole, they pass through their trials nobly. If we reflect but for a moment on the vast amount of wealth daily entrusted even to subordinate persons, who themselves probably earn but a bare competency, the loose cash which is constantly passing through the hands of shopmen, agents, brokers, and clerks in banking houses, and note how comparatively few are the breaches of trust which occur amidst all this temptation, it will probably be admitted that this steady daily honesty of conduct is most honorable to human nature, if it do not even tempt us to be proud of it. The same trust and confidence reposed by men of business in each other, as implied by the system of credit, which is mainly based upon the principle of honor, would be surprising if it were not so much a matter of ordinary practice in business transactions. Dr. Chalmers has well said that the implicit trust with which merchants are accustomed to confide in distant agents, separated from them perhaps by half the globe, often consigning vast wealth to persons recommended only by their character, whom perhaps they have never seen, is probably the finest act of homage which men can render to one another. Although common honesty is still happily in the ascendant amongst common people, and the general business community of England is still sound at heart, putting their honest character into their respective callings, there are unhappily, as there have been in all times, but too many instances of flagrant dishonesty and fraud, exhibited by the unscrupulous, the over-speculative, and the intensely selfish in their haste to be rich. There are tradesmen who adulterate, contractors who scamp, manufacturers who give us shoddy instead of wool, dressing instead of cotton, cast-iron tools instead of steel, needles without eyes, razors made only to sell, and swindled fabrics in many shapes. But these we must hold to be the exceptional cases of low-minded and grasping men, who, though they may gain wealth which they probably cannot enjoy, will never gain an honest character, nor secure that without which wealth is nothing, a heart at peace. The rogue cozened not me, but his own conscience, said Bishop Latimer of a cutler who made him pay 2d for a knife not worth a penny. Money earned by screwing, cheating, and overreaching may for a time dazzle the eyes of the unthinking, but the bubbles blown by unscrupulous rogues, when full-blown, usually glitter only to burst. The Sadlers, Dean Pauls, and Redpaths, for the most part, come to a sad end even in this world, and though the successful swindles of others may not be found out, and the gains of their roguery may remain with them, it will be as a curse and not as a blessing. It is possible that the scrupulously honest man may not grow rich so fast as the unscrupulous and dishonest one, but the success will be of a truer kind, earned without fraud or injustice. And even though a man should for a time be unsuccessful, still he must be honest. Better lose all and save character. For character is itself a fortune, and if the high-principled man will but hold on his way courageously, success will surely come, nor will the highest reward of all be withheld from him. Wordsworth well describes the happy warrior as he who comprehends his trust, and to the same keeps faithful with a singleness of aim, and therefore does not stoop nor lie in wait for wealth or honor or for worldly state, whom they must follow, on whose head must fall like showers of manna, if they come at all. As an example of the high-minded mercantile man, trained in upright habits of business, and distinguished for justice, truthfulness, and honesty of dealing in all things, the career of the well-known David Barclay, grandson of Robert Barclay of Uri, the author of the celebrated Apology for the Quakers, may be briefly referred to. For many years he was the head of an extensive house in Cheapside, chiefly engaged in the American trade. But, like Granville Sharp, he entertained so strong an opinion against the war with our American colonies that he determined to retire altogether from the trade. Whilst a merchant, he was as much distinguished for his talents, knowledge, integrity, and power as he afterwards was for his patriotism and munificent philanthropy. He was a mirror of truthfulness and honesty, and, as became the good Christian and true gentleman, his word was always held to be as good as his bond. His position and his high character induced the ministers of the day on many occasions to seek his advice, and when examined before the House of Commons on the subject of the American dispute, his views were so clearly expressed, and his advice was so strongly justified by the reasons stated by him, that Lord North publicly acknowledged that he had derived more information from David Barclay than from all others east of Temple Bar. On retiring from business, it was not to rest in luxurious ease, but to enter upon new labors of usefulness for others. With ample means, he felt that he still owed to society the duty of a good example. He founded a house of industry near his residence in Walthamstow, which he supported at a heavy outlay for several years, until, at length, he succeeded in rendering it a source of comfort as well as independence to the well-disposed families of the poor in that neighborhood. When an estate in Jamaica fell to him, he determined, though at a cost of some £10,000, at once to give liberty to the whole of the slaves on the property. He sent out an agent who hired a ship, and he had the little slave community transported to one of the free American states, where they settled down and prospered. Mr. Barclay had been assured that the negroes were too ignorant and too barbarous for freedom, and it was thus that he determined practically to demonstrate the fallacy of the assertion. In dealing with his accumulated savings, he made himself the executor of his own will, and instead of leaving a large fortune to be divided among his relatives at his death, he extended to them his munificent aid during his life, watched and aided them in their respective careers, and thus not only laid the foundation, but lived to see the maturity of some of the largest and most prosperous business concerns in the metropolis. We believe that to this day some of our most eminent merchants, such as the Gurneys, Hanburys, and Buxtons, are proud to acknowledge with gratitude the obligations they owe to David Barclay for the means of their first introduction to life, and for the benefits of his counsel and countenance in the early stages of their career. Such a man stands as a mark of the mercantile honesty and integrity of his country, and is a model and example for men of business in all time to come. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Self-Help, with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 10. Money, Its a Use and Abuse. Part 1. Not for to hide it in a hedge, nor for train attendant, but for the glorious privilege of being independent. Burns. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. Shakespeare. Never treat money affairs with levity. Money is character. Sir E. L. Bulwer Lytton. How a man uses money, makes it, saves it, and spends it, is perhaps one of the best tests of practical wisdom. Although money ought not by no means to be regarded as a chief end of a man's life, neither is it a trifling matter to be held in philosophic contempt, representing as it does to so large an extent the means of physical comfort and social well-being. Indeed, some of the finest qualities of human nature are intimately related to the right use of money, such as generosity, honesty, justice, and self-sacrifice, as well as the practical virtues of economy and providence. On the other hand, there are their counterparts of avarice, fraud, injustice, and selfishness, as displayed by the inordinate lovers of gain, and the vices of thriftlessness, extravagance, and improvidence, on the part of those who misuse and abuse the means entrusted to them, "so that," as is wisely observed by Henry Taylor in his thoughtful Notes from Life, "a right measure and manner in getting, saving, spending, giving, taking, lending, borrowing, and bequeathing would almost argue a perfect man." Comfort in worldly circumstances is a condition which every man is justified in striving to attain by all worthy means. It secures the physical satisfaction which is necessary for the culture of the better part of his nature, and enables him to provide for those of his own household, without which, says the Apostle, a man is "worse than an infidel." Nor ought the duty to be any the less indifferent to us, that the respect which our fellow men entertain for us in no slight degree depends upon the manner in which we exercise the opportunities which present themselves for our honorable advancement in life. The very effort required to be made to succeed in life with this object is of itself an education, stimulating a man's sense of self-respect, bringing out his practical qualities, and disciplining him in the exercise of patience, perseverance, and such like virtues. The provident and careful man must necessarily be a thoughtful man, for he lives not merely for the present, but with provident forecast makes arrangements for the future. He must also be a temperate man, and exercise the virtue of self-denial, than which nothing is so much calculated to give strength to the character. John Sterling says truly that, "the worst education which teaches self-denial is better than the best which teaches everything else and not that." The Romans rightly employed this same word, virtus, to designate courage, which is in a physical sense what the other is in a moral, the highest virtue of all being victory over ourselves. Hence the lesson of self-denial, the sacrificing of a present gratification for a future good, is one of the last that is learnt. Those classes which work the hardest might naturally be expected to value the most the money which they earn, yet the readiness with which so many are accustomed to eat up and drink up their earnings as they go, renders them to a great extent helpless and dependent upon the frugal. There are large numbers of persons among us who, though enjoying sufficient means of comfort and independence, are often found to be barely a day's march ahead of actual want when a time of pressure occurs, and hence a great cause of social helplessness and suffering. On one occasion a deputation waited on Lord John Russell respecting the taxation levied on the working classes of the country, when the noble lord took the opportunity of remarking, "You may rely upon it that the government of this country durst not tax the working classes to anything like the extent to which they tax themselves in their expenditure upon intoxicating drinks alone." Of all great public questions, there is perhaps none more important than this. No great work of reform calling more loudly for laborers. But it must be admitted that self-denial and self-help would make a poor rallying cry for the hustlings, and it is to be feared that the patriotism of this day has but little regard for such common things as individual economy and providence, although it is by the practice of such virtues only that the genuine independence of the industrial classes is to be secured. "Prudence, frugality, and good management," said Samuel Drew, the philosophical shoemaker, "are excellent artists for mending bad times. They occupy but little room in any dwelling, but would furnish a more effectual remedy for all the evils of life than any reform bill that ever passed the Houses of Parliament." Socrates said, "Let him that would move the world move first himself." Or, as the old rhyme runs, "If every one would see to his own reformation, how very easily you might reform a nation." It is, however, generally felt to be a far easier thing to reform the church and the state than to reform the least of our own bad habits, and in such matters it is usually found more agreeable to our tastes, as it certainly is the common practice, to begin with our neighbors rather than with ourselves. Any class of men that lives from hand to mouth will ever be an inferior class. They will necessarily remain impotent and helpless, hanging on the skirts of society, the sport of times and seasons. Having no respect for themselves, they will fail in securing the respect of others. In commercial cries, such men must inevitably go to the wall. Wanting that husbanded power, which a store of savings, no matter how small, invariably gives them, they will be at every man's mercy, and if possessed of right feelings, they cannot but regard with fear and trembling the future possible fate of their wives and children. "The world," once said Mr. Cobden to the working men at Huddersfield, "has always been divided into two classes, those who have saved and those who have spent, the thrifty and the extravagant. The building of the houses, the mills, the bridges, and the ships, and the accomplishment of all other great works which have rendered man civilized and happy, has been done by the savers, the thrifty, and those who have wasted their resources have always been their slaves. It has been the law of nature and of providence that this should be so, and I were an impostor if I promised any class that they would advance themselves if they were improvident, thoughtless, and idle." Equally sound was the advice given by Mr. Bright to an assembly of working men at Rochdale in 1847, when, after expressing his belief that, "so far as honesty was concerned, it was to be found in pretty equal amount among all classes," he used the following words: "There is only one way that is safe for any man or any number of men, by which they can maintain their present position if it be a good one, or raise themselves above it if it be a bad one. That is, by the practice of the virtues of industry, frugality, temperance, and honesty. There is no royal road by which men can raise themselves from a position which they feel to be uncomfortable and unsatisfactory, as regards to their mental or physical condition, except by the practice of those virtues by which they find numbers amongst them are continually advancing and bettering themselves." There is no reason why the condition of the average workman should not be a useful, honorable, respectable, and happy one. The whole body of the working class might, with few exceptions, be as frugal, virtuous, and well-informed, and well-conditioned as many individuals of the same class have already made themselves. What some men are, all, without difficulty, might be. Employ the same means, and the same results will follow. That there should be a class of men who live by their daily labor in every state is the ordinance of God, and doubtless is a wise and righteous one. But that this class should be otherwise than frugal, contented, intelligent, and happy, is not the design of Providence, but springs solely from the weakness, self-indulgence, and perverseness of man himself. The healthy spirit of self-help created amongst working people would more than any other measure serve to raise them as a class, and this not by pulling others down, but by leveling them up to a higher and still advancing standard of religion, intelligence, and virtue. "All moral philosophy," says Montaigne, "is as applicable to common and private life as is the most splendid. Every man carries the entire form of the human condition within him." When a man casts his glance forward, he will find that the three chief temporal contingencies for which he has to provide are want of employment, sickness, and death. The first two he may escape, but the last is inevitable. It is, however, the duty of the prudent man so to live and so to arrange that the pressure of suffering, in event of either contingency occurring, shall be mitigated to as great an extent as possible, not only to himself, but also to those who are dependent upon him for their comfort and subsistence. Viewed in this light, the honest earning and the frugal use of money are of the greatest importance. Rightly earned, it is the representative of patient industry and untiring effort, of temptation resisted, and hope rewarded; and rightly used, it affords indications of prudence, forethought, and self-denial, the true basis of manly character. Though money represents a crowd of objects without any real worth or utility, it also represents many things of great value, not only food, clothing, and household satisfaction, but personal self-respect and independence. Thus a store of savings is to the working man as a barricade against want. It secures him a footing and enables him to wait, it may be in cheerfulness and hope, until better days come around. The very endeavor to gain a firmer position in the world has a certain dignity to it, and tends to make a man stronger and better. At all events, it gives him greater freedom of action, and enables him to husband his strength for future effort. But the man who is always hovering on the verge of want is in a state not far removed from that of slavery. He is in no sense his own master, but is in constant peril of falling under the bondage of others, and accepting the terms which they dictate to him. He cannot help being, in a measure, servile, for he dares not look the world boldly in the face, and in adverse times he must look either to alms or the poor's rates. If work fails him altogether, he has not the means of moving to another field of employment. He is fixed to his parish like a limpet to its rock, and can neither migrate nor emigrate. To secure independence, the practice of simple economy is all that is necessary. Economy requires neither superior courage nor eminent virtue. It is satisfied with ordinary energy and the capacity of average minds. Economy, at bottom, is but the spirit of order applied to the administration of domestic affairs. It means management, regularity, prudence, and the avoidance of waste. The spirit of economy was expressed by our divine Master in the words, "Gather up the fragments that remain, so that nothing may be lost." His omnipotence did not disdain the small things of life, and even while revealing his infinite power to the multitude, he taught the pregnant lesson of carefulness of which all stand so much in need. Economy also means the power of resisting present gratification for the purpose of securing a future good, and in this light it represents the ascendancy of reason over the animal instincts. It is altogether different from penuriousness, for it is economy that can always best afford to be generous. It does not make money an idol, but regards it as a useful agent. As Dean Swift observes, "We must carry money in the head, not in the heart." Economy may be styled the daughter of prudence, the sister of temperance, and the mother of liberty. It is evidently conservative of character, of domestic happiness, and social well-being. It is, in short, the exhibition of self-help in one of its best forms. Francis Horner's father gave him this advice on entering life: Whilst I wish you to be comfortable in every respect, I cannot too strongly inculcate economy. It is a necessary virtue to all, and however the shallow part of mankind may despise it, it certainly leads to independence, which is a grand object to every man of a high spirit." Burns's lines, quoted at the head of this chapter, contain the right idea, but unhappily his strain of song was higher than his practice, his ideal better than his habit. When laid on his deathbed he wrote to a friend, "Alas, Clark, I begin to feel the worst. Burns' poor widow, and a half-dozen of his dear little ones, helpless orphans. There I am weak as a woman's tear. Enough of this. 'Tis half my disease." Every man ought so to contrive to live within his means. This practice is of the very essence of honesty. For if a man do not manage honestly to live within his own means, he must necessarily be living dishonestly upon the means of somebody else. Those who are careless about personal expenditure, and consider merely their own gratification, without regard for the comfort of others, generally find out the real uses of money when it is too late. Though by nature generous, these thriftless persons are often driven in the end to do very shabby things. They waste their money as they do their time, draw bills upon the future, anticipate their earnings, and are thus under the necessity of dragging after them a load of debts and obligations which seriously affect their action as free and independent men. It was a maxim of Lord Bacon that when it was necessary to economize, it was better to look after petty savings than to descend to petty gettings. The loose cash which many persons throw away uselessly and worse would often form a basis of fortune and independence for life. These wasters are their own worst enemies, though generally found amongst the ranks of those who rail at the injustice of the world. But if a man would not be his own friend, how can he expect that others will? Orderly men of moderate means have always something left in their pockets to help others, whereas your prodigal and careless fellows who spend all never find an opportunity for helping anybody. It is poor economy, however, to be a scrub. Narrow-mindedness in living and in dealing is generally short-sighted and leads to failure. The penny soul, it is said, never comes to twopence. Generosity and liberality, like honesty, prove the best policy after all. Though Jenkinson, in the Vicar of Wakefield, cheated his kind-hearted neighbor Flamborough in one way or other every year, "Flamborough," said he, "has been regularly growing in riches where I have come to poverty and jail." And practical life abounds in cases of brilliant results from a course of generous and honest policy. The proverb says that "an empty bag cannot stand upright," neither can a man who is in debt. It is also difficult for a man who is in debt to be truthful. Hence it is said that lying rides on debt's back. The debtor has to frame excuses to his creditor for postponing payment of the money he owes him, and probably also to contrive falsehoods. It is easy enough for a man who will exercise a healthy resolution to avoid incurring the first obligation, but the facility with which that has been incurred often becomes a temptation to a second, and very soon the unfortunate borrower becomes so entangled that no late exertion of industry can set him free. The first step in debt is like the first step in falsehood, almost involving the necessity of proceeding in the same course, debt following debt, as lie follows lie. Haydn, the painter, dated his decline from the day on which he first borrowed money. He realized the truth of the proverb, "Who goes a-borrowing goes a-sorrowing." The significant entry in his diary is, "Here began debt and obligation, out of which I have never been and never shall be extricated as long as I live." His autobiography shows but too painfully how embarrassment in money matters produces poignant distress of mind, utter incapacity for work, and constantly recurring humiliations. The written advice which he gave to a youth when entering the Navy was as follows, quote, "Never purchase any enjoyment if it cannot be procured without borrowing of others. Never borrow money. It is degrading. I do not say never lend, but never lend if by lending you render yourself unable to pay what you owe, but under any circumstances never borrow." End quote. Fichte, the poor student, refused to accept even presents from his still poorer parents. Dr. Johnson held that early debt is ruin. His words on the subject are weighty and worthy of being held in remembrance. Quote, "Do not," said he, "accustom yourself to consider debt only as an inconvenience. You will find it a calamity. Poverty takes away so many means of doing good, and produces so much inability to resist evil, both natural and moral, that it is by all virtuous means to be avoided. Let it be your first care, then, not to be in any man's debt. Resolve not to be poor. Whatever you have, spend less. Poverty is a great enemy to human happiness. It certainly destroys liberty, and it makes some virtues impracticable and others extremely difficult. Frugality is not only the basis of quiet, but beneficence. No man can help others that wants to help himself. We must have enough before we have to spare." End quote. It is the bounden duty of every man to look his affairs on the face, and to keep an account of his incomings and outgoings in money matters. The exercise of a little simple arithmetic in this way will be found of great value. Prudence requires that we shall pitch our scale of living a degree below our means rather than up to them. But this can only be done by carrying out faithfully a plan of living by which both ends may be made to meet. John Locke strongly advised this course. "Nothing," said he, "is likelier to keep a man within compass than having constantly before his eyes the state of his affairs in a regular course of account." End quote. The Duke of Wellington kept an accurate detailed account of all the moneys received and expended by him. Quote, "I make a point," said he to Mr. Clegg, "of paying my own bills, and I advise every one to do the same. Formerly I used to trust a confidential servant to pay them, but I was cured of that folly by receiving one morning, to my great surprise, duns of a year or two standing. The fellow had speculated with my money and left my bills unpaid." End quote. Talking of debt, his remark was, quote, "It makes a slave of a man. I have often known what it was to be in want of money, but I never got into debt." End quote. Washington was as particular as Wellington was in matters of business detail, and it is a remarkable fact that he did not disdain to scrutinize the smallest outgoings of his household, determined as he was to live honestly within his means, even while holding the high office of President of the American Union. Admiral Jervis, Earl St. Vincent, has told the story of his early struggles and, amongst other things, of his determination to keep out of debt. Quote, "My father had a very large family," said he, "with limited means. He gave me £20 at starting, and that was all he ever gave me. After I had been a considerable time at the station, at sea, I drew for 20 more, but the bill came back protested. I was mortified at this rebuke, and made a promise which I have ever kept, that I would never draw another bill without a certainty of its being paid. I immediately changed my mode of living, quitted my mess, lived alone, and took up the ship's allowance, which I found quite sufficient. Washed and mended my own clothes, made a pair of trousers out of the ticking of my bed, and having by these means saved as much money as would redeem my honor, I took up my bill, and from that time to this I have taken care to keep within my means." End quote. Jervis for 6 years endured pinching privation, but preserved his integrity, studied his profession with success, and gradually and steadily rose by merit and bravery to the highest rank. Mr. Hume hit the mark when he once stated in the House of Commons, though his words were followed by laughter, that the tone of living in England is altogether too high. Middle-class people are too apt to live up to their incomes, if not beyond them, affecting a degree of style which is most unhealthy in its effects upon society at large. There is an ambition to bring up boys as gentlemen, or rather genteel men, though the result frequently is only to make them gents. They acquire a taste for dress, style, luxuries, and amusements, which can never form any solid foundation for manly or gentlemanly character, and the result is that we have a vast number of gingerbread young gentry thrown upon the world, who remind one of the abandoned hulls sometimes picked up at sea with only a monkey on board. There is a dreadful ambition abroad to be genteel. We keep up appearances, too often at the expense of honesty, and though we may not be rich, yet we must seem to be so. We must be respectable, though only in the meanest sense, in the mere vulgar outward show. We have not the courage to go patiently onward in the condition of life in which it has pleased God to call us, but must needs live in some fashionable state to which we ridiculously please to call ourselves, and all to gratify the vanity of that unsubstantial genteel world of which we form a part. There is a constant struggle and pressure for front seats in the social amphitheatre, in the midst of which all noble self-denying resolve is trodden down, and many fine natures are inevitably crushed to death. What waste, what misery, what bankruptcy come from all this ambition to dazzle others with the glare of apparent worldly success, we need not describe. The mischievous results show themselves in 1,000 ways, in the rank frauds committed by men who dare to be dishonest, but do not dare to seem poor, and in the desperate dashes of fortune, in which the pity is not so much for those who fail as for the hundreds of innocent families who are so often involved in their ruin. End of section 26. Section 27 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 10, Money, Its Use and Abuse, Part 2. The late Sir Charles Napier, in taking leave of his command in India, did a bold and honest thing in publishing his strong protest, embodied in his last general order to the officers of the Indian Army, against the fast life led by so many young officers in that service, involving them in ignominious obligations. Sir Charles strongly urged in that famous document what had almost been lost sight of, that, quote, honesty is inseparable from the character of a thoroughbred gentleman, and that to drink unpaid for champagne and unpaid for beer, to ride unpaid for horses, is to be a cheat and not a gentleman, end quote. Men who lived beyond their means, and were summoned, often by their own servants, before courts of requests for debts contracted in extravagant living, might be officers by virtue of their commissions, but they were not gentlemen. The habit of being constantly in debt, the commander-in-chief held, made men grow callous to the proper feelings of a gentleman. It was not enough that an officer should be able to fight. That any bulldog could do. But did he hold his word inviolate? Did he pay his debts? These were among the points of honor which, he insisted, illuminated the true gentleman's and soldier's career. As Bayard was of old, so would Sir Charles Napier have all British officers be. He knew them to be without fear, but he would also have them without reproach. There are, however, many gallant young fellows, both in India and at home, capable of mounting a breach on an emergency amidst belching fires, and of performing the most desperate deeds of valor, who, nevertheless, cannot or will not exercise the moral courage necessary to enable them to resist a petty temptation presented to their senses. They cannot utter their valiant "No," or "I can't afford it," to the invitations of pleasure and self-enjoyment. They are found ready to brave death rather than the ridicule of their companions. The young man, as he passes through life, advances through a long line of tempters ranged on either side of him, and the inevitable effect of yielding is degradation in a greater or a less degree. Contact with them tends insensibly to draw away from him some portion of the divine electric element with which his nature is charged, and his only mode of resisting them is to utter and to act out his "No" manfully and resolutely. He must decide at once, not waiting to deliberate and balance reasons, for the youth, like the woman who deliberates, is lost. Many deliberate without deciding, but not to resolve is to resolve. A perfect knowledge of man is in the prayer, "Lead us not into temptation." But temptation will come to try the young man's strength, and once yielded to, the power to resist grows weaker and weaker. Yield once, and a portion of virtue has gone. Resist manfully, and the first decision will give strength for life. Repeated, it will become a habit. It is in the outworks of the habits formed in early life that the real strength of the defense must lie, for it has been wisely ordained that the machinery of moral existence should be carried on principally through the medium of the habits, so as to save the wear and tear of the great principles within. It is good habits which insinuate themselves into the thousand inconsiderable acts of life that really constitute by far the greater parts of man's moral conduct. Hugh Miller has told how, by an act of youthful decision, he saved himself from one of the strong temptations so peculiar to a life of toil. When employed as a mason, it was usual for his fellow workmen to have an occasional treat of drink, and one day 2 glasses of whiskey fell to his share, which he swallowed. When he reached home he found, on opening his favorite book, Bacon's Essays, that the letters danced before his eyes, and that he could no longer master the sense. "The condition," he says, "to which I had brought myself was, I felt, one of degradation. I had sunk by my own act, for the time, to a lower level of intelligence than that on which it was my privilege to be placed. And though the state could have been no very favorable one for forming a resolution, I, in that hour, determined that I should never again sacrifice my capacity of intellectual enjoyment to a drinking usage, and with God's help I was enabled to hold by that determination." It is such decisions as this that often form the turning points of a man's life and furnish the foundations of his future character. And this rock on which Hugh Miller might have been wrecked, if he had not at the right moment put forth his moral strength to strike away from it, is one that youth and manhood alike need to be constantly on their guard against. It is about one of the worst and most deadly, as well as extravagant, temptations which lie in the way of youth. Sir Walter Scott used to say that, "of all vices, drinking is the most incompatible with greatness." Not only so, but it is incompatible with economy, decency, health, and honest living. When a youth cannot restrain, he must abstain. Dr. Johnson's case is the case of many. He said, referring to his own habits, "Sir, I can abstain, but I can't be moderate." But to wrestle vigorously and successfully with any vicious habit, we must not merely be satisfied with contending on the low ground of worldly prudence, though that is of use, but take stand upon a higher moral elevation. Mechanical aid such as pledges may be of service to some, but the great thing is to set up a high standard of thinking and acting, and endeavor to strengthen and purify the principles as well as to reform the habits. For this purpose a youth must study himself, watch his steps, and compare his thoughts and acts with his rule. The more knowledge of himself he gains, the more humble will he be, and perhaps the less confident in his own strength. But the discipline will always be found most valuable which is acquired by resisting small present gratifications to secure a perspective greater and higher one. It is the noblest work in self-education, for "real glory springs from the silent conquest of ourselves, and without that the conqueror is naught but the first slave." Many popular books have been written for the purpose of communicating to the public the grand secret of making money. But there is no secret whatever about it, as the proverbs of every nation abundantly testify. Take care of the pennies, and the pounds will take care of themselves. Diligence is the mother of good luck. No pains, no gains. No sweat, no sweet. Work, and thou shalt have. The world is his who has patience and industry. Better to go to bed supperless than rise in debt. Such are specimens of the proverbial philosophy embodying the hoarded experience of many generations as to the best means of thriving in the world. They were current in people's mouths long before books were invented, and like other popular proverbs, they were the first codes of popular morals. Moreover, they have stood the test of time, and the experience of every day still bears witness to their accuracy, force, and soundness. The Proverbs of Solomon are full of wisdom as to the force of industry and the use and abuse of money. He that is slothful in work is brother to him that is a great waster. Go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways, and be wise. Poverty, says the preacher, shall come upon the idler, as one that travelleth, and want as an armed man. But of the industrious and upright, the hand of the diligent maketh rich. The drunkard and the glutton shall come to poverty, and drowsiness shall clothe a man with rags. Seest thou a man diligent in his business, he shall stand before kings. But above all, it is better to get wisdom than gold, for wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to it. Simple industry and thrift will go far towards making any person of ordinary working faculty comparatively independent in his means. Even a working man may be so, provided he will carefully husband his resources and watch the little outlets of useless expenditure. A penny is a very small matter, yet the comfort of thousands of families depends upon their proper spending and saving of pennies. If a man allows the little pennies, the result of his hard work, to slip out of his fingers, some to the beer shop, some this way and some that, he will find that his life is little raised above one of mere animal drudgery. On the other hand, if he take care of the pennies, putting some weekly into a benefit society or an insurance fund, others into a savings bank, and confiding the rest to his wife to be carefully laid out with a view to the comfortable maintenance and education of his family, he will soon find that this attention to small matters will abundantly repay him in increasing means, growing comfort at home, and a mind comparatively free from fears as to the future. And if a working man have high ambition and possess richness in spirit, a kind of wealth which far transcends all mere worldly possessions, he may not only help himself, but to be a profitable helper to others in his path through life. That this is no impossible thing even for a common laborer in a workshop may be illustrated by the remarkable career of Thomas Wright of Manchester, who not only attempted but succeeded in the reclamation of many criminals while working for weekly wages in a foundry. Accident first directed Thomas Wright's attention to the difficulty encountered by liberated convicts in returning to habits of honest industry. His mind was shortly possessed by the subject, and to remedy the evil became the purpose of his life. Though he worked from 6 in the morning till 6 at night, still there were leisure minutes that he could call his own, more especially on his Sundays, and these he employed in the service of convicted criminals, a class then far more neglected than they are now. But a few minutes a day, well employed, can effect a great deal. And it will scarcely be credited that in 10 years this working man, by steadfastly holding to his purpose, succeeded in rescuing not fewer than 300 felons from continuance in a life of villainy. He came to be regarded as the moral physician of the Manchester Old Bailey, and where the chaplain and all others had failed, Thomas Wright often succeeded. Children he thus restored, reformed to their parents. Sons and daughters otherwise lost, to their homes. And many a returned convict did he contrive to settle down to honest and industrious pursuits. The task was by no means easy. It required money, time, energy, prudence, and above all, character, and the confidence which character invariably inspires. The most remarkable circumstance was that Wright relieved many of these poor outcasts out of the comparatively small wages earned by him at foundry work. And he did all this on an income which did not average, during his working career, £100 per annum. And yet, while he was able to bestow substantial aid on criminals to whom he owed no more than the service of kindness which every human being owes to another, he also maintained his family in comfort, and was, by frugality and carefulness, enabled to lay by a store of savings against his approaching old age. Every week he apportioned his income with deliberate care, so much for the indispensable necessities of food and clothing, so much for the landlord, so much for the schoolmaster, so much for the poor and needy, and the lines of distribution were resolutely observed. By such means did this humble workman pursue his great work, with the results we have so briefly described. Indeed, his career affords one of the most remarkable and striking illustrations of the force of purpose in a man, of the might of small means carefully and sedulously applied, and above all, of the power which an energetic and upright character invariably exercises upon the lives and conduct of others. There is no discredit, but honor, in every right walk of industry, whether it be tilling the ground, making tools, weaving fabrics, or selling the products behind a counter. A youth may handle a yardstick, or measure a piece of ribbon, and there will be no discredit in doing so, unless he allows his mind to have no higher range than the stick and the ribbon, to be as short as the one and as narrow as the other. Quote, "Let not those blush who have," said Fuller, "but those who have not a lawful calling." End quote. And Bishop Hall said, quote, "Sweet is the destiny of all trades, whether of the brow or of the mind." End quote. Men who have raised themselves from a humble calling need not be ashamed, or rather ought to be proud of the difficulties they have surmounted. An American president, when asked what was his coat of arms, remembering that he had been a hewer of wood in his youth, replied, "A pair of shirt sleeves." A French doctor once taught Fléchier, Bishop of Nîmes, who had been a tallow chandler in his youth, with the meanness of his origin, to which Fléchier replied, "If you had been born in the same condition that I was, you would still have been but a maker of candles." Nothing is more common than energy in money-making, quite independent of any higher object than its accumulation. A man who devotes himself to this pursuit, body and soul, can scarcely fail to become rich. Very little brains will do. Spend less than you earn, add guinea to guinea, scrape and save, and the pile of gold will gradually rise. Osterwald, the Parisian banker, began life a poor man. He was accustomed every evening to drink a pint of beer for supper at a tavern which he visited, during which he collected and pocketed all the corks that he could lay his hands on. In 8 years he had collected as many corks as sold for 8 louis d'ors. With that sum he laid the foundations of his fortune, gained mostly by stock jobbing, leaving at his death some 3,000,000 francs. John Foster has cited a striking illustration of what this kind of determination will do in money making. A young man who ran through his patrimony, spending it in profligacy, was at length reduced to utter want and despair. He rushed out of his house intending to put an end to his life, and stopped on arriving at an eminence overlooking what was once his estates. He sat down, ruminated for a time, and rose with the determination that he would recover them. He returned to the streets, saw a load of coals which had been shot out of a cart under the pavement before a house, offered to carry them in, and was employed. He thus earned a few pence, requested some meat and drink as a gratuity, which was given him, and the pennies were laid by. Pursuing this menial labor, he earned and saved more pennies, accumulated sufficient to enable him to purchase some cattle, the value of which he understood, and these he sold to advantage. He proceeded by degrees to undertake larger transactions, until at length he became rich. The result was that he more than recovered his possessions, and died an inveterate miser. When he was buried, mere earth went to earth. With a nobler spirit, the same determination might have enabled such a man to be a benefactor to others as well as to himself, but the life and its end in this case were alike sordid. To provide for others and for our own comfort and independence in old age is honorable and greatly to be commended, but to hoard for mere wealth's sake is a characteristic of the narrow-souled and the miserly. It is against the growth of this habit of inordinate saving that the wise man needs most carefully to guard himself, else what in youth was simple economy may in old age grow into avarice, and what was a duty in one case may become a vice in the other. It is the love of money, not money itself, which is the root of evil. A love which narrows and contracts the soul, and closes it against generous life and action. Since Sir Walter Scott makes one of his characters declare that the penny siller slew more souls than the naked sword slew bodies. It is one of the defects of business too exclusively followed that it insensibly tends to a mechanism of character. The businessman gets into a rut, and often does not look beyond it. If he lives for himself only, he becomes apt to regard other human beings only in so far as they minister to his ends. Take a leaf from such men's ledgers, and you have their life. Worldly success, measured by the accumulation of money, is no doubt a very dazzling thing, and all men are naturally more or less the admirers of worldly success. But though men of persevering, sharp, dexterous, and unscrupulous habits, ever on the watch to push opportunities, may and do get on in the world, yet it is quite possible that they may not possess the slightest elevation of character, nor a particle of real goodness. He who recognizes no higher logic than that of the shilling may become a very rich man, and yet remain all the while an exceedingly poor creature. For riches are no proof whatever of moral worth. Their glitter often serves only to draw attention to the worthlessness of their possessor, as the light of the glowworm reveals the grub. The manner in which many allow themselves to be sacrificed to their love of wealth reminds one of the cupidity of the monkey, that caricature of our species. In Algiers, the Kabyle peasant attaches a gourd, well fixed, to a tree, and places within it some rice. The gourd has an opening merely sufficient to admit the monkey's paw. The creature comes to the tree by night, inserts his paw, and grasps his booty. He tries to draw it back, but it is clenched, and he has not the wisdom to unclench it. So there he stands until morning, when he is caught, looking as foolish as may be, though with the prize in his grasp. The moral of this story is capable of a very extensive application in life. The power of money is on the whole overestimated. The greatest things which have been done for the world have not been accomplished by rich men, nor by subscription lists, but by men generally of small pecuniary means. Christianity was propagated over half the world by men of the poorest class, and the greatest thinkers, discoverers, inventors, and artists have been men of moderate wealth, many of them little raised above the condition of manual laborers in point of worldly circumstances, and it will always be so. Riches are oftener an impediment than a stimulus to action, and in many cases they are quite as much a misfortune as a blessing. The youth who inherits wealth is apt to have a life made too easy for him, and he soon grows sated with it, because he has nothing left to desire. Having no special object to struggle for, he finds time to hang heavy on his hands. He remains morally and spiritually asleep, and his position in society is often no higher than that of a polypus over which the tide floats. His only labor is to kill the time, and labor dire it is, and weary woe. Yet the rich man, inspired by a right spirit, will spurn idleness as unmanly, and if he bethink himself of the responsibilities which attach to the possession of wealth and property, he will feel even a higher call to work than men of humbler lot. This, however, must be admitted to be by no means the practice of life. The golden mean of Agar's perfect prayer is, perhaps, the best lot of all, did we but know it. Give me neither poverty nor riches, feed me with food convenient for me. The late Joseph Brotherton, M.P., left a fine motto to be recorded upon his monument in the Peel Park at Manchester, the declaration in his case being strictly true. My richness consisted not in the greatness of my possessions, but in the smallness of my wants. He rose from the humblest station, that of a factory boy, to an eminent position of usefulness by the simple exercise of homely honesty, industry, punctuality, and self-denial. Down to the close of his life, when not attending Parliament, he did duty as minister in a small chapel in Manchester to which he was attached, and in all things he made it appear, to those who knew him in private life, that the glory he sought was not to be seen of men, or to excite their praise, but to earn the consciousness of discharging the everyday duties of life, down to the smallest and humblest of them, in an honest, upright, truthful, and loving spirit. Respectability, in its best sense, is good. The respectable man is one worthy of regard, literally worth turning to look at. But the respectability that consists in merely keeping up appearances is not worth looking at in any sense. Far better and more respectable is the good poor man than the bad rich one. Better the humble silent man than the agreeable well-appointed rogue who keeps his gig. A well-balanced and well-stored mind, a life full of useful purpose, whatever the position occupied in it may be, is of far greater importance than average worldly respectability. The highest object of life we take to be to form a manly character, and to work out the best development possible of body and spirit, of mind, conscience, heart, and soul. This is the end. All else ought to be regarded but as the means. Accordingly, that is not the most successful life in which a man gets the most pleasure, the most money, the most power or place, honor or fame, but that in which a man gets the most manhood, and performs the greatest amount of useful work and of human duty. Money is power after its sort, it is true, but intelligence, public spirit, and moral virtue are powers too, and far nobler ones. "Let others plead for pensions," wrote Lord Collingworth to a friend. "I can be rich without money, by endeavouring to be superior to everything poor. I would have my services to my country unstained by any interested motive, and old Scott and I can go on in our cabbage garden without much greater expense than formerly." On another occasion he said, "I have motives for my conduct which I would not give in exchange for 100 pensions." The making of a fortune may no doubt enable some people to enter society, as it is called, but to be esteemed there they must possess qualities of mind, manners, or heart, else they are merely rich people, nothing more. There are men in society now as rich as Croesus, who have no consideration extended towards them and elicit no respect. For why? They are but as money bags. Their only power is in their till. The men of mark in society, the guides and rulers of opinion, the really successful and useful men, are not necessarily rich men, but men of sterling character, of disciplined experience, and of moral excellence. Even the poor man, like Thomas Wright, though he possesses but little of this world's goods, may, in the enjoyment of a cultivated nature, of opportunities used and not abused, of a life spent to the best of his means and ability, look down, without the slightest feeling of envy, upon the persons of mere worldly success, the man of money bags and acres. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kat Din in Osaka, Japan. Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance, by Samuel Smiles. Section 28, Chapter 11, Self-Culture, Facilities and Difficulties, Part 1. Chapter 11, Self-Culture, Facilities and Difficulties. Every person has two educations, one which he receives from others, and one, more important, which he gives to himself. Gibbon. Is there one whom difficulties dishearten, who bends to the storm? He will do little. Is there one who will conquer? That kind of man never fails. John Hunter. The wise and active conquer difficulties by daring to attempt them. Sloth and folly shiver and shrink at sight of toil and danger, and make the impossibility they fear. Rowe. The best part of every man's education, said Sir Walter Scott, is that which he gives to himself. The late Sir Benjamin Brodie delighted to remember this saying, and he used to congratulate himself on the fact that professionally he was self-taught. But this is necessarily the case with all men who have acquired distinction in letters, science, or art. The education received at school or college is but a beginning, and is valuable mainly inasmuch as it trains the mind and habituates it to continuous application and study. That which is put into us by others is always far less ours than that which we acquire by our own diligent and persevering effort. Knowledge conquered by labor becomes a possession, a property entirely our own. A greater vividness and permanency of impression is secured, and facts thus acquired become registered in the mind in a way that mere imparted information can never effect. This kind of self-culture also calls forth power and cultivates strength. The solution of one problem helps the mastery of another, and thus knowledge is carried into faculty. Our own active effort is the essential thing, and no facilities, no books, no teachers, no amount of lessons learned by rote will enable us to dispense with it. The best teachers have been the readiest to recognize the importance of self-culture and of stimulating the student to acquire knowledge by the active exercise of his own faculties. They have relied more upon training than upon telling, and sought to make their pupils themselves active parties to the work in which they were engaged, thus making teaching something far higher than the mere passive reception of the scraps and details of knowledge.
This was the spirit in which the great Dr. Arnold worked. He strove to teach his pupils to rely upon themselves and develop their powers by their own active efforts, himself merely guiding, directing, stimulating, and encouraging them. "I would far rather," he said, "send a boy to Van Diemen's Land, where he must work for his bread, than send him to Oxford to live in luxury, without any desire in his mind to avail himself of his advantages." "If there be one thing on earth," he observed on another occasion, "which is truly admirable, it is to see God's wisdom blessing an inferiority of natural powers when they have been honestly, truly, and zealously cultivated." Speaking of a pupil of this character, he said, "I would stand to that man hat in hand." Once at Laleham, when teaching a rather dull boy, Arnold spoke somewhat sharply to him, on which the pupil looked up in his face and said, "Why do you speak angrily, sir? Indeed, I am doing the best I can." Years afterwards, Arnold used to tell the story to his children, and added, "I never felt so much in my life. That look and that speech I have never forgotten." From the numerous instances already cited of men of humble station who have risen to distinction in science and literature, it will be obvious that labor is by no means incompatible with the highest intellectual culture. Work in moderation is healthy, as well as agreeable to the human constitution. Work educates the body, as study educates the mind, and that is the best state of society, in which there is some work for every man's leisure, and some leisure for every man's work. Even the leisure classes are in a measure compelled to work, sometimes as a relief from ennui, but in most cases to gratify an instinct which they cannot resist. Some go fox hunting in the English counties, others grouse shooting in the Scotch hills, while many wander away every summer to climb mountains in Switzerland. Hence the boating, running, cricketing, and athletic sports of the public schools, in which our young men at the same time so healthfully cultivate their strength both of mind and body. It is said that the Duke of Wellington, when once looking on at the boys engaged in their sports in the playground at Eton, where he had spent many of his own younger days, made the remark, "It was there that the Battle of Waterloo was won." Daniel Malthus urged his son when at college to be most diligent in the cultivation of knowledge, but he also enjoined him to pursue manly sports as the best means of keeping up the full working power of his mind, as well as of enjoying the pleasures of intellect. "Every kind of knowledge," said he, "every acquaintance with nature and art will amuse and strengthen your mind, and I am perfectly pleased that cricket should do the same by your arms and legs. I love to see you excel in the exercises of the body, and I think myself that the better half, and much the most agreeable part, of the pleasures of the mind is best enjoyed while one is upon one's legs." But a still more important use of active employment is that referred to by the great divine Jeremy Taylor. "Avoid idleness," he says, "and fill up all the spaces of thy time with severe and useful employment, for lust easily creeps in at those emptinesses where the soul is unemployed and the body is at ease, for no easy, healthful, idle person was ever chaste if he could be tempted. But of all employments, bodily labor is the most useful, and of the greatest benefit for driving away the devil." Practical success in life depends more upon physical health than is generally imagined. Hodson, of Hodson's Horse, writing home to a friend in England, said, "I believe, if I get on well in India, it will be owing, physically speaking, to a sound digestion." The capacity for continuous working in any calling must necessarily depend in a great measure upon this, and hence the necessity for attending to health, even as a means of intellectual labor. It is perhaps to the neglect of physical exercise that we find amongst students so frequent a tendency towards discontent, unhappiness, inaction, and reverie, displaying itself in contempt for real life and disgust at the beaten tracks of men, a tendency which in England has been called Byronism, and in Germany, Wertherism. Dr. Channing noted the same growth in America, which led him to make the remark that too many of our young men grow up in a school of despair. The only remedy for this green sickness in youth is physical exercise, action, work, and bodily occupation. The use of early labor in self-imposed mechanical employments may be illustrated by the boyhood of Sir Isaac Newton. Though a comparatively dull scholar, he was very assiduous in the use of his saw, hammer, and hatchet, knocking and hammering in his lodging-room, making models of windmills, carriages, and machines of all sorts, and as he grew older, he took delight in making little tables and cupboards for his friends. Smeaton, Watt, and Stevenson were equally handy with tools when mere boys, and but for such kind of self-culture in their youth, it is doubtful whether they would have accomplished so much in their manhood. Such was also the early training of the great inventors and mechanics described in the preceding pages, whose contrivance and intelligence were practically trained by the constant use of their hands in early life. Even where men belonging to the manual labor class have risen above it and become more purely intellectual laborers, they have found the advantages of their early training in their later pursuits. Elihu Burritt says he found hard labor necessary to enable him to study with effect, and more than once he gave up school teaching and study, and, taking to his leather apron again, went back to his blacksmith's forge and anvil for his health of body and mind's sake. The training of young men in the use of tools would, at the same time that it educated them in common things, teach them the use of their hands and arms, familiarize them with healthy work, exercise their faculties upon things tangible and actual, give them some practical acquaintance with mechanics, impart to them the ability of being useful, and implant in them the habit of persevering physical effort. This is an advantage which the working classes, strictly so called, certainly possess over the leisure classes, that they are in early life under the necessity of applying themselves laboriously to some mechanical pursuit or other, thus acquiring manual dexterity in the use of their physical powers. The chief disadvantage attached to the calling of the laborious classes is not that they are employed in physical work, but that they are too exclusively so employed, often to the neglect of their moral and intellectual faculties. While the youths of the leisure classes, having been taught to associate labor with servility, have shunned it, and been allowed to grow up practically ignorant, the poorer classes, confining themselves within the circle of their laborious callings, have been allowed to grow up in a large proportion of cases absolutely illiterate. It seems possible, however, to avoid both these evils by combining physical training or physical work with intellectual culture, and there are various signs abroad which seem to mark the gradual adoption of this healthier system of education. The success of even professional men depends in no slight degree on their physical health, and a public writer has gone so far as to say that the greatness of our great men is quite as much a bodily affair as a mental one. A healthy breathing apparatus is as indispensable to the successful lawyer or politician as a well-cultured intellect. The thorough aeration of the blood by free exposure to a large breathing surface in the lungs is necessary to maintain that full vital power on which the vigorous working of the brain in so large a measure depends. The lawyer has to climb the heights of his profession through close and heated courts, and the political leader has to bear the fatigue and excitement of long and anxious debates in a crowded house. Hence the lawyer in full practice and the parliamentary leader in full work are called upon to display powers of physical endurance and activity even more extraordinary than those of the intellect. Such powers as have been exhibited in so remarkable a degree by Brougham, Lyndhurst, and Campbell, by Peel, Graham, and Palmerston, all full-chested men. Though Sir Walter Scott, when at Edinburgh College, went by the name of the Greek blockhead, he was, notwithstanding his lameness, a remarkably healthy youth. He could spear a salmon with the best fisher on the Tweed, and ride a wild horse with any hunter in Yarrow. When devoting himself in after life to literary pursuits, Sir Walter never lost his taste for field sports, but while riding Waverley in the morning, he would in the afternoon course hares. Professor Wilson was a very athlete, as great at throwing the hammer as in his flights of eloquence and poetry, and Burns, when a youth, was remarkable chiefly for his leaping, putting, and wrestling. Some of our greatest divines were distinguished in their youth for their physical energies. Isaac Barrow, when at the Charterhouse School, was notorious for his pugilistic encounters, in which he got many a bloody nose. Andrew Fuller, when working as a farmer's lad at Soham, was chiefly famous for his skill in boxing, and Adam Clark, when a boy, was only remarkable for the strength displayed by him in rolling large stones about. The secret, possibly, of some of the power which he subsequently displayed in rolling forth large thoughts in his manhood. While it is necessary, then, in the first place, to secure this solid foundation of physical health, It must also be observed that the cultivation of the habit of mental application is quite indispensable for the education of the student. The maxim that labor conquers all things holds especially true in the case of the conquest of knowledge. The road into learning is alike free to all who will give the labor and the study requisite to gather it. Nor are there any difficulties so great that the student of resolute purpose may not surmount and overcome them. It was one of the characteristic expressions of Chatterton that God had sent his creatures into the world with arms long enough to reach anything if they chose to be at the trouble. In study, as in business, energy is the great thing. There must be the fervid opus. We must not only strike the iron while it is hot, but strike it till it is made hot. It is astonishing how much may be accomplished in self-culture by the energetic and the persevering, who are careful to avail themselves of opportunities and use up the fragments of spare time which the idle permit to run to waste. Thus Ferguson learned astronomy from the heavens, while wrapped in a sheepskin on the Highland hills. Thus Stone learnt mathematics while working as a journeyman gardener. Thus Drew studied the highest philosophy in the intervals of cobbling shoes. And thus Miller taught himself geology while working as a day laborer in a quarry. Sir Joshua Reynolds, as we have already observed, was so earnest a believer in the force of industry that he held that all men might achieve excellence if they would but exercise the power of assiduous and patient working. He held that drudgery lay on the road to genius, and that there was no limit to the proficiency of an artist except the limit of his own painstaking. He would not believe in what is called inspiration, but only in study and labor. Excellence, he said, is never granted to man but as the reward of labor. If you have great talents, industry will improve them. If you have but moderate abilities, industry will supply their deficiency. Nothing is denied to well-directed labor. Nothing is to be obtained without it. Sir Fowell Buxton was an equal believer in the power of study, and he entertained the modest idea that he could do as well as other men if he devoted to the pursuit double the time and labor that they did. He placed his great confidence in ordinary means and extraordinary application. I have known several men in my life, says Dr. Ross, who may be recognized in days to come as men of genius, and they were all plodders, hard-working, intent men. Genius is known by its works. Genius without works is a blind faith, a dumb oracle. But meritorious works are the result of time and labor, and cannot be accomplished by intention or by a wish. Every great work is the result of vast preparatory training. Facility comes by labor. Nothing seems easy, not even walking, that was not difficult at first. The orator whose eye flashes instantaneous fire and whose lips pour out a flood of noble thoughts, startling by their unexpectedness and elevating by their wisdom and truth, has learned his secret by patient repetition and after many bitter disappointments. Thoroughness and accuracy are two principal points to be aimed at in study. Francis Horner, in laying down rules for the cultivation of his mind, placed great stress upon the habit of continuous application to one subject for the sake of mastering it thoroughly. He confined himself with this object to only a few books, and resisted with the greatest firmness every approach to a habit of desultory reading. The value of knowledge to any man consists not in its quantity, but mainly in the good uses to which he can apply it. Hence a little knowledge, of an exact and perfect character, is always found more valuable for practical purposes than any extent of superficial learning. One of Ignatius Loyola's maxims was, "He who does well one work at a time does more than all." By spreading our efforts over too large a surface, we inevitably weaken our force, hinder our progress, and acquire a habit of fitfulness and ineffective working. Lord St. Leonards once communicated to Sir Fowell Buxton the mode in which he had conducted his studies, and thus explained the secret of his success. "I resolved," said he, "when beginning to read law, to make everything I acquired perfectly my own, and never to go to a second thing till I had entirely accomplished the first. Many of my competitors read as much in a day as I read in a week, but, at the end of 12 months, my knowledge was as fresh as the day it was acquired, or theirs had glided away from recollection." It is not the quantity of study that one gets through, or the amount of reading, that makes a wise man, but the appositeness of the study to the purpose for which it is pursued. the concentration of the mind for the time being on the subject under consideration, and the habitual discipline by which the whole system of mental application is regulated. Abernethy was even of opinion that there was a point of saturation in his own mind, and that if he took into it something more than it could hold, it only had the effect of pushing something else out. Speaking of the study of medicine, he said, "If a man has a clear idea of what he desires to do, he will seldom fail in selecting the proper means of accomplishing it." The most profitable study is that which is conducted with a definite aim and object. By thoroughly mastering any given branch of knowledge, we render it more available for use at any moment. Hence, it is not enough merely to have books, or to know where to read for information as we want it. Practical wisdom, for the purposes of life, must be carried about with us, and be ready for use at call. It is not sufficient that we have a fund laid up at home, but not a farthing in the pocket. We must carry about with us a store of the current coin of knowledge ready for exchange on all occasions, else we are comparatively helpless when the opportunity for using it occurs. Decision and promptitude are as requisite in self-culture as in business. The growth of these qualities may be encouraged by accustoming young people to rely upon their own resources, leaving them to enjoy as much freedom of action in early life as is practicable. Too much guidance and restraint hinder the formation of habits of self-help. They are like bladders tied under the arms of one who has not taught himself to swim. Want of confidence is perhaps a greater obstacle to improvement than is generally imagined. It has been said that half the failures in life arise from pulling in one's horse while he is leaping. Dr. Johnson was accustomed to attribute his success to confidence in his own powers. True modesty is quite compatible with a due estimate of one's own merits, and does not demand the abnegation of all merit. Though there are those who deceive themselves by putting a false figure before their ciphers, the want of confidence, the want of faith in oneself, and consequently the want of promptitude in action, is a defect of character which is found to stand very much in the way of individual progress, and the reason why so little is done is generally because so little is attempted. There is usually no want of desire on the part of most persons to arrive at the results of self-culture, but there is a great aversion to pay the inevitable price for it, of hard work. Dr. Johnson held that impatience of study was the mental disease of the present generation, and the remark is still applicable. We may not believe that there is a royal road to learning, but we seem to believe very firmly in a popular one. In education, we invent labor-saving processes, seek shortcuts to science, learn French and Latin in 12 lessons, or without a master. We resemble the lady of fashion, who engaged a master to teach her on condition that he did not plague her with verbs and participles. We get our smattering of science in the same way. We learn chemistry by listening to a short course of lectures enlivened by experiments. And when we have inhaled laughing gas, seen green water turn to red, and phosphorus burnt in oxygen, we have got our smattering, of which the most that can be said is that, though it may be better than nothing, it is yet good for nothing. Thus we often imagine we are being educated while we are only being amused. The facility with which young people are thus induced to acquire knowledge without study and labor is not education. It occupies, but does not enrich the mind. It imparts a stimulus for the time, and produces a sort of intellectual keenness and cleverness, but without an implanted purpose and a higher object than mere pleasure, it will bring with it no solid advantage. In such cases, knowledge produces but a passing impression, a sensation, but no more. It is, in fact, the merest epicurism of intelligence, sensuous, but certainly not intellectual. Thus the best qualities of many minds, those which are evoked by vigorous effort and independent action, sleep a deep sleep, and are often never called to life, except by the rough awakening of sudden calamity or suffering, which, in such cases, comes as a blessing, if it serves to rouse up a courageous spirit that, for it, would have slept on. Accustomed to acquire information under the guise of amusement, young people will soon reject that which is presented to them under the aspect of study and labor. Learning their knowledge in science and sport, they will be too apt to make sport of both, while the habit of intellectual dissipation thus engendered cannot fail, in course of time, to produce a thoroughly emasculating effect both upon their mind and character. Multifarious reading, said Robertson of Brighton, weakens the mind like smoking, and is an excuse for its lying dormant. It is the idlest of all idlenesses, and leaves more of impotency than any other. The evil is a growing one, and operates in various ways. Its least mischief is shallowness, its greatest the aversion to steady labor which it induces, and the low and feeble tone of mind which it encourages. If we would be really wise, we must diligently apply ourselves, and confront the same continuous application which our forefathers did. For labor is still, and ever will be, the inevitable price set upon everything which is valuable. We must be satisfied to work with a purpose, and wait the results with patience. All progress of the best kind is slow. But to him who works faithfully and zealously, the reward will, doubtless, be vouchsafed in good time. The spirit of industry, embodied in a man's daily life, will gradually lead him to exercise his powers on objects outside himself, of greater dignity and more extended usefulness. And still we must labor on, for the work of self-culture is never finished. To be employed, said the poet Gray, is to be happy. It is better to wear out than rust out, said Bishop Cumberland. Have we not all eternity to rest in? Exclaimed Arnaud. Ripu ayer was the motto of Marnix de Saint-Aldegonde, the energetic and ever-working friend of William the Silent.
End of section 28. Recording by Kat Din in Osaka, Japan. Section 29 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kat Din in Osaka, Japan. Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance, by Samuel Smiles. Section 29, Chapter 11, Self-Culture, Facilities and Difficulties, Part 2. It is the use we make of the powers entrusted to us, which constitutes our only just claim to respect. He who employs his one talent aright is as much to be honored as he to whom 10 talents have been given. There is really no more personal merit attaching to the possession of superior intellectual powers than there is in the succession to a large estate. How are those powers used? How is that estate employed? The mind may accumulate large stores of knowledge without any useful purpose, but the knowledge must be allied to goodness and wisdom, and embodied in upright character, else it is not. Pestalozzi even held intellectual training by itself to be pernicious, insisting that the roots of all knowledge must strike and feed in the soil of the rightly governed will. The acquisition of knowledge may, it is true, protect a man against the meaner felonies of life, but not in any degree against its selfish vices, unless fortified by sound principles and habits. Hence do we find in daily life so many instances of men who are well informed in intellect, but utterly deformed in character, filled with the learning of the schools, yet possessing little practical wisdom, and offering examples for warning rather than imitation. An often quoted expression at this day is that knowledge is power, but so are fanaticism, despotism, and ambition. Knowledge of itself, unless wisely directed, might merely make bad men more dangerous, and the society in which it was regarded as the highest good, little better than a pandemonium. It is possible that at this day we may even exaggerate the importance of literary culture. We are apt to imagine that because we possess many libraries, institutes, and museums, we are making great progress. But such facilities may as often be a hindrance as a help to individual self-culture of the highest kind. The possession of a library, or the free use of it, no more constitutes learning than the possession of wealth constitutes generosity. Though we undoubtedly possess great facilities, it is nevertheless true, as of old, that wisdom and understanding can only become the possession of individual men by traveling the old road of observation, attention, perseverance, and industry. The possession of the mere materials of knowledge is something very different from wisdom and understanding, which are reached through a higher kind of discipline than that of reading, which is often but a mere passive reception of other men's thoughts, there being little or no active effort of mind in the transaction. Then how much of our reading is but the indulgence of a sort of intellectual dram drinking, imparting a grateful excitement for the moment,
without the slightest effect in improving and enriching the mind or building up the character. Thus, many indulge themselves in the conceit that they are cultivating their minds when they are only employed in the humbler occupation of killing time, of which perhaps the best that can be said is that it keeps them from doing worse things. It is also to be borne in mind that the experience gathered from books, though often valuable, is but of the nature of learning, whereas the experience gained from actual life is of the nature of wisdom, and a small store of the latter is worth vastly more than any stock of the former. Lord Bolingbroke truly said that whatever study tends neither directly nor indirectly to make us better men and citizens is at best but a specious and ingenious sort of idleness, and the knowledge we acquire by it only a creditable kind of ignorance, nothing more. Useful and instructive though good reading may be, it is yet only one mode of cultivating the mind, and is much less influential than practical experience and good example in the formation of character. There were wise, valiant, and true-hearted men bred in England, long before the existence of a reading public. Magna Carta was secured by men who signed the deed with their marks. Though altogether unskilled in the art of deciphering the literary signs by which principles were denominated upon paper, they yet understood and appreciated, and boldly contended for, the things themselves. Thus, the foundations of English liberty were laid by men who, though illiterate, were nevertheless of the very highest stamp of character. And it must be admitted that the chief object of culture is, not merely to fill the mind with other men's thoughts, and to be the passive recipient of their impressions of things, but to enlarge our individual intelligence, and render us more useful and efficient workers in the sphere of life to which we may be called. Many of our most energetic and useful workers have been but sparing readers. Brindley and Stevenson did not learn to read and write until they reached manhood, and yet they did great works and lived manly lives. John Hunter could barely read or write when he was 20 years old, though he could make tables and chairs with any carpenter in the trade. "I never read," said the great physiologist when lecturing before his class, "this," pointing to some part of the subject before him. "This is the work that you must study if you wish to become eminent in your profession." When told that one of his contemporaries had charged him with being ignorant of the dead languages, he said, "I would undertake to teach him that on the dead body which he never knew in any language, dead or living." It is not, then, how much a man may know that is of importance, but the end and purpose for which he knows it. The object of knowledge should be to mature wisdom and improve character, to render us better, happier, and more useful, more benevolent, more energetic, and more efficient in the pursuits of every high purpose in life. When people once fall into the habit of admiring and encouraging ability as such, without reference to moral character, and religious and political opinions are the concrete form of moral character, they are on the highway to all sorts of degradation. We must ourselves be and do, and not rest satisfied merely with reading and meditating over what other men have been and done. Our best light must be made life, and our best thought action. At least we ought to be able to say, as Richter did, "I have made as much out of myself as could be made of the stuff, and no man should require more. For it is every man's duty to discipline and guide himself, with God's help, according to his responsibilities and the faculties with which he has been endowed." Self-discipline and self-control are the beginnings of practical wisdom, and these must have their root in self-respect. Hope springs from it, hope, which is the companion of power and the mother of success. For whoso hopes strongly has within him the gift of miracles. The humblest may say, "To respect myself, to develop myself, this is my true duty in life. An integral and responsible part of the great system of society, I owe it to society and to its author not to degrade or destroy either my body, mind, or instincts. On the contrary, I am bound to the best of my power to give to those parts of my constitution the highest degree of perfection possible. I am not only to suppress the evil, but to evoke the good elements in my nature. And as I respect myself, so am I equally bound to respect others, as they on their part are bound to respect me. Hence, mutual respect, justice, and order, of which law becomes the written record and guarantee. Self-respect is the noblest garment with which a man may clothe himself, the most elevating feeling with which the mind can be inspired. One of Pythagoras' wisest maxims, in his golden verses, is that with which he enjoins the pupil to reverence himself. Borne up by this high idea, he will not defile his body by sensuality, nor his mind by servile thoughts. This sentiment carried into daily life will be found at the root of all the virtues: cleanliness, sobriety, chastity, morality, and religion. The pious and just honoring of ourselves, said Milton, may be thought the radical moisture and fountainhead from whence every laudable and worthy enterprise issues forth. To think meanly of oneself is to sink in one's own estimation as well as in the estimation of others. And as the thoughts are, so will the acts be. Man cannot aspire if he look down. If he will rise, he must look up. The very humblest may be sustained by the proper indulgence of this feeling. Poverty itself may be lifted and lighted up by self-respect. And it is truly a noble sight to see a poor man hold himself upright amidst his temptations, and refuse to demean himself by low actions. One way in which self-culture may be degraded is by regarding it too exclusively as a means of getting on. Viewed in this light, it is unquestionable that education is one of the best investments of time and labor. In any line of life, intelligence will enable a man to adapt himself more readily to circumstances, suggest improved methods of working, and render him more apt, skilled and effective in all respects. He who works with his head as well as his hands will come to look at his business with a clearer eye, and he will become conscious of increasing power, perhaps the most cheering consciousness the human mind can cherish. The power of self-help will gradually grow, and in proportion to a man's self-respect will he be armed against the temptation of low indulgences. Society and its action will be regarded with quite a new interest. His sympathies will widen and enlarge, and he will thus be attracted to work for others as well as for himself. Self-culture may not, however, end in eminence, as in the numerous instances above cited. The great majority of men, in all times, however enlightened, must necessarily be engaged in the ordinary avocations of industry, and no degree of culture which can be conferred upon the community at large will ever enable them, even were it desirable, which it is not, to get rid of the daily work of society which must be done. But this, we think, may also be accomplished. We can elevate the condition of labor by allying it to noble thoughts, which confer a grace upon the lowliest as well as the highest rank. For no matter how poor or humble a man may be, the great thinker of this and other days may come in and sit down with him, and be his companion for the time, though his dwelling be the meanest hut. It is thus that the habit of well-directed reading may become a source of the greatest pleasure and self-improvement, and exercise a gentle coercion, with the most beneficial results, over the whole tenor of man's character and conduct. And even though self-culture may not bring wealth, it will, at all events, give one the companionship of elevated thoughts. A nobleman once contemptuously asked of a sage, "What have you got by all your philosophy?" "At least I have got society and myself," was the wise man's reply. But many are apt to feel despondent and become discouraged in the work of self-culture, because they do not get on in the world so fast as they think they deserve to do. Having planted their acorn, they expect to see it grow into an oak at once. They have perhaps looked upon knowledge in the light of a marketable commodity, and are consequently mortified because it does not sell as they expected it would do. Mr. Tremenhere, in one of his education reports for 1840-41, states that a schoolmaster in Norfolk, finding his school rapidly falling off, made inquiry into the cause, and ascertained that the reason given by the majority of the parents for withdrawing their children was that they had expected education was to make them better off than they were before, but that having found it had done them no good, they had taken their children from school and would give themselves no further trouble about education. The same low idea of self-culture is but too prevalent in other classes, and is encouraged by the false views of life which are always more or less current in society. But to regard self-culture either as a means of getting past others in the world, or of intellectual dissipation and amusement, rather than as a power to elevate the character and expand the spiritual nature, is to place it on a very low level. To use the words of Bacon, knowledge is not a shop for profit or sale, but a rich storehouse for the glory of the Creator and the relief of man's estate. It is doubtless most honorable for a man to labor to elevate himself, and to better his condition in society, But this is not to be done at the sacrifice of himself. To make the mind the mere drudge of the body is putting it to a very servile use. And to go about whining and bemoaning our pitiful lot because we fail in achieving that success in life which, after all, depends rather upon habits of industry and attention to business details than upon knowledge, is the mark of a small and often of a sour mind. Such a temper cannot better be reproved than in the words of Robert Southey, who thus wrote to a friend who sought his counsel: "I would give you advice if it could be of use, but there is no curing those who choose to be diseased. A good man and a wise man may at times be angry with the world, at times grieved for it. But be sure no man was ever discontented with the world if he did his duty in it. If a man of education, who has health, eyes, hands, and leisure, wants an object, it is only because God Almighty has bestowed all these blessings upon a man who does not deserve them." Another way in which education may be prostituted is by employing it as a mere means of intellectual dissipation and amusement. Many are the ministers to this taste in our time. There is almost a mania for frivolity and excitement, which exhibits itself in many forms in our popular literature. To meet the public taste, our books and periodicals must now be highly spiced, amusing and comic, not disdaining slang, and illustrative of breaches of all laws, human and divine. Douglas Jerrold once observed of this tendency: "I am convinced the world will get tired, at least I hope so, of this eternal guffaw of all things. After all, life has something serious in it. It cannot be all a comic history of humanity. Some men would, I believe, write a comic sermon on the Mount. Think of a comic history of England, the drollery of Alfred, the fun of Sir Thomas More, the farce of his daughter, begging the dead head and clasping it in her coffin on her bosom. Surely the world will be sick of this blasphemy." John Sterling, in a like spirit, said, "Periodicals and novels are to all in this generation, but more especially to those whose minds are still unformed and in the process of formation, a new and more effectual substitute for the plagues of Egypt, vermin that corrupt the wholesome waters and infest our chambers." As a rest from toil and a relaxation from graver pursuits, the perusal of a well-written story by a writer of genius is a high intellectual pleasure, and it is a description of literature to which all classes of readers, old and young, are attracted as by a powerful instinct, nor would we have any of them debarred from its enjoyment in a reasonable degree. But to make it the exclusive literary diet, as some do, to devour the garbage with which the shelves of circulating libraries are filled, and to occupy the greater portion of the leisure hours in studying the preposterous pictures of human life which so many of them present, is worse than waste of time. It is positively pernicious. The habitual novel reader indulges in fictitious feelings so much that there is great risk of sound and healthy feeling becoming perverted or benumbed. "I never go to hear a tragedy," said a gay man once to the Archbishop of York. "It wears my heart out." The literary pity evoked by fiction leads to no corresponding action. The susceptibilities which it excites involve neither inconvenience nor self-sacrifice, so that the heart that is touched too often by the fiction may at length be insensible to the reality. The steel is gradually rubbed out of the character, and it insensibly loses its vital spring. "Drawing fine pictures of virtue in one's mind," said Bishop Butler, "is so far from necessarily or certainly conducive to form a habit of it in him who thus employs himself, that it may even harden the mind in a contrary course, and render it gradually more insensible." Amusement in moderation is wholesome, and to be commended, but amusement in excess vitiates the whole nature, and is a thing to be carefully guarded against. The maxim is often quoted of "all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy," but all play and no work makes him something greatly worse. Nothing can be more hurtful to a youth than to have his soul sodden with pleasure. The best qualities of his mind are impaired. Common enjoyments become tasteless. His appetite for the higher kind of pleasures is vitiated, and when he comes to face the work and the duties of life, the result is usually aversion and disgust. Fast men waste and exhaust the powers of life, and dry up the sources of true happiness. Having forestalled their spring, they can produce no healthy growth of either character or intellect. A child without simplicity, a maiden without innocence, a boy without truthfulness, are not more piteous sights than the man who has wasted and thrown away his youth in self-indulgence. Mirabeau said of himself, "My early years have already in a great measure disinherited the succeeding ones, and dissipated a great part of my vital powers. As the wrong done to another today returns upon ourselves tomorrow, so the sins of our youth rise up in our age to scourge us. When Lord Bacon says that strength of nature in youth passeth over many excesses, which are owing a man until he is old, he exposes a physical as well as a moral fact which cannot be too well weighed in the conduct of life. I assure you, wrote Giusti the Italian to a friend, I pay a heavy price for existence. It is true that our lives are not at our own disposal. Nature pretends to give them gratis at the beginning, and then sends in her account. The worst of youthful indiscretions is, not that they destroy health, so much as that they sully manhood. The dissipated youth becomes a tainted man, and often he cannot be pure even if he would. If cure there be, it is only to be found in inoculating the mind with a fervent spirit of duty, and in energetic application to useful work. One of the most gifted of Frenchmen, in point of great intellectual endowments, was Benjamin Constant. But, blasé at 20, his life was only a prolonged wail, instead of a harvest of the great deeds which he was capable of accomplishing with ordinary diligence and self-control. He resolved upon doing so many things which he never did, that people came to speak of him as Constant the Inconstant. He was a fluent and brilliant writer, and cherished the ambition of writing works which the world would not willingly let die. But whilst Constant affected the highest thinking, unhappily he practiced the lowest living. Nor did the transcendentalism of his books atone for the meanness of his life. He frequented the gaming tables while engaged in preparing his work upon religion, and carried on a disreputable intrigue while writing his Adolf. With all his powers of intellect, he was powerless, because he had no faith in virtue. Bah, said he, what are honor and dignity? The longer I live, the more clearly I see there is nothing in them. It was the howl of a miserable man. He described himself as but ashes and dust. I pass, said he, like a shadow over the earth, accompanied by misery and ennui. He wished for Voltaire's energy, which he would rather have possessed than his genius. But he had no strength of purpose, nothing but wishes. His life, prematurely exhausted, had become but a heap of broken links. He spoke of himself as a person with one foot in the air. He admitted that he had no principles and no moral consistency. Hence, with his splendid talents, he contrived to do nothing, and after living many years miserable, he died, worn out and wretched. The career of Augustin Thierry, the author of the History of the Norman Conquest, affords an admirable contrast to that of Constant. His entire life presented a striking example of perseverance, diligence, self-culture, and untiring devotion to knowledge. In the pursuit he lost his eyesight, lost his health, but never lost his love of truth. When so feeble that he was carried from room to room like a helpless infant in the arms of a nurse, his brave spirit never failed him. And blind and helpless though he was, he concluded his literary career in the following noble words: If, as I think, the interest of science is counted in the number of great national interests, I have given my country all that the soldier, mutilated on the field of battle, gives her. Whatever may be the fate of my labors, this example, I hope, will not be lost. I would wish it to serve to combat the species of moral weakness which is the disease of our present generation, to bring back into the straight road of life some of those enervated souls that complain of wanting faith, that know not what to do, and seek everywhere, without finding it, an object of worship and admiration. Why say with so much bitterness that in the world, constituted as it is, there is no air for all lungs, no employment for all minds? Is not calm and serious study there? And is not that a refuge, a hope, a field within the reach of all of us? With it, evil days are passed over without their weight being felt. Every one can make his own destiny. Every one employ his life nobly. This is what I have done, and would do again if I had to recommence my career. I would choose that which has brought me where I am. Blind and suffering without hope, and almost without intermission, I may give this testimony, which for me will not appear suspicious. There is something in the world better than sensual enjoyments, better than fortune, better than health itself. It is devotion to knowledge. End of section 29. Recording by Kat Din in Osaka, Japan. Section 30 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kat Din in Osaka, Japan. Self-Help, with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance, by Samuel Smiles. Section 30, Chapter 11, Self-Culture, Facilities and Difficulties, Part 3. Coleridge, in many respects, resembled Constant. He possessed equally brilliant powers, but was similarly infirm of purpose. With all his great intellectual gifts, he wanted the gift of industry, and was averse to continuous labor. He wanted also the sense of independence, and thought it no degradation to leave his wife and children to be maintained by the brain-work of the noble Southey, while he himself retired to Highgate Grove to discourse transcendentalism to his disciples, looking down contemptuously upon the honest work going forward beneath him amidst the din and smoke of London. With remunerative employment at his command, he stooped to accept the charity of friends, and notwithstanding his lofty ideas of philosophy, he condescended to humiliations from which many a day laborer would have shrunk. How different in spirit was Southey, laboring not merely at work of his own choice, and at task-work often tedious and distasteful, but also unremittingly, and with the utmost eagerness, seeking and storing knowledge purely for the love of it. Every day, every hour had its allotted employment, engagements to publishers requiring punctual fulfillment, the current expenses of a large household duty to provide, for Southey had no crop growing while his pen was idle. My ways, he used to say, are as broad as the king's high road, and my means lie in an inkstand. Robert Nicoll wrote to a friend, after reading the Recollections of Coleridge, "What a mighty intellect was lost in that man, for want of a little energy, a little determination." Nicoll himself was a true and brave spirit who died young, but not before he had encountered and overcome great difficulties in life. At his outset, while carrying on a small business as a bookseller, he found himself weighed down with a debt of only £20, which he said he felt weighing like a millstone round his neck, and that, if he had it paid, he never would borrow again from mortal man. Writing to his mother at the time, he said, "Fear not for me, dear mother, for I feel myself daily growing firmer and more hopeful in spirit. The more I think and reflect, and thinking, not reading, is now my occupation, I feel that, whether I be growing richer or not, I am growing a wiser man, which is far better. Pain, poverty, and all the other wild beasts of life which so affrighten others, I am so bold as to think I could look in the face without shrinking, without losing respect for myself, faith in man's high destinies, or trust in God. There is a point which it costs much mental toil and struggling to gain, but which, when once gained, a man can look down from, as a traveler from a lofty mountain, on storms raging below, while he is walking in sunshine. That I have yet gained this point in life I will not say, but I feel myself daily nearer to it. It is not ease, but effort, not facility, but difficulty, that makes men. There is, perhaps, no station in life in which difficulties have not to be encountered and overcome before any decided measure of success can be achieved. Those difficulties are, however, our best instructors, as our mistakes often form our best experience. Charles James Fox was accustomed to say that he hoped more from a man who failed, and yet went on in spite of his failure, than from the buoyant career of the successful. "It is all very well," said he, "to tell me that a young man has distinguished himself by a brilliant first speech. He may go on, or he may be satisfied with his first triumph. But show me a young man who has not succeeded at first, and nevertheless has gone on, and I will back that young man to do better than most of those who have succeeded at the first trial." We learn wisdom from failure much more than from success. We often discover what will do by finding out what will not do, and probably he who never made a mistake never made a discovery. It was the failure in the attempt to make a sucking pump act, when the working bucket was more than 33 feet above the surface of the water to be raised, that led observant men to study the law of atmospheric pressure, and opened a new field of research to the genius of Galileo, Torricelli, and Boyle. John Hunter used to remark that the art of surgery would not advance until professional men had the courage to publish their failures as well as their successes. Watt, the engineer, said, "Of all things most wanted in mechanical engineering was a history of failures. We want," he said, "a book of blots." When Sir Humphrey Davy was once shown a dexterously manipulated experiment, he said, I thank God I was not made a dexterous manipulator, for the most important of my discoveries have been suggested to me by failures. Another distinguished investigator in physical science has left it on record that whenever in the course of his researches he encountered an apparently insuperable obstacle, he generally found himself on the brink of some discovery. The very greatest things, great thoughts, discoveries, inventions, have usually been nurtured in hardship, often pondered over in sorrow, and at length established with difficulty. Beethoven said of Rossini that he had in him the stuff to have made a good musician if he had only, when a boy, been well flogged, but that he had been spoilt by the facility with which he produced. Men who feel their strength within them need not fear to encounter adverse opinions. They have far greater reason to fear undue praise and too friendly criticism. When Mendelssohn was about to enter the orchestra at Birmingham, on the first performance of his Elijah, he said laughingly to one of his friends and critics, "Stick your claws into me. Don't tell me what you like, but what you don't like." It has been said, and truly, that it is the defeat that tries the general more than the victory. Washington lost more battles than he gained, but he succeeded in the end. The Romans, in their most victorious campaigns, almost invariably began with defeats. Moreau used to be compared by his companions to a drum, which nobody hears of except it be beaten. Wellington's military genius was perfected by encounter with difficulties of apparently the most overwhelming character, but which only served to nerve his resolution and bring out more prominently his great qualities as a man and a general. So the skillful mariner obtains his best experience amidst storms and tempests, which train him to self-reliance, courage, and the highest discipline, and we probably owe to rough seas and wintry nights the best training of our race of British seamen, who are, certainly, not surpassed by any in the world. Necessity may be a hard schoolmistress, but she is generally found the best. Though the ordeal of adversity is one from which we naturally shrink, yet, when it comes, we must bravely and manfully encounter it. Burns says truly, "Though losses and crosses be lessons right severe, there's wit there, you'll get there, you'll find no other where." Sweet indeed are the uses of adversity. They reveal to us our powers and call forth our energies. If there be real worth in the character, like sweet herbs, it will give forth its finest fragrance when pressed. Crosses, says the old proverb, are the ladders that lead to heaven. What is even poverty itself, asks Richter, that a man should murmur under it? It is but as the pain of piercing a maiden's ear, and you hang precious jewels in the wound. In the experience of life, it is found that the wholesome discipline of adversity in strong natures usually carries with it a self-preserving influence. Many are found capable of bravely bearing up under privations, and cheerfully encountering obstructions, who are afterwards found unable to withstand the more dangerous influences of prosperity. It is only a weak man whom the wind deprives of his cloak. A man of average strength is more in danger of losing it when assailed by the beams of a too genial sun. Thus, it often needs a higher discipline and a stronger character to bear up under good fortune than under adverse. Some generous natures kindle and warm with prosperity, but there are many on whom wealth has no such influence. Base hearts it only hardens, making those who were mean and servile mean and proud. But while prosperity is apt to harden the heart to pride, adversity in a man of resolution will serve to ripen it into fortitude. To use the words of Burke, difficulty is a severe instructor, set over us by the supreme ordinance of a parental guardian and instructor, who knows us better than we know ourselves, as he loves us better too. He that wrestles with us strengthens our nerves and sharpens our skill. Our antagonist is thus our helper. Without the necessity of encountering difficulty, life might be easier, but men would be worth less. For trials, wisely improved, train the character and teach self-help. Thus, hardship itself may often prove the wholesomest discipline for us, though we recognize it not. When the gallant young Hodson, unjustly removed from his Indian command, felt himself sore pressed down by unmerited calumny and reproach, he yet preserved the courage to say to a friend, "I strive to look the worst boldly in the face, as I would an enemy in the field, and to do my appointed work resolutely and to the best of my ability, satisfied that there is a reason for all, and that even irksome duties well done bring their own reward, and that, if not, still they are duties." The battle of life is, in most cases, fought uphill, and to win it without a struggle were perhaps to win it without honor. If there were no difficulties, there would be no success. If there were nothing to struggle for, there would be nothing to be achieved. Difficulties may intimidate the weak, but they act only as a wholesome stimulus to men of resolution and valor. All experience of life indeed serves to prove that the impediments thrown in the way of human advancement may, for the most part, be overcome by steady good conduct, honest zeal, activity, perseverance, and above all by a determined resolution to surmount difficulties and stand up manfully against misfortune. The school of difficulty is the best school of moral discipline for nations as for individuals. Indeed, the history of difficulty would be but a history of all the great and good things that have yet been accomplished by men. It is hard to say how much northern nations owe to their encounter with a comparatively rude and changeable climate and an originally sterile soil, which is one of the necessities of their condition, involving a perennial struggle with difficulties, such as the natives of sunnier climes know nothing of. And thus it may be that though our finest products are exotic, the skill and industry which have been necessary to rear them have issued in the production of a native growth of men not surpassed on the globe. Wherever there is difficulty, the individual man must come out for better or worse. Encounter with it will train his strength and discipline his skill, heartening him for future effort as the racer by being trained to run against the hill, at length courses with facility. The road to success may be steep to climb, and it puts to the proof the energies of him who would reach the summit. But by experience, a man soon learns that obstacles are to be overcome by grappling with them, that the nettle feels as soft as silk when it is boldly grasped, and that the most effective help towards realizing the object proposed is the moral conviction that we can and will accomplish it. Thus, difficulties often fall away of themselves before the determination to overcome them. Much will be done if we do but try. Nobody knows what he can do till he has tried, and few try their best till they have been forced to do it. If I could do such and such a thing, says the desponding youth. But nothing will be done if he only wishes. The desire must ripen into purpose and effort, and one energetic attempt is worth 1,000 aspirations. It is these thorny ifs, the mutterings of impotence and despair, which so often hedge round the field of possibility, and prevent anything being done or even attempted. A difficulty, said Lord Lyndhurst, is a thing to be overcome. Grapple with it at once. Facility will come with practice, and strength and fortitude with repeated effort. Thus the mind and character may be trained to an almost perfect discipline, and enabled to act with a grace, spirit, and liberty almost incomprehensible to those who have not passed through a similar experience. Everything that we learn is the mastery of a difficulty, and the mastery of one helps to the mastery of others. Things which may at first sight appear comparatively valueless in education, such as the study of the dead languages and the relations of lines and surfaces, which we call mathematics, are really of the greatest practical value, not so much because of the information which they yield, as because of the development which they compel. The mastery of these studies evokes effort, and cultivates powers of application which otherwise might have lain dormant. Thus, one thing leads to another, and so the work goes on through life, encounter with difficulty ending only when life and culture end. But indulging in the feeling of discouragement never helped anyone over a difficulty, and never will. D'Alembert's advice to the student who complained to him about his want of success in mastering the first elements of mathematics was the right one. Go on, sir, and faith and strength will come to you. The danseuse who turns a pirouette, the violinist who plays a sonata, have acquired their dexterity by patient repetition and after many failures. Carissimi, when praised for the ease and grace of his melodies, exclaimed, "Ah, you little know with what difficulty this ease has been acquired." Sir Joshua Reynolds, when once asked how long it had taken him to paint a certain picture, replied, "All my life." Henry Clay, the American orator, when giving advice to young men, thus described to them the secret of his success in the cultivation of his art. "I owe my success in life," said he, "chiefly to one circumstance, that at the age of 27 I commenced, and continued for years, the process of daily reading and speaking upon the contents of some historical or scientific book. These offhand efforts were made, sometimes in a cornfield, at others in the forest, and not unfrequently in some distant barn, with the horse and the ox for my auditors. It is to this early practice of the art of all arts that I am indebted for the primary and leading impulses that stimulated me onward and have shaped and molded my whole subsequent destiny. Curran, the Irish orator, when a youth, had a strong defect in his articulation, and at school he was known as Stuttering Jack Curran. While he was engaged in the study of law and still struggling to overcome his defect, he was stung into eloquence by the sarcasms of a member of a debating club, who characterized him as Orator Mum, for, like Cowper, when he stood up to speak on a previous occasion, Curran had not been able to utter a word. The taunt stung him, and he replied in a triumphant speech. This accidental discovery in himself of the gift of eloquence encouraged him to proceed in his studies with renewed energy. He corrected his enunciation by reading aloud, emphatically and distinctly, the best passages in literature, for several hours every day, studying his features before a mirror and adopting a method of gesticulation suited to his rather awkward and ungraceful figure. He also proposed cases to himself, which he argued with as much care as if he had been addressing a jury. Curran began business with the qualification which Lord Eldon stated to be the first requisite for distinction, that is, to be not worth a shilling. While working his way laboriously at the bar, still oppressed by the diffidence which had overcome him in his debating club, he was on one occasion provoked by the Judge Robinson into making a very severe retort. In the case under discussion, Curran observed that he had never met the law as laid down by his lordship in any book in his library. "That may be, sir," said the judge in a contemptuous tone, "but I suspect that your library is very small." His lordship was notoriously a furious political partisan, the author of several anonymous pamphlets characterized by unusual violence and dogmatism. Curran, roused by the allusion to his straitened circumstances, replied thus: "It is very true, my lord, that I am poor, and the circumstance has certainly curtailed my library. My books are not numerous, but they are select, and I hope they have been perused with proper dispositions. I have prepared myself for this high profession by the study of a few good works, rather than by the composition of a great many bad ones. I am not ashamed of my poverty, but I should be ashamed of my wealth, could I have stooped to acquire it by servility and corruption. If I rise not to rank, I shall at least be honest, and should I ever cease to be so, many an example shows me that an ill-gained elevation, by making me the more conspicuous, would only make me the more universally and the more notoriously contemptible." The extremest poverty has been no obstacle in the way of men devoted to the duty of self-culture. Professor Alexander Murray, the linguist, learnt to write by scribbling his letters on an old wool card with the end of a burnt heather stem. The only book which his father, who was a poor shepherd, possessed, was a penny shorter catechism, but that, being thought too valuable for common use, was carefully preserved in a cupboard for the Sunday catechisings. Professor Moore, when a young man, being too poor to purchase Newton's Principia, borrowed the book, and copied the whole of it with his own hand. Many poor students, while laboring daily for their living, have only been able to snatch an atom of knowledge here and there at intervals, as birds do their food in winter-time, when the fields are covered with snow. They have struggled on, and faith and hope have come to them. A well-known author and publisher, William Chambers of Edinburgh, speaking before an assemblage of young men in that city, thus briefly described to them his humble beginnings for their encouragement. "I stand before you," he said, "a self-educated man. My education was that which is supplied at the humble parish schools of Scotland, and it was only when I went to Edinburgh, a poor boy, that I devoted my evenings, after the labours of the day, to the cultivation of that intellect which the Almighty has given me. From 7 or 8 in the morning till 9 or 10 at night was I at my business as a bookseller's apprentice, and it was only during hours after these, stolen from sleep, that I could devote myself to study. I did not read novels. My attention was devoted to physical science and other useful matters. I also taught myself French. I look back to those times with great pleasure, and am almost sorry I have not to go through the same experience again, for I reaped more pleasure when I had not a sixpence in my pocket, studying in a garret in Edinburgh, than I now find when sitting amidst all the elegancies and comforts of a parlour." William Cobbet's account of how he learnt English grammar is full of interest and instruction for all students labouring under difficulties. "I learned grammar," said he, "when I was a private soldier on the pay of 6 pence a day. The edge of my berth, or that of my guard bed, was my seat to study in. My knapsack was my bookcase. A bit of board lying on my lap was my writing table. And the task did not demand anything like a year of my life. I had no money to purchase candle or oil. In wintertime, it was rarely that I could get any evening light but that of the fire, and only my turn even of that. And if I, under such circumstances, and without parent or friend to advise or encourage me, accomplished this undertaking, what excuse can there be for any youth, however poor, however pressed with business, or however circumstanced as to room or other conveniences? To buy a pen or a sheet of paper, I was compelled to forego some portion of food, though in a state of half-starvation, I had no moment of time that I could call my own, and I had to read and to write amidst the talking, laughing, singing, whistling, and brawling of at least half a score of the most thoughtless of men, and that, too, in the hours of their freedom from all control. Think not lightly of the farthing that I had to give, now and then, for ink, pen, or paper. That farthing was, alas, a great sum to me. I was as tall as I am now. I had great health and great exercise. The whole of the money not expended for us at market was 2d. a week for each man. I remember, and well I may, that on one occasion I, after all necessary expenses, had, on a Friday, made shifts to have a halfpenny in reserve, which I had destined for the purchase of a red herring in the morning. But when I pulled off my clothes at night, so hungry then as to be hardly able to endure life, I found that I had lost my halfpenny. I buried my head under the miserable sheet and rug and cried like a child. And again I say, if I, under circumstances like these, could encounter and overcome this task, can there be, in the whole world, a youth to find an excuse for the non-performance? End of section 30. Recording by Kat Din in Osaka, Japan. Section 31 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kat Din in Osaka, Japan. Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance, by Samuel Smiles. Section 31, Chapter 11, Self-Culture, Facilities and Difficulties, Part 4. We have been informed of an equally striking instance of perseverance and application in learning on the part of a French political exile in London. His original occupation was that of a stonemason, at which he found employment for some time, but work becoming slack, he lost his place, and poverty stared him in the face. In his dilemma, he called upon a fellow exile profitably engaged in teaching French, and consulted him what he ought to do to earn a living. The answer was, become a professor. A professor, answered the mason. I, who am only a workman, speaking but a patois. Surely you are jesting. On the contrary, I am quite serious, said the other, and again I advise you, become a professor. Place yourself under me, and I will undertake to teach you how to teach others. No, replied the mason. It is impossible. I am too old to learn. I am too little of a scholar. I cannot be a professor. He went away, and again he tried to obtain employment at his trade. From London he went into the provinces, and travelled several hundred miles in vain. He could not find a master. Returning to London, he went direct to his former adviser, and said, I have tried everywhere for work and failed. I will now try to be a professor. He immediately placed himself under instruction, and being a man of close application, of quick apprehension, and vigorous intelligence, he speedily mastered the elements of grammar, the rules of construction and composition, and, what he had still in great measure to learn, the correct pronunciation of classical French. When his friend and instructor thought him sufficiently competent to undertake the teaching of others, an appointment, advertised as vacant, was applied for and obtained, and behold, our artisan at length become professor. It so happened that the seminary to which he was appointed was situated in a suburb of London, where he had formerly worked as a stonemason, and every morning the first thing which met his eyes on looking out of his dressing-room window was a stack of cottage chimneys which he had himself built. He feared for a time lest he should be recognized in the village as the quondam workman, and thus bring discredit on a seminary which was of high standing. But he need have been under no such apprehension, as he proved a most efficient teacher, and his pupils were on more than one occasion publicly complimented for their knowledge of French. Meanwhile, he secured the respect and friendship of all who knew him, fellow professors as well as pupils, and when the story of his struggles, his difficulties, and his past history became known to them, they admired him more than ever. Sir Samuel Romilly was not less indefatigable as a self-cultivator. The son of a jeweller, descended from a French refugee, he received little education in his early years, but overcame all his disadvantages by unwearied application, and by efforts constantly directed towards the same end. I determined, he says in his autobiography, when I was between 15 and 16 years of age, to apply myself seriously to learning Latin, of which I, at the time, knew little more than some of the most familiar rules of grammar. In the course of 3 or 4 years, during which I thus applied myself, I had read almost every prose writer of the age of pure Latinity, except those who have treated merely of technical subjects, such as Varro, Columella, and Celsus. I had gone 3 times through the whole of Livy, Sallust, and Tacitus. I had studied the most celebrated orations of Cicero, and translated a great deal of Homer. Terence, Virgil, Horace, Ovid, and Juvenal I had read over and over again. He also studied geography, natural history, and natural philosophy, and obtained a considerable acquaintance with general knowledge. At 16 he was articled to a clerk in Chancery, worked hard, was admitted to the bar, and his industry and perseverance ensured success. He became Solicitor General under the Fox administration in 1806, and steadily worked his way to the highest celebrity in his profession. Yet he was always haunted by a painful and almost oppressive sense of his own disqualifications, and never ceased laboring to remedy them. His autobiography is a lesson of instructive facts, worth volumes of sentiment, and well deserves a careful perusal. Sir Walter Scott was accustomed to cite the case of his young friend John Leyden as one of the most remarkable illustrations of the power of perseverance which he had ever known. The son of a shepherd in one of the wildest valleys of Roxburghshire, he was almost entirely self-educated. Like many Scotch shepherds' sons, like Hogg, who taught himself to write by copying the letters of a printed book as he lay watching his flock on the hillside, like Cans, who, from tending sheep on the Lammermoors, raised himself by dint of application and industry to the professor's chair which he now so worthily holds. Like Murray, Ferguson, and many more, Leyden was early inspired by a thirst for knowledge. When a poor bare-footed boy, he walked 6 or 8 miles across the moors daily to learn reading at the little village schoolhouse of Kirkton. And this was all the education he received. The rest he acquired for himself. He found his way to Edinburgh to attend the college there, setting the extremest penury at defiance. He was first discovered as a frequenter of a small bookseller's shop kept by Archibald Constable, afterwards so well known as the publisher. He would pass hour after hour perched on a ladder in mid-air, with some great folio in his hand, forgetful of the scanty meal of bread and water which awaited him at his miserable lodging. Access to books and lectures comprised all within the bounds of his wishes. Thus he toiled and battled at the gates of science until his unconquerable perseverance carried everything before it. Before he had attained his 19th year, he had astonished all the professors in Edinburgh by his profound knowledge of Greek and Latin, and the general mass of information he had acquired. Having turned his views to India, he sought employment in the civil service, but failed. He was, however, informed that a surgeon's assistant's commission was open to him. But he was no surgeon, and knew no more of the profession than a child. He could, however, learn. Then he was told he must be ready to pass in 6 months. Nothing daunted, he set to work, to acquire in 6 months what usually required 3 years. At the end of 6 months he took his degree with honor. Scott and a few friends helped to fit him out, and he sailed for India, after publishing his beautiful poem, The Scenes of Infancy. In India, he promised to become one of the greatest of Oriental scholars, but was unhappily cut off by fever caught by exposure, and died at an early age. The life of the late Dr. Lee, professor of Hebrew at Cambridge, furnishes one of the most remarkable instances in modern times of the power of patient perseverance and resolute purpose in working out an honorable career in literature. He received his education at a charity school at Lognor, near Shrewsbury, but so little distinguished himself there that his master pronounced him one of the dullest boys that ever passed through his hands. He was put apprentice to a carpenter, and worked at that trade until he arrived at manhood. To occupy his leisure hours he took to reading, and some of the books containing Latin quotations he became desirous of ascertaining what they meant. he bought a Latin grammar and proceeded to learn Latin. As Stone, the Duke of Argyll's gardener, said long before, does one need to know anything more than the 24 letters in order to learn everything else that one wishes? Lee rose early and sat up late, and he succeeded in mastering the Latin before his apprenticeship was out. Whilst working one day in some place of worship, a copy of a Greek Testament fell in his way, and he was immediately filled with a desire to learn that language. He accordingly sold some of his Latin books and purchased a Greek grammar and lexicon. Taking pleasure in learning, he soon mastered the language. Then he sold his Greek books and bought Hebrew ones and learnt that language, unassisted by any instructor, without any hope of fame or reward, but simply following the bent of his genius. He next proceeded to learn the Chaldee, Syriac, and Samaritan dialects. But his studies began to tell upon his health, and brought on disease in his eyes through his long night watchings with his books. Having laid them aside for a time and recovered his health, he went on with his daily work. His character as a tradesman being excellent, his business improved, and his means enabled him to marry, which he did when 28 years old. He determined now to devote himself to the maintenance of his family, and to renounce the luxury of literature. Accordingly, he sold all his books. He might have continued a working carpenter all his life, had not the chest of tools upon which he depended for subsistence been destroyed by fire, and destitution stared him in the face. He was too poor to buy new tools, so he bethought him of teaching children their letters, a profession requiring the least possible capital. But though he had mastered many languages, he was so defective in the common branches of knowledge that at first he could not teach them. Resolute of purpose, however, he assiduously set to work, and taught himself arithmetic and writing to such a degree as to be able to impart the knowledge of these branches to little children. His unaffected, simple, and beautiful character gradually attracted friends, and the acquirements of the learned carpenter became bruited abroad. Dr. Scott, a neighbouring clergyman, obtained for him the appointment of master of a charity school in Shrewsbury, and introduced him to a distinguished Oriental scholar. These friends supplied him with books, and Lee successively mastered Arabic, Persic, and Hindustani. He continued to pursue his studies while on duty as a private in the local militia of the county, gradually acquiring greater proficiency in languages. At length his kind patron Dr. Scott enabled Lee to enter Queen's College, Cambridge, and after a course of study in which he distinguished himself by his mathematical acquirements, a vacancy occurring in the professorship of Arabic and Hebrew, he was worthily elected to fill the honourable office. Besides ably performing his duties as a professor, he voluntarily gave much of his time to the instruction of missionaries going forth to preach the gospel to Eastern tribes in their own tongue. He also made translations of the Bible into several Asiatic dialects, and having mastered the New Zealand language, he arranged a grammar and vocabulary for 2 New Zealand chiefs who were then in England, which books are now in daily use in the New Zealand schools. Such, in brief, is the remarkable history of Dr. Samuel Lee, and it is but the counterpart of numerous similarly instructive examples of the power of perseverance in self-culture, as displayed in the lives of many of the most distinguished of our literary and scientific men. There are many other illustrious names which might be cited to prove the truth of the common saying that it is never too late to learn. Even at advanced years men can do much, if they will determine on making a beginning. Sir Henry Spelman did not begin the study of science until he was between 50 and 60 years of age. Franklin was 50 before he fully entered upon the study of natural philosophy. Dryden and Scott were not known as authors until each was in his 40th year. Boccaccio was 35 when he commenced his literary career, and Alfieri was 46 when he began the study of Greek. Dr. Arnold learnt German at an advanced age for the purpose of reading Niebuhr in the original. And in like manner, James Watt, when about 40, while working at his trade of an instrument maker in Glasgow, learnt French, German, and Italian to enable himself to peruse the valuable works on mechanical philosophy which existed in those languages. Thomas Scott was 56 before he began to learn Hebrew. Robert Hall was once found lying upon the floor, racked by pain, learning Italian in his old age, to enable him to judge of the parallel drawn by Macaulay between Milton and Dante. Handel was 48 before he published any of his great works. Indeed, hundreds of instances might be given of men who struck out an entirely new path, and successfully entered on new studies at a comparatively advanced time of life. None but the frivolous or the indolent will say, "I am too old to learn." And here we would repeat what we have said before, that it is not men of genius who move the world and take the lead in it, so much as men of steadfastness, purpose, and indefatigable industry. Notwithstanding the many undeniable instances of the precocity of men of genius, it is nevertheless true that early cleverness gives no indication of the height to which the grown man will reach. Precocity is sometimes a symptom of disease rather than of intellectual vigor. What becomes of all the remarkably clever children? Where are the Dukeses and prize boys? Trace them through life, and it will frequently be found that the dull boys who were beaten at school have shot ahead of them. The clever boys are rewarded, but the prizes which they gain by their greater quickness and facility do not always prove of use to them. What ought rather to be rewarded is the endeavor, the struggle, and the obedience. For it is the youth who does his best, though endowed with an inferiority of natural powers, that ought above all others to be encouraged. An interesting chapter might be written on the subject of illustrious dunces, dull boys, but brilliant men. We have room, however, for only a few instances. Pietro de Cortona, the painter, was thought so stupid that he was nicknamed Ass's Head when a boy, and Tommaso Guidi was generally known as Heavy Tom, Masaccio Tomasaccio, though by diligence he afterwards raised himself to the highest eminence. Newton, when at school, stood at the bottom of the lowest form but one. The boy above Newton having kicked him, the dunce showed his pluck by challenging him to a fight, and beat him. Then he set to work with a will, and determined also to vanquish his antagonist as a scholar, which he did, rising to the top of his class. Many of our greatest divines have been anything but precocious. Isaac Barrow, when a boy at the Charterhouse School, was notorious chiefly for his strong temper, pugnacious habits, and proverbial idleness as a scholar, and he caused such grief to his parents that his father used to say that if it pleased God to take from him any of his children, he hoped it might be Isaac, the least promising of them all. Adam Clark, when a boy, was proclaimed by his father to be a grievous dunce, though he could roll large stones about. Dean Swift was plucked at Dublin University, and only obtained his recommendation to Oxford speciali gratia. The well-known Dr. Chalmers and Dr. Cook were boys together at the parish school of St. Andrews, and they were found so stupid and mischievous that the master, irritated beyond measure, dismissed them both as incorrigible dunces. The brilliant Sheridan showed so little capacity as a boy that he was presented to a tutor by his mother with a complimentary accompaniment that he was an incorrigible dunce. Walter Scott was all but a dunce when a boy, always much readier for a bicker than apt at his lessons. At the Edinburgh University, Professor Dalzell pronounced upon him the sentence that dunce he was and dunce he would remain. Chatterton was returned on his mother's hands as a fool of whom nothing could be made. Burns was a dull boy, good only at athletic exercises. Goldsmith spoke of himself as a plant that flowered late. Alfieri left college no wiser than he entered it, and did not begin the studies by which he distinguished himself until he had run half over Europe. Robert Clive was a dunce, if not a reprobate, when a youth, but always full of energy, even in badness. His family, glad to get rid of him, shipped him off to Madras, and he lived to lay the foundations of the British power in India. Napoleon and Wellington were both dull boys, not distinguishing themselves in any way at school. Of the former, the Duchess de Brantes says, "He had good health, but was in other respects like other boys." Ulysses Grant, the commander-in-chief of the United States, was called Useless Grant by his mother. He was so dull and unhandy when a boy. And Stonewall Jackson, Lee's greatest lieutenant, was in his youth chiefly noted for his slowness. While a pupil at West Point Military Academy, he was, however, equally remarkable for his indefatigable application and perseverance. When a task was set him, he never left it until he had mastered it, nor did he ever feign to possess knowledge which he had not entirely acquired. Again and again, wrote one who knew him, when called upon to answer questions in the recitation of the day, he would reply, "I have not yet looked at it. I have been engaged in mastering the recitation of yesterday or the day before." The result was that he graduated 17th in a class of 70. There was probably in the whole class not a boy to whom Jackson at the outset was not inferior in knowledge and attainments, but at the end of the race he had only 16 before him, and had outstripped no fewer than 53. It used to be said of him by his contemporaries that if the course had been for 10 years instead of 4, Jackson would have graduated at the head of his class. John Howard, the philanthropist, was another illustrious dunce, learning next to nothing during the 7 years that he was at school. Stevenson, as a youth, was distinguished chiefly for his skill at putting and wrestling and attention to his work. The brilliant Sir Humphrey Davy was no cleverer than other boys. His teacher, Dr. Cardew, once said of him, "While he was with me, I could not discern the faculties by which he was so much distinguished." Indeed, Davy himself in after life considered it fortunate that he had been left to enjoy so much idleness at school. Watt was a dull scholar, notwithstanding the stories told about his precocity, but he was, what was better, patient and perseverant, and it was by such qualities and by his carefully cultivated inventiveness that he was enabled to perfect his steam engine. What Dr. Arnold said of boys is equally true of men, that the difference between one boy and another consists not so much in talent as in energy. Given perseverance and energy soon becomes habitual. Provided the dunce has persistency and application, he will inevitably head the cleverer fellow without those qualities. Slow but sure wins the race. It is perseverance that explains how the position of boys at school is so often reversed in real life, and it is curious to note how some of who were then so clever have since become so commonplace, whilst others, dull boys, of whom nothing was expected, slow in their faculties but sure in their pace, have assumed the position of leaders of men. The author of this book, when a boy, stood in the same class with one of the greatest of dunces. One teacher after another had tried his skill upon him and failed. Corporal punishment, the fool's cap, coaxing, and earnest entreaty proved alike fruitless. Sometimes the experiment was tried of putting him at the top of his class, and it was curious to note the rapidity with which he gravitated to the inevitable bottom. The youth was given up by his teachers as an incorrigible dunce, one of them pronouncing him to be a stupendous booby. Yet, slow though he was, this dunce had a sort of dull energy of purpose in him, which grew with his muscles and his manhood. And, strange to say, when he at length came to take part in the practical business of life, he was found heading most of his school companions, and eventually left the greater number of them far behind. The last time the author heard of him, he was chief magistrate of his native town. The tortoise in the right road will beat a racer in the wrong. It matters not though a youth be slow, if he be but diligent. Quickness of parts may even prove a defect, inasmuch as the boy who learns readily will often forget as readily, and also because he finds no need of cultivating that quality of application and perseverance which the slower youth is compelled to exercise, and which proves so valuable an element in the formation of every character. Davy said, "What I am, I have made myself," and the same holds true universally. To conclude, the best culture is not obtained from teachers when at school or college, so much as by our own diligent self-education when we have become men. Hence, parents need not be in too great haste to see their children's talents forced into bloom. Let them watch and wait patiently, letting good example and quiet training do their work, and leave the rest to Providence. Let them see to it that the youth is provided, by free exercise of his bodily powers, with a full stock of physical health. Set him fairly on the road of self-culture, carefully train his habits of application and perseverance, and as he grows older, if the right stuff be in him, he will be enabled vigorously and effectively to cultivate himself. End of section 31. Recording by Kat Din in Osaka, Japan.
Section 32 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Self-Help with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Examples, Models, Part 1. Ever their phantoms rise before us, our loftier brothers, but one in blood. By bed and table they lord it o'er us, with looks of beauty and words of good. John Sterling. Children may be strangled, but deeds never. They have an indestructible life both in and out of our consciousness. George Eliot. There is no action of man in this life which is not the beginning of so long a chain of consequences, as that no human providence is high enough to give us a prospect to the end. Thomas of Malmesbury. Example is one of the most potent of instructors, though it teaches without a tongue. It is the practical school of mankind, working by action, which is always more forcible than words. Precept may point to us the way, but it is silent, continuous example, conveyed to us by habits, and living with us in fact, that carries us along. Good advice has its weight, but without the accompaniment of a good example, it is of comparatively small influence, and it will be found that the common saying of "do as I say, not as I do," is usually reversed in the actual experience of life. All persons are more or less apt to learn through the eye rather than the ear, and whatever is seen in fact makes a far deeper impression than anything that is merely read or heard. This is especially the case in early youth, when the eye is the chief inlet of knowledge. Whatever children see, they unconsciously imitate. They insensibly come to resemble those who are about them, as insects take the color of the leaves they feed on. Hence the vast importance of domestic training. For whatever may be the efficiency of schools, the example set in our homes must always be of vastly greater influence in forming the characters of our future men and women. The home is the crystal of society, the nucleus of national character, and from that source, be it pure or tainted, issue the habits, principles, and maxims which govern public as well as private life. The nation comes from the nursery. Public opinion itself is for the most part the outgrowth of the home, and the best philanthropy comes from the fireside. "To love the little platoon we belong to in society," says Burke, "is the germ of all public affections." From this little central spot, the human sympathies may extend in an ever-widening circle until the world is embraced. For though true philanthropy, like charity, begins at home, assuredly it does not end there. Example in conduct, therefore, even in apparently trivial matters, is of no light moment, inasmuch as it is constantly becoming interwoven with the lives of others and contributing to form their natures for better or for worse. The characters of parents are thus constantly repeated in their children, and the acts of affection, discipline, industry, and self-control, which they daily exemplify, live and act when all else which may have been learned through the ear has long been forgotten. Hence a wise man was accustomed to speak of his children as his future state. Even the mute action and unconscious look of a parent may give a stamp to the character which is never effaced. And who can tell how much evil act has been stayed by the thought of some good parent, whose memory their children may not sully by the commission of an unworthy deed or the indulgence of an impure thought. The veriest trifles thus become of importance in influencing the characters of men. "A kiss from my mother," said West, "made me a painter." It is on the direction of such seeming trifles when children that the future happiness and success of men mainly depend. Val Buxton, when occupying an eminent and influential station in life, wrote to his mother, "I constantly feel, especially in action and exertion for others, the effects of principles early implanted by you in my mind." Buxton was also accustomed to remember with gratitude the obligations which he owed to an illiterate man, a gamekeeper, named Abraham Plaistow, with whom he played and rode and sported, a man who could neither read nor write, but was full of natural good sense and mother wit. "What made him particularly valuable," says Buxton, "were his principles of integrity and honor. He never said or did a thing in the absence of my mother of which she would have disapproved. He always held up the highest standard of integrity, and filled our useful minds with sentiments as pure and as generous as could be found in the writings of Seneca or Cicero. Such was my first instructor, and, I must add, my best." Lord Langdale, looking back upon the admirable example set him by his mother, declared, "If the whole world were put into one scale, and my mother into the other, the world would kick the beam." Mrs. Schimmel-Pinnock, in her old age, was accustomed to call to mind the personal influences exercised by her mother upon the society amidst which she moved. When she entered a room, it had the effect of immediately raising the tone of the conversation, and as of purifying the moral atmosphere, all seeming to breathe more freely and stand more erectly. "In her presence," says the daughter, "I became for the time transformed into another person." So much does the moral health depend upon the moral atmosphere that is breathed, and so great is the influence daily exercised by parents over their children by living a life before their eyes, that perhaps the best system of parental instruction might be summed up in these two words: improve thyself. There is something solemn and awful in the thought that there is not an act done or a word uttered by a human being but carries with it a train of consequences, the end of which we may never trace. Not one but, to a certain extent, gives a color to our life and insensibly influences the lives of those about us. The good deed or word will live, even though we may not see it fructify, but so will the bad, and no person is so insignificant as to be sure that his example will not do good on one hand or evil on the other. The spirit of men do not die. They still live and walk abroad among us. It was a fine and true thought uttered by Mr. Disraeli in the House of Commons on the death of Richard Cobden that, "he was one of those men who, though not present, were still members of that House, who were independent of disillusions, of the caprices of constituencies, and even of the course of time." There is, indeed, an essence of immortality in the life of man, even in this world. No individual in the universe stands alone. He is a component part of a system of mutual dependencies, and by his several acts he either increases or diminishes the sum of human good now and forever. As the present is rooted in the past, and the lives and examples of our forefathers still to a great extent influence us, so are we, by our daily acts, contributing to form the condition and character of the future. Man is a fruit formed and ripened by the culture of all the foregoing centuries, and the living generation continues the magnetic current of action and example destined to bind the remotest past with the most distant future. No man's acts die utterly, and though his body may resolve into dust and air, his good or his bad deeds will still be bringing forth fruit after their kind, and influencing further generations for all time to come. It is in this momentous and solemn fact that the great peril and responsibility of human existence lies. Mr. Babbage has so powerfully expressed this idea in a noble passage in one of his writings that we here venture to quote his words. "Every atom," he says, "impressed with good or ill, retains at once the motions which philosophers and sages have imparted to it, mixed and combined in 10,000 ways with all that is worthless and base. The air itself is one vast library, on whose pages are written forever all that man has ever said or whispered. There, in their immutable but unerring characters, mixed with the earliest as well as the latest sighs of mortality, stand forever recorded vows unredeemed, promises unfulfilled, perpetuating in the united movements of each particle the testimony of man's changeful will. But if the air we breathe is the never-failing historian of the sentiments we have uttered, earth, air, and ocean are, in like manner, the eternal witnesses of the acts we have done. The same principle of the equality of action and reaction applies to them. No motion impressed by natural causes or by human agency is ever obliterated. If the Almighty stamped on the brow of the first murderer the indelible and visible mark of his guilt, he has also established laws by which every succeeding criminal is not less irrevocably chained to the testimony of his crime. for every atom of his mortal frame, through whatever changes his severed particles may migrate, will still retain adhering to it, through every combination, some movement derived from that very muscular effort by which the crime itself was perpetrated." End quote. Thus, every act we do or word we utter, as well as every act we witness or word we hear, carries with it an influence which extends over and gives us color, not only to the whole of our future life, but makes itself felt upon the whole frame of society. We may not, and indeed cannot possibly, trace the influence working itself into action in its various ramifications amongst our children, our friends, or associates, yet there it is assuredly working on forever. And herein lies the great significance of setting forth a good example, a silent teaching which even the poorest and least significant person can practice in his daily life. There is no one so humble but that he owes to others this simple but priceless instruction. Even the meanest condition may thus be made useful, for the light set in a low place shines as faithfully as that set upon a hill. Everywhere and under almost all circumstances, however externally adverse, in moorland shylings, in cottage hamlets, in the close alleys of great towns, the true man may grow. He who tills a space of earth scarce bigger than is needed for his grave may work as faithfully and to as good purpose as the heir to thousands. The commonest workshop may thus be a school of industry, science, and good morals on the one hand, or of idleness, folly, and depravity on the other. It all depends on the individual men, and the use they make of the opportunities for good which offer themselves. A life well spent, a character uprightly sustained, is no slight legacy to leave to one's children and to the world, for it is the most eloquent lesson of virtue and severest reproof of vice, while it continues an enduring source of the best kind of riches. Well for those who can say, as Pope did, in rejoinder to the sarcasm of Lord Hervey, quote, "I think it is enough that my parents, such as they were, never cost me a blush, and that their son, such as he is, never cost them a tear." End quote. It is not enough to tell others what they are to do, but to exhibit the actual example of doing. What Mrs. Chisholm described to Mrs. Stowe as a secret of her success applies to all life. Quote, "I found," she said, "that if we want anything done, we must go to work and do. It is of no use merely to talk, none whatever." End quote. It is poor eloquence that only shows how a person can talk. Had Mrs. Chisholm rested, satisfied with lecturing, her project, she was persuaded, would never have got beyond the region of talk. But when people saw what she was doing and had actually accomplished, they fell in with her views and came forward to help her. Hence the most beneficent worker is not he who says the most eloquent things, or even who thinks the most loftily, but he who does the most eloquent acts. True-hearted persons, even in the humblest station in life, who are energetic doers, may thus give an impulse to good works out of all proportion, apparently, to their actual station in society. Thomas Wright might have talked about the reclamation of criminals, and John Pounds about the necessity for ragged schools, and yet done nothing. Instead of which, they simply set to work without any other idea in their minds than that of doing, not talking. And how the example of even the poorest man may tell upon society, hear what Dr. Guthrie, the apostle of the ragged school movement, says of the influence which the example of John Pounds, the humble Portsmouth cobbler, exercised upon his own working career. Quote, "The interest I have been led to take in this cause is an example of how, in Providence, a man's destiny, his course of life, like that of a river, may be determined and affected by very trivial circumstances. It is rather curious, at least it is interesting to me to remember, that it was by a picture I was first led to take an interest in ragged schools, by a picture in an old, obscure, decaying borough that stands on the shores of the Firth of Forth, the birthplace of Thomas Chalmers. I went to see this place many years ago, and going into the inn for refreshment, I found the room covered with pictures of shepherdesses at their crooks, and sailors in holiday attire, not particularly interesting. But above the chimney-piece there was a large print, more respectable than its neighbors, which represented a cobbler's room. The cobbler was there himself, spectacles on his nose, an old shoe between his knees, the massive forehead and firm mouth indicating great determination of character, and beneath his bushy eyebrows benevolence gleamed out on a number of poor ragged boys and girls who stood at their lessons around the busy cobbler. My curiosity was awakened, and in the inscription I read how this man, John Pounds, a cobbler in Portsmouth, taking pity on the multitude of poor ragged children left by ministers and magistrates, and ladies and gentlemen, to go to ruin on the streets, how, like a good shepherd, he gathered in these wretched outcasts, how he had trained them to God and to the world, and how, while earning his daily bread by the sweat of his brow, he had rescued from misery and saved to society not less than 500 of these children. I felt ashamed of myself. I felt reproved for the little I had done. My feelings were touched. I was astonished at this man's achievements, and I well remember, in the enthusiasm of the moment, saying to my companion, (and I have seen in my cooler and calmer moments no reason for unsaying the saying), that man is an honor to humanity and deserves the tallest monument ever raised within the shores of Britain. I took up that man's history, and I found it animated by the spirit of him who had compassion on the multitude. John Pounds was a clever man besides, and, like Paul, if he could not win a poor boy any other way, he won him by art. He would be seen chasing a ragged boy along the quays and compelling him to come to school, not by the power of a policeman, but by the power of a hot potato. He knew the love an Irishman had for a potato, and John Pounds might be seen running, holding under the boy's nose a potato, like an Irishman, very hot, and with a coat as ragged as himself. When the day comes when honor will be done to whom honor is due, I can fancy the crowd of those whose fame poets have sung, and to whose memory monuments have been raised, dividing like the wave, and passing the great and the noble and the mighty of the land, this poor, obscure old man, stepping forward and receiving the especial notice of him who said, "Inasmuch as ye did it unto one of the least of these, ye did it also to me." The education of character is very much a question of models. We mold ourselves so unconsciously after the characters, manners, habits, and opinions of those who are about us. Good rules may do much, but good models far more. For in the latter we have instruction in action, wisdom at work. Good admonition and bad example only build with one hand to pull down with the other. Hence the vast importance of exercising great care in the selection of companions, especially in youth. There is a magnetic affinity in young persons which insensibly tends to assimilate them to each other's likeness. Mr. Edgeworth was so strongly convinced that from sympathy they involuntarily imitated or caught the tone of the company they frequented, that he held it to be of the most essential importance that they should be taught to select the very best models. "No company or good company," was his motto. Lord Collingwood, writing to a young friend, said, "Hold it as a maxim that you had better be alone than in mean company. Let your companions be such as yourself or superior, for the worth of a man will always be ruled by that of his company." It was a remark by the famous Dr. Sydenham that everybody, sometime or other, would be the best or the worst for having but spoken to a good or a bad man. As Sir Peter Lely made it a rule never to look at a bad picture if he could help it, believing that whatever he did so that his pencil caught a taint of it, so whoever chooses to gaze upon a debased specimen of humanity and to frequent their society cannot help gradually assimilating himself to that sort of model. It is therefore advisable for young men to seek the fellowship of the good, and always aim at a higher standard than themselves. Francis Horner, speaking of the advantages to himself of direct personal intercourse with high-minded, intelligent men, said, quote, "I cannot hesitate to decide that I have derived more intellectual improvement from them than from all the books I have turned over." End quote. Lord Shelburne (afterwards Marquis of Lansdowne), when a young man, paid a visit to the Venerable Sherbe, and was so much impressed by it that he said, quote, "I have traveled much, but I have never been so influenced by personal contact with any man, and if I ever accomplish any good in the course of my life, I'm certain that the recollection of Monsieur de Malesherbes will animate my soul." End quote. So Fowell Buxton was always ready to acknowledge the powerful influence exercised upon the formation of his character in early life by the example of the Gurney family. Quote, "It has given a color to my life," he used to say. Speaking of his success at the Dublin University, he confessed, "I can ascribe it to nothing but my Earlham visits." End quote. It was from the Gurneys he quote, "caught the infection" end quote, of self-improvement. Contact with the good never fails to impart good, and we carry away with us some of the blessings as travelers' garments retain the odor of the flowers and shrubs through which they have passed. Those who knew the late John Sterling intimately have spoken of the beneficial influence which he exercised on all with whom he came into personal contact. Many owed to him their first awakening to a higher being. From him they learnt what they were and what they ought to be. Mr. Trench says of him, quote, "It was impossible to come in contact with his noble nature without feeling oneself in some measure ennobled and lifted up, as I ever felt when I left him, into a higher region of objects and aims than that in which one is tempted habitually to dwell." End quote. It is thus that the noble character always acts. We become insensibly elevated by him, and cannot help feeling as he does, and acquiring the habit of looking at things in the same light. Such is the magical action and reaction of minds upon each other. Artists also feel themselves elevated by contact with artists greater than themselves. Thus Haydn's genius was first fired by Handel. Hearing him play, Haydn's ardor for musical composition was at once excited, and but for this circumstance he himself believed that he would never have written the Creation. Speaking of Handel, he said, quote, "When he chooses, he strikes like the thunderbolt," and at another time, "There is not a note of him but draws blood." End quote. Scarlatti was another of Handel's ardent admirers, following him all over Italy. Afterwards, when speaking of the great master, he would cross himself in token of admiration. True artists never fail generously to recognize each other's greatness. Thus Beethoven's admiration for Cherubini was regal, and he ardently hailed the genius of Schubert. Quote, "Truly," said he, "in Schubert dwells a divine fire." End quote. When Northcote was a mere youth, he had such an admiration for Reynolds that, when the great painter was once attending a public meeting down in Devonshire, the boy pushed through the crowd and got so near Reynolds as to touch the skirt of his coat. Quote, "Which I did," says Northcote, "with a great satisfaction to my mind." End quote. A true touch of youthful enthusiasm in the admiration of genius. End of section 32. Section 33 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Self-Help, with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles, Chapter 12, Example, Models, Part 2. One of the most valuable and one of the most infectious examples which can be set for the young is that of cheerful working. Cheerfulness gives elasticity to the spirit. Spectres fly before it, difficulties cause no despair, for they are encountered with hope, and the mind acquires that happy disposition to improve opportunities which rarely fails of success. The fervent spirit is always a healthy and happy spirit, working cheerfully itself and stimulating others to work. It confers a dignity on even the most ordinary occupations. The most effective work also is usually the full-hearted work, that which passes through the hands or the head of him whose heart is glad. Hume was accustomed to say that he would rather possess a cheerful disposition, inclined always to look on the bright side of things, than with a gloomy mind to be the master of an estate of 10,000 a year. Granville Sharp, amidst his indefatigable labors on behalf of the slave, solaced himself in the evenings by taking part in glees and instrumental concerts at his brother's house, singing or playing on the flute, the clarinet, or the oboe. And at the Sunday evening oratorios, when Handel was played, he beat the kettle drums. He also indulged, though sparingly, in caricature drawing. Fowell Buxton, also, was an eminently cheerful man, taking special pleasure in field sports, in riding about the country with his children, and in mixing in all their domestic amusements. In another sphere of action, Dr. Arnold was a noble and a cheerful worker, throwing himself into the great business of his life, the training and teaching of young men, with his whole heart and soul. It is stated in his admirable biography that, quote, "the most remarkable thing in the Laleham circle was the wonderful healthiness of tone which prevailed there. It was a place where a newcomer at once felt that a great and earnest work was going forward. Every pupil was made to feel that there was a work for him to do, that his happiness, as well as his duty, lay in doing that work well. Hence an indescribable zest was communicated to a young man's feeling about life. A strange joy came over him on discerning that he had the means of being useful, and thus being happy, and a deep respect and ardent attachment sprang up towards him who had taught him thus to value life and his own self, and his work and mission in the world." All this was founded on the breadth and comprehensiveness of Arnold's character, as well as its striking truth and reality. On the unfeigned regard he had for work of all kinds, and the sense he had of its value, both for the complex aggregate of society and the growth and protection of the individual. In all this there was no excitement, no predilection for one class of work above another, no enthusiasm for any one-sided object, but a humble, profound, and most religious consciousness that work is the appointed calling of man on earth, the end for which his various faculties were given, the element in which his nature is ordained to develop itself, and in which his progressive advance towards heaven is to lie." End quote. Among the many valuable men trained for public life and usefulness by Arnold was the gallant Hodson of Hodson's Horse, who, riding home from India many years after, thus spoke of his revered master, quote, "The influence he produced has been most lasting and striking in its effects. It is felt even in India, and I cannot say more than that." End quote. The useful influence which a right-hearted man of energy and industry may exercise amongst his neighbors and dependents, and accomplish for his country, cannot perhaps be better illustrated than by the career of Sir John Sinclair, characterized by the Abbé Grégoire as, quote, "the most indefatigable man in Europe." End quote. He was originally a country laird, born to a considerable estate situated near John o' Groat's house, almost beyond the beat of civilization, in a bare wild country fronting the stormy North Sea. His father dying while he was a youth of 16, the management of the family property thus early devolved upon him, and at 18 he began a course of vigorous improvement in the county of Caithness, which eventually spread all over Scotland. Agriculture was then in a most backward state. The fields were unenclosed, the lands undrained. The small farmers of Caithness were so poor that they could scarcely afford to keep a horse or sheltie, The hard work was chiefly done, and the burdens borne, by the women, and if a courtier lost a horse, it was not unusual for him to marry a wife as the cheapest substitute. The country was without roads or bridges, and drovers driving their cattle south had to swim the rivers along with their beasts. The chief track leading to Caithness lay along a high shelf on a mountainside, the road being some 100 feet of clear perpendicular height above the sea which dashed below. Sir John, though a mere youth, determined to make a new road over the hill of Ben Chielt. The old let-alone proprietors, however, regarding his scheme with incredulity and derision. But he himself laid out the road, assembled some 1,200 workmen early one summer's morning, set them simultaneously to work, superintending their labors and stimulating them by his presence and example, and before night what had been a dangerous sheep track, 6 miles in length, hardly passable for led horses, was made practicable for wheeled carriages as if by the power of magic. It was an admirable example of energy and well-directed labor, which could not fail to have a most salutary influence upon the surrounding population. He then proceeded to make more roads, to erect mills, to build bridges, and to enclose and cultivate the waste land. He introduced improved methods of culture and regular rotation of crops, distributing small premiums to encourage industry, and he thus soon quickened the whole frame of society within reach of his influence, and infused an entirely new spirit into the cultivators of the soil. From being one of the most inaccessible districts of the north, the very Ultima Thule of civilization, Caithness became a pattern county for its roads, its agriculture, and its fisheries. In Sinclair's youth, the post was carried by a runner only once a week, and the young baronet then declared that he would never rest till a coach drove daily to Thurso. The people of the neighborhood could not believe in any such thing, and it became a proverb in the country to say of an utterly impossible scheme, aye, that will come to pass when Sir John sees the Daily Mail at Thurso." But Sir John lived to see his dream realized, and the Daily Mail established to Thurso. The circle of his benevolent operation gradually widened. Observing the serious deterioration which had taken place in the quality of British wool, one of the staple commodities of the country, he forthwith, though but a private and little-known country gentleman, devoted himself to its improvement. By his personal exertions he established the British Wool Society for the purpose, and himself led the way to practical improvement by importing 800 sheep from all countries at his own expense. The result was the introduction into Scotland of the celebrated Cheviot breed. Sheep farmers scouted the idea of south country flocks being able to thrive in the far north, but Sir John persevered, and in a few years there were not fewer than 300,000 Cheviot's diffused over the 4 northern counties alone. The value of all grazing land was thus enormously increased, and Scottish estates, which before were comparatively worthless, began to yield large rentals. Returned by Caithness to Parliament, in which he remained for 30 years, rarely missing a division, his position gave him farther opportunities of usefulness, which he did not neglect to employ. Mr. Pitt, observing his persevering energy in all useful public projects, sent for him to Downing Street, and voluntarily proposed his assistance in any object he might have in view. Another man might have thought of himself and his own promotion, but Sir John characteristically replied that he desired no favor for himself, but intimated that the reward most gratifying to his feelings would be Mr. Pitt's assistance in the establishment of a National Board of Agriculture. Arthur Young laid a bet with the baronet that his scheme would never be established, adding, quote, "Your Board of Agriculture will be in the moon," end quote. But vigorously setting to work, he roused public attention to the subject, enlisted a majority of Parliament on his side, and eventually established the board, of which he was appointed president. The result of its action need not be described, but the stimulus which it gave to agriculture and stock raising was shortly felt throughout the whole United Kingdom, and tens of thousands of acres were redeemed from barrenness by its operation. He was equally indefatigable in encouraging the establishment of fisheries, and the successful founding of these great branches of British industry at Thurso and Wick was mainly due to his exertions. He urged for long years, and at length succeeded in obtaining the enclosure of a harbor for the latter place, which is perhaps the greatest and most prosperous fishing town in the world. Sir John threw his personal energy into every work in which he engaged, rousing the inert, stimulating the idle, encouraging the hopeful, and working with all. When a French invasion was threatened, he offered to Mr. Pitt to raise a regiment on his own estate, and he was as good as his word. He went down to the north and raised a battalion of 600 men, afterwards increased to 1,000, and it was admitted to be one of the finest volunteer regiments ever raised, inspired throughout by his own noble and patriotic spirit. While commanding officer at the camp of Aberdeen, he held the offices of a director of the Bank of Scotland, chairman of the British Wool Society, provost of Wick, director of the British Fisheries Society, commissioner for issuing exchequer bills, member of Parliament for Caithness, and president of the Board of Agriculture. Amidst all his nefarious and self-imposed work, he even found time to write books, enough of themselves to establish a reputation. When Mr. Rush, the American ambassador, arrived in England, he relates that he inquired of Mr. Coke of Holkham what was the best work on agriculture, and was referred to Sir John Sinclair's. And when he further asked Mr. Vansittart, Chancellor of the Exchequer, what was the best work on British finance, he was again referred to a work by Sir John Sinclair, his History of the Public Revenue. But the great monument of his indefatigable industry, a work that would have appalled other men, but only served to rouse and sustain his energy, was his Statistical Account of Scotland, in 21 volumes, one of the most valuable practical works ever published in any age or country. Amid a host of other pursuits that occupied him nearly 8 years of hard labor, during which he received and attended to upwards of 20,000 letters on the subject. It was a thoroughly patriotic undertaking, from which he derived no personal advantage whatever beyond the honor of having completed it. The whole of the profits were assigned by him to the Society for the Sons of the Clergy in Scotland. The publication of the book led to great public improvements. It was followed by the immediate abolition of several oppressive feudal rights, to which it called attention. The salaries of schoolmasters and clergymen in many parishes were increased, and an increased stimulus was given to agriculture throughout Scotland. Sir John then publicly offered to undertake the much greater labor of collecting and publishing a similar statistical account of England, but unhappily the then Archbishop of Canterbury refused to sanction it, lest it should interfere with the tithes of the clergy, and the idea was abandoned. A remarkable illustration of his energetic promptitude was the manner in which he once provided, on a great emergency, for the relief of the manufacturing districts. In 1793, the stagnation produced by the war led to an unusual number of bankruptcies, and many of the first houses in Manchester and Glasgow were tottering, not so much from the want of property, but because the usual sources of trade and credit were for the time closed up. A period of intense distress amongst the laboring classes seemed imminent, and when Sir John urged in Parliament that exchequer notes to the amount of 5 millions should be issued immediately as a loan to such merchants as could give security, this suggestion was adopted, and his offer to carry out his plan in conjunction with certain members named by him was also accepted. The vote was passed late at night, and early next morning Sir John, anticipating the delays of officialism and red tape, proceeded to bankers in the city and borrowed of them on his own personal security the sum of £70,000, which he dispatched the same evening to those merchants who were in the most urgent need of assistance. Pitt, meeting Sir John in the House, expressed his great regret that the pressing wants of Manchester and Glasgow could not be supplied so soon as was desirable, adding, "The money cannot be raised for some days." "It is already gone. It left London by tonight's mail." was Sir John's triumphant reply, and in afterwards relating the anecdote he added, with a smile of pleasure, "Pitt was as much startled as if I had stabbed him." To the last this great good man worked on usefully and cheerfully, setting a great example for his family and for his country. And so laboriously seeking others' good, it might be said that he found his own, not wealth, for his generosity seriously impaired his private fortune, but happiness and self-satisfaction and the peace that passes knowledge. A great patriot with magnificent powers of work, he nobly did his duty to his country, yet he was not neglectful to his old household and home. His sons and daughters grew up to honor and usefulness, and it was one of the proudest things Sir John could say, when verging on his 80th year, that he had lived to see 7 sons grown up, not one of whom had incurred a debt he could not pay, or caused him a sorrow that could have been avoided. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Section 34 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance, by Samuel Smiles. Section 34. Character, the True Gentleman, Part 1. For who can always act, but he to whom 1,000 memories call, not being less, but more than all the gentleness he seemed to be, but seemed the thing he was, and joined each office of the social hour to noble manners, as the flower and native growth of noble mind, and thus he bore without abuse the grand old name of gentleman. Tennyson. Es bildet ein Talent sich in der Stille, sich ein Charakter in dem Strom der Welt. Goethe. That which raises a country, that which strengthens a country, and that which dignifies a country, that which spreads her power, creates her moral influence, and makes her respected and submitted to, bends the hearts of millions, and bows down the pride of nations to her, the instrument of obedience, the fountain of supremacy, the true throne, crown, and scepter of a nation. This aristocracy is not an aristocracy of blood, not an aristocracy of fashion, not an aristocracy of talent only. It is an aristocracy of character. That is the true heraldry of man. The Times. The crown and glory of life is character. It is the noblest possession of a man, constituting a rank in itself, and an estate in the general goodwill, dignifying every station and exalting every position in society. It exercises a greater power than wealth, and secures all the honor without the jealousies of fame. It carries with it an influence which always tells, for it is the result of proved honor, rectitude, and consistency, qualities which, perhaps more than any other, command a general confidence and respect of mankind. Character is human nature in its best form. It is moral order embodied in the individual. Men of character are not only the conscience of society, but in every well-governed state they are its best motive power. For it is moral qualities in the main which rule the world. Even in war Napoleon said, "The moral is to the physical as 10 to 1." The strength, the industry, and the civilization of nations all depend upon individual character, and the very foundations of civil security rest upon it. Laws and institutions are but its outgrowth. In the just balance of nature, individuals, nations, and races will obtain just so much as they deserve, and no more. And as effect finds its cause, so surely does quality of character amongst a people produce its benefiting results. Though a man have comparatively little culture, slender abilities, and but small wealth, yet if his character be of sterling worth, he will always command an influence, whether it be in the workshop, the counting-house, the mart, or the senate. Canning wisely wrote in 1801, quote, "My road must be through character to power. I will try no other course, and I am sanguine enough to believe that this course, though not perhaps the quickest, is the surest." End quote. You may admire men of intellect, but something more is necessary before you will trust them. Hence Lord John Russell once observed in a sentence full of truth, quote, "It is the nature of party in England to ask the assistance of a man of genius, but to follow the guidance of men of character." End quote. This was strikingly illustrated in the career of the late Francis Horner, a man of whom Sidney Smith said that the 10 Commandments were stamped upon his countenance. Quote, "The valuable and peculiar light," says Lord Cockburn, "in which his history is calculated to inspire every right-minded youth is this: he died at the age of 38, possessed of greater public influence than any other private man, and admired, beloved, trusted, and deplored by all except the heartless or the base. No greater homage was ever paid in Parliament to any deceased member. Now let every young man ask, how was this attained? By rank? He was the son of an Edinburgh merchant. By wealth? Neither he nor any of his relations ever had a superfluous sixpence. By office? He held but one, and only for a few years, of no influence and with very little pay. By talents? His were not splendid, and he had no genius. Cautious and slow, his only ambition was to be right. By eloquence? He spoke in calm, good taste, without any of the oratory that either terrifies or seduces. By any fascination of manner? His was only correct and agreeable. By what, then, was it? Merely by sense, industry, good principles, and a good heart, qualities which no well-constituted mind need ever despair of attaining. It was the force of his character that raised him, and this character not impressed upon him by nature, but formed out of no peculiarly fine elements by himself. There were many in the House of Commons of far greater ability and eloquence, but no one surpassed him in the combination of an adequate portion of these with moral worth. Horner was born to show what moderate powers, unaided by anything whatever except culture and goodness, may achieve, even when these powers are displayed amidst the competition and jealousy of public life." End quote. Franklin also attributed his success as a public man not to his talents or his powers of speaking, for these were but moderate, but to his known integrity of character. Hence it was, he says, quote, "that I had so much weight with my fellow citizens. I was but a bad speaker, never eloquent, subject to much hesitation in my choice of words, hardly correct in language, and yet I generally carried my point." End quote. Character creates confidence in men in high station as well as in humble life. It was said of the first Emperor Alexander of Russia that his personal character was equivalent to a constitution. During the wars of the Fronde, Montaigne was the only man amongst the French gentry who kept his castle gates unbarred, and it was said of him that his personal character was a better protection for him than a regiment of horse would have been. That character is power is true in a much higher sense than that knowledge is power. Mind without heart, intelligence without conduct, cleverness without goodness are powers in their way, but they may be powers only for mischief. We may be instructed or amused by them, but it is sometimes as difficult to admire them as it would be to admire the dexterity of a pickpocket or the horsemanship of a highwayman. Truthfulness, integrity, and goodness, qualities that hang not on any man's breath, form the essence of manly character, or as one of our old writers has it, "that inbred loyalty unto virtue which can serve her without a livery." He who possesses these qualities, united with strength of purpose, carries with him a power which is irresistible. He is strong to do good, strong to resist evil, and strong to bear up under difficulty and misfortune. When Stephen of Colonna fell into the hands of his base assailants, they asked him in derision, "Where is now your fortress?" "Here," was his bold reply, placing his hand upon his heart. It is in misfortune that the character of the upright man shines forth with the greatest luster, and when all else fails, he takes stand upon his integrity and his courage. The rules of conduct followed by Lord Erskine, a man of sterling independence of principle and scrupulous adherence to truth, are worthy to be engraven on every young man's heart. "It was a first command and counsel of my early youth," said he, "always to do what my conscience told me to be a duty, and to leave the consequence to God. I shall carry with me the memory, and I trust the practice, of this parental lesson to the grave. I have hitherto followed it, and have no reason to complain that my obedience to it has been a temporal sacrifice. I have found it, on the contrary, the road to prosperity and wealth, and I shall point out the same path to my children for their pursuit." Every man is bound to aim at the possession of good character as one of the highest objects of life. The very effort to secure it by worthy means will furnish him with a motive for exertion, and his idea of manhood, in proportion as it is elevated, will steady and animate his motive. It is well to have a high standard of life, even though we may not be able altogether to realize it. "The youth," says Mr. Disraeli, "who does not look up will look down, and the spirit that does not soar is destined, perhaps, to grovel." George Herbert wisely writes, "Pitch thy behavior low, thy projects high, so shall thou humble and magnanimous be. Sink not in spirit. Who aimeth at the sky shoots higher much than he that means a tree." He who has a high standard of living and thinking will certainly do better than he who has none at all. "Pluck at a gown of gold," says the Scotch proverb, "and you may get a sleeve of it." Whoever tries for the highest results cannot fail to reach a point far in advance of that from which he started, and though the end attained may fall short of that proposed, still the very effort to rise of itself cannot fail to prove permanently beneficial. There are many counterfeits of character, but the genuine article is difficult to be mistaken. Some, knowing its money value, would assume its disguise for the purpose of imposing upon the unwary. Colonel Charteris said to a man distinguished for his honesty, "I would give 1,000 pounds for your good name." "Why?" "Because I could make 10,000 by it," was the knave's reply. Integrity in word and deed is the backbone of character, and loyal adherence to veracity is its most prominent characteristic. One of the finest testimonies to the character of the late Sir Robert Peel was that borne by the Duke of Wellington in the House of Lords a few days after that great statesman's death. "Your lordships," he said, "must all feel the high and honorable character of the late Sir Robert Peel. I was long connected with him in public life. We were both in the councils of our sovereign together, and I had long the honor to enjoy his private friendship. In all the course of my acquaintance with him, I never knew a man in whose truth and justice I had greater confidence, or in whom I saw a more invariable desire to promote the public service. In the whole course of my communication with him, I never knew an instance in which he did not show the strongest attachment to truth, and I never saw in the whole course of my life the smallest reason for suspecting that he stated anything which he did not firmly believe to be the fact." And this high-minded truthfulness of the statesman was no doubt the secret of no small part of his influence and power. There is a truthfulness in action as well as in words which is essential to uprightness of character. A man must really be what he seems or proposes to be. When an American gentleman wrote to Granville Sharp that from respect for his great virtues he had named one of his sons after him, Sharp replied, quote, "I must request you to teach him a favorite maxim of the family whose name you have given him. Always endeavor to be really what you wish to appear." This maxim, as my father informed me, was carefully and humbly practiced by his father, whose sincerity as a plain and honest man thereby became the principal feature of his character, both in public and private life. End quote. Every man who respects himself and values the respect of others will carry out the maxim in act, doing honestly what he proposes to do, putting the highest character into his work, scamping nothing, but priding himself upon his integrity and his conscientiousness. Once Cromwell said to Bernard, a clever but somewhat unscrupulous lawyer, quote, "I understand that you have lately been vastly wary in your conduct. Do not be too confident of this. Subtlety may deceive you. Integrity never will." End quote. Men whose acts are at direct variance with their words command no respect, and what they say has but little weight. Even truths, when uttered by them, seem to come blasted from their lips. The true character acts rightly, whether in secret or in the sight of men. That boy was well trained who, when asked why he did not pocket some pears, for nobody was there to see, replied, quote, "Yes, there was. I was there to see myself, and I don't intend ever to see myself do a dishonest thing." End quote. This is a simple but not inappropriate illustration of principle or conscience dominating in the character and exercising a noble protectorate over it. Not merely a passive influence, but an active power regulating the life. Such a principle goes on molding the character hourly and daily, growing with a force that operates every moment. Without this dominating influence, character has no protection, but is constantly liable to fall away before temptation, and every such temptation succumbed to, every act of meanness or dishonesty, however slight, causes self-degradation. It matters not whether the act be successful or not, discovered or concealed. The culprit is no longer the same, but another person, and he is pursued by a secret uneasiness, by self-reproach, or the workings of what we call conscience, which is the inevitable doom of the guilty. And here it may be observed how greatly the character may be strengthened and supported by the cultivation of good habits. Man, it has been said, is a bundle of habits, and habit is second nature. Metastasio entertained so strong an opinion as to the power of repetition in act and thought that he said, quote, "All is habit in mankind, even virtue itself." End quote. Butler, in his Analogy, impresses the importance of careful self-discipline and firm resistance to temptation as tending to make virtue habitual, so that at length it may become more easy to be good than to give way to sin. Quote, "As habits belonging to the body," he says, "are produced by external acts, so habits of the mind are produced by the execution of inward practical purposes, that is, carrying them into act or acting upon them the principles of obedience, veracity, justice, and charity." End quote. And again Lord Brougham says, when enforcing the immense importance of training and example in youth, quote, "I trust everything under God to habit, on which, in all ages, the lawgiver, as well as the schoolmaster, has mainly placed his reliance. Habit, which makes everything easy, and casts the difficulties upon the deviation from a wonted course." End quote. Thus, make sobriety a habit, and intemperance will be hateful. Make prudence a habit, and reckless profligacy will become revolting to every principle of conduct which regulates the life of the individual. Hence the necessity for the greatest care and watchfulness against the inroad of any evil habit. For the character is always weakest at that point at which it has once given way, and it is long before a principle restored can become so firm as one that has never been moved. It is a fine remark of a Russian writer that, quote, "habits are a necklace of pearls. Untie the knot, and the whole unthreads." End quote. Wherever formed, habit acts involuntarily and without effort, and it is only when you oppose it that you find how powerful it has become. What is done once and again soon gives facility and proneness. The habit at first may seem to have no more strength than a spider's web, but, once formed, it binds as with a chain of iron. The small events of life, taken singly, may seem exceedingly unimportant, like snow that falls silently, flake by flake, and yet accumulated, these snowflakes form the avalanche. Self-respect, self-help, application, industry, integrity, all are of the nature of habits, not beliefs. Principles, in fact, are but the names which we assign to habits. For the principles are words, but the habits are the things themselves, benefactors or tyrants, according as they are good or evil. It thus happens that as we grow older, a portion of our free activity and individuality becomes suspended in habit. Our actions become of the nature of fate, and we are bound by the chains which we have woven around ourselves. It is indeed scarcely possible to overestimate the importance of training the young to virtuous habits. In them they are the easiest formed, and when formed they last for life. Like letters cut on the bark of a tree, they grow and widen with age. Quote, "Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it." End quote. The beginning holds within it the end. The first start on the road of life determines the direction and the destination of the journey. Ce n'est que la première pas qui coûte. "Remember," said Lord Collingworth to a young man whom he loved, "before you are 25, you must establish a character that will serve you all your life." End quote. As habit strengthens with age, and character becomes formed, any turning into a new path becomes more and more difficult. Hence it is often harder to unlearn than to learn, and for this reason the Grecian flute player was justified who charged double fees to those pupils who had been taught by an inferior master. To uproot an old habit is sometimes a more painful thing, and vastly more difficult, than to wrench out a tooth. Try and reform a habitually indolent or improvident or drunken person, and in a majority of cases you will fail. For the habit in each case has wound itself in and through the life until it has become an integral part of it, and cannot be uprooted. Hence, as Mr. Lynch observes, quote, "The wisest habit of all is the habit of care in the formation of good habits." End quote. Even happiness itself may become habitual. There is a habit of looking on the bright side of things and also of looking at the dark side. Dr. Johnson has said that the habit of looking at the best side of a thing is worth more to a man than £1,000 a year. And we possess the power, to a great extent, of so exercising the will as to direct the thoughts upon objects calculated to yield happiness and improvement rather than their opposites. In this way the habit of happy thought may be made to spring up like any other habit. And to bring up men or women with a genial nature of this sort, a good temper, and a happy frame of mind, is perhaps of even more importance in many cases than to perfect them in much knowledge and many accomplishments. As daylight can be seen through very small holes, so little things will illustrate a person's character. Indeed, character consists in little acts, well and honorably performed. Daily life being the quarry from which we build it up, and rough hew the habits which form it. One of the most marked tests of character is the manner in which we conduct ourselves towards others. A graceful behavior towards superiors, inferiors, and equals is a constant source of pleasure. It pleases others because it indicates respect for their personality, but it gives tenfold more pleasure to ourselves. Every man may, to a large extent, be a self-educator in good behavior as in everything else. He can be civil and kind, if he will, though he have not a penny in his purse. Gentleness in society is like the silent influence of light, which gives color to all nature. It is far more powerful than loudness or force, and far more fruitful. It pushes its way quietly and persistently, like the tiniest daffodil in spring, which raises the clod and thrusts it aside by the simple persistency of growing. Even a kind look will give pleasure and confer happiness. In one of Robertson of Brighton's letters, he tells of a lady who related to him, quote, the delight and the tears of gratitude which she had witnessed in a poor girl to whom, in passing, I gave a kind look on going out of church on Sunday. What a lesson! How cheaply happiness can be given! What opportunities we miss of doing an angel's work! I remember doing it, full of sad feelings, passing on and thinking no more about it, and it gave an hour's sunshine to a human's life, and lightened the load of life to a human heart for a time." End quote. Morals and manners, which give color to life, are of much greater importance than laws, which are but their manifestations. The law touches us here and there, but manners are about us everywhere, pervading society like the air we breathe. Good manners, as we call them, are neither more nor less than good behavior, consisting of courtesy and kindness, benevolence being the preponderating element in all kinds of mutually beneficial and pleasant intercourse among human beings. Quote, "Civility," said Lady Montague, "costs nothing and buys everything." End quote. The cheapest of all things is kindness, its exercise requiring the least possible trouble and sacrifice. Quote, "Win hearts," said Burleigh to Queen Elizabeth, "and you will have all men's hearts and purses." End quote. If we would only let nature act kindly, free from affectation and artifice, the results on social good humor and happiness would be incalculable. The little courtesies which form the small change of life may separately appear of little intrinsic value, but they acquire their importance from repetition and accumulation. They are like the spare minutes or the groat a day, which proverbially produce such momentous results in the course of a 12-month, or in a lifetime. Manners are the ornament of action, and there is a way of speaking a kind word or of doing a kind thing which greatly enhances their value. What seems to be done with a grudge or as an act of condescension is scarcely accepted as a favor. Yet there are men who pride themselves upon their gruffness, and though they may possess virtue and capacity, their manner is often such as to render them almost insupportable. It is difficult to like a man who, though he may not pull your nose, habitually wounds your self-respect and takes a pride in saying disagreeable things to you. There are others who are dreadfully condescending and cannot avoid seizing upon every small opportunity of making their greatness felt. When Abernethy was canvassing for the office of surgeon to St. Bartholomew Hospital, he called upon such a person, a rich grocer, one of the governors. The great man behind the counter, seeing the great surgeon enter, immediately assumed the grand airs toward the supposed suppliant for his vote. "I presume, sir, you want my vote and interest at this momentous epoch in your life?" End quote. Abernethy, who hated humbugs and felt nettled at the tone, replied, "No, I don't. I want a pennyworth of figs. Come, look sharp, and wrap them up. I want to be off." End quote. The cultivation of manner, though in excess it is foppish and foolish, is highly necessary in a person who has occasion to negotiate with others in matters of business. Affability and good breeding may even be regarded as essential to the success of a man in any eminent station and in large sphere of life, for the want of it has not infrequently been found in a great measure to neutralize the results of much industry, integrity, and honesty of character. There are, no doubt, a few strong tolerant minds which can bear with defects and angularities of manner, and look only to the more genuine qualities. But the world at large is not so forbearant, and cannot help forming its judgments and likings mainly according to outward conduct. Another mode of displaying true politeness is consideration for the opinions of others. It has been said of dogmatism that it is only puppyism come to its full growth, and certainly the worst form this quality can assume is that of opinionativeness and arrogance. Let men agree to differ, and when they do differ, bear and forbear. Principles and opinions may be maintained with perfect suavity, without coming to blows or uttering harsh words, and there are circumstances in which words are blows, and inflict wounds far less easy to heal. As bearing upon this point, we quote an instructive little parable spoken some time since by an itinerant preacher of the Evangelical Alliance on the borders of Wales. Quote, "As I was going to see the hills," said he, "early one misty morning, I saw something moving on the mountainside, so strange looking that I took it for a monster. When I came near to it, I found it was a man. When I came up to him, I found it was my brother." End quote. The inbred politeness which springs from right-heartedness and kindly feelings is of no exclusive rank or station. The mechanic who works at the bench may possess it, as well as the clergyman or the peer. It is by no means a necessary condition of labor that it should, in any respect, be either rough or coarse. The politeness and refinement which distinguish all classes of the people in many continental countries show that those qualities might become ours too, as doubtless they will become with increased culture and more general social intercourse, without sacrificing any of our more genuine qualities as men. From the highest to the lowest, the richest to the poorest, to no rank or condition in life has nature denied her highest boon, the great heart. There never existed a gentleman but was a lord of a great heart, and this may exhibit itself under the hodden gray of the peasant as well as under the laced coat of the noble. Robert Burns was once taken to task by a young Edinburgh blood with whom he was walking for recognizing an honest farmer in the open street. Quote, "Why, you fantastic gomeril," exclaimed Burns, "it was not the great coat, the Scone bonnet, and the Saunders boot hose that I spoke to, but the man that was in them. And the man, sir, for true worth, would weigh down you and me, and 10 more such, any day." End quote. There may be a homeliness in externals which may seem vulgar to those who cannot discern the heart beneath, but to the right-minded, character will always have its clear insignia. End of section 34. Section 35 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 13. Character. The True Gentleman, Part 2. William and Charles Grant were sons of a farmer in Inverness-shire, who a sudden flood stripped of everything, even to the very soil which he tilled. The farmer and his sons, with the world before them where to choose, made their way southward in search of employment until they arrived in the neighborhood of Bury in Lancashire. From the crown of the hill near Walmsley they surveyed the wide extent of country which lay before them, the river Irwell making its circuitous course through the valley. They were utter strangers in the neighborhood and knew not which way to turn. To decide their course they put up a stick and agreed to pursue the direction in which it fell. Thus their decision was made, and they journeyed on accordingly until they reached the village of Ramsbotham, not far distant. They found employment in a print work, in which William served his apprenticeship, and they commended themselves to their employers by their diligence, sobriety, and strict integrity. They plodded on, rising from one station to another, until at length the two men themselves became employers, and after many long years of industry, enterprise, and benevolence, they became rich, honored, and respected by all who knew them. Their cotton mills and print works gave employment to a large population. Their well-directed diligence made the valley teem with activity, joy, health, and opulence. Out of their abundant wealth they gave liberally to all worthy objects, erecting churches, funding schools, and in all ways promoting the well-being of the class of working men from which they had sprung. They afterwards erected, on the top of the hill above Walmsley, a lofty tower in commemoration of the early event in their history which had determined the place of their settlement. The brothers Grant became widely celebrated for their benevolence and their various goodness, and it is said that Mr. Dickens had them in his mind's eye when delineating the character of the brothers Cheerbley. One of many anecdotes of a similar kind may be cited to show that the character was by no means exaggerated. A Manchester warehouseman published an exceedingly scurrilous pamphlet against the firm of Grant Brothers, holding up the elder partner to ridicule as Billy Button. William was informed by someone of the nature of the pamphlet, and his observation was that the man would live to repent of it. "Oh," said the libeller, when informed of the remark, "he thinks that some time or other I shall be in his debt, but I will take good care of that." It happens, however, that men in business do not always foresee who shall be their creditor, and it so turned out that the Grant's libeller became a bankrupt, and could not complete his certificate and begin business again without obtaining their signature. It seemed to him a hopeless case to call upon that firm for any favor, but the pressing claims of his family forced him to make the application. He appeared before the man whom he had ridiculed as Billy Button accordingly. He told his tale and produced his certificate. "You wrote a pamphlet against us once," said Mr. Grant. The supplicant expected to see his document thrown into the fire, instead of which Mr. Grant signed the name of the firm, and thus completed the necessary certificate. "We make it a rule," he said, handing it back, "never to refuse signing the certificate of an honest tradesman, and we have never heard that you were anything else." The tears started into the man's eye. "Ah," continued Mr. Grant, "you see my saying was true that you would live to repent writing that pamphlet. I did not mean it as a threat. I only meant that some day you would know us better, and repent having tried to injure us." I do indeed repent it." "Well, well, you know us now. But how do you get on? What are you going to do?" The poor man stated that he had friends who would assist him when his certificate was obtained. "But how are you off in the meantime?" The answer was that, having given up every farthing to his creditors, he had been compelled to stint his family in even the common necessaries of life, that he might be enabled to pay for his certificate. "My good fellow, this will never do. Your wife and family must not suffer in this way. Be kind enough to take this £10 note to your wife from me. There now, don't cry. It will be all well with you yet. Keep up your spirits, set to work like a man, and you will raise your head among the best of us yet." The overpowered man endeavored with choking utterance to express his gratitude, but in vain, and putting his hand to his face, he went out of the room, sobbing like a child. The true gentleman is one whose nature has been fashioned after the highest models. It is a grand old name, that of gentleman, and has been recognized as a rank and power in all stages of society. "The gentleman is always a gentleman," said the old French general of his regiment of Scottish gentry at Roussillon, "and invariably proves itself such in need and in danger." To possess this character is a dignity of itself, commanding the instinctive homage of every generous mind, and those who will not bow to titular rank, yet will do homage to the gentleman. His qualities depend not upon fashion or manners, but upon moral worth, not on personal possessions, but on personal qualities. The psalmist briefly describes him as one, that walketh uprightly, and worketh righteousness, and speaketh the truth in his heart." The gentleman is eminently distinguished for his self-respect. He values his character, not so much of it only as can be seen of others, but as he sees it himself, having regard for the approval of his inward monitor, and as he respects himself, so, by the same law, does he respect others. Humanity is sacred in his eyes, and thence proceeds politeness and forbearance, kindness and charity. It is related of Lord Edward Fitzgerald that, while traveling in Canada in company with the Indians, he was shocked by the sight of a poor squaw trudging along laden with her husband's trappings, while the chief himself walked on unencumbered. Lord Edward at once relieved the squaw of her pack by placing it upon his own shoulders, a beautiful instance of what the French call politesse de coeur, the inbred politeness of the true gentleman. The true gentleman has a keen sense of honor, scrupulously avoiding mean actions. His standard of probity in word and action is high. He does not shuffle or prevaricate, dodge or skulk, but is honest, upright, and straightforward. His law is rectitude, action in right lines. When he says yes, it is a law, and he dares to say the valiant no at the fitting season. The gentleman will not be bribed. Only the low-minded and unprincipled will sell themselves to those who are interested in buying them. When the upright Jonas Hanway officiated as Commissioner, Victualling Department, he declined to receive a present of any kind from a contractor, refusing thus to be biased in the performance of his public duty. A fine trait of the same kind is to be noted in the life of the Duke of Wellington. Shortly after the Battle of Assaye, one morning the Prime Minister of the Court of Hyderabad waited upon him for the purpose of privately ascertaining what territory and what advantages had been reserved for his master in the treaty of peace between the Maratha princes and the Nizam. To obtain this information, the minister offered the general a very large sum, considerably above £100,000. Looking at him quietly for a few seconds, Sir Arthur said, "It appears, then, that you are capable of keeping a secret?" "Yes, certainly," replied the minister. "Then so am I," said the English general, smiling, and bowed the minister out. It was to Wellington's great honor that, though uniformly successful in India, and with the power of earning in such modes as this enormous wealth, he did not add a farthing to his fortune, and returned to England a comparatively poor man. A similar sensitiveness and high-mindedness characterized his noble relative, the Marquis of Wellesley, who, on one occasion, positively refused a present of £100,000 proposed to be given him by the directors of the East India Company on the conquest of Mysore. "It is not necessary," said he, "for me to allude to the independence of my character and the proper dignity attaching to my office. Other reasons, besides these important considerations, lead me to decline this testimony, which is not suitable to me. I think of nothing but our army. I should be much distressed to curtail the share of those brave soldiers." And the Marquis's resolution to refuse the present remained unalterable. Sir Charles Napier exhibited the same noble self-denial in the course of his Indian career. He rejected all the costly gifts which barbaric princes were ready to lay at his feet, and said with truth, "Certainly I could have got £30,000 since my coming to Sind, but my hands do not want washing yet. Our dear father's sword, which I wore in both battles, Meni and Hyderabad, is unstained." Riches and rank have no necessary connection with genuine gentlemanly qualities. The poor man may be a true gentleman, in spirit and in daily life. He may be honest, truthful, upright, polite, temperate, courageous, self-respecting, and self-helping. That is, be a true gentleman. The poor man with a rich spirit is in all ways superior to the rich man with a poor spirit. To borrow St. Paul's words, the former is as having nothing, yet possessing all things, while the other though possessing all things, has nothing. The first hopes everything and fears nothing. The last hopes nothing and fears everything. Only the poor in spirit are really poor. He who has lost all, but retains his courage, cheerfulness, hope, virtue, and self-respect, is still rich. For such a man, the world is, as it were, held in trust. His spirit dominating over its grosser cares, he can still walk erect, a true gentleman. Occasionally the brave and gentle character may be found under the humblest garb. Here is an old illustration, but a fine one. Once on a time, when the Adige suddenly overflowed its banks, the bridge of Verona was carried away, with the exception of the center arch, on which stood a house whose inhabitants supplicated help from the windows, while the foundations were visibly giving way. "I will give 100 French louis," said the Count Spolverini, who stood by, "to any person who will venture to deliver these unfortunate people." A young peasant came forth from the crowd, seized a boat, and pushed into the stream. He gained the pier, received the whole family into the boat, and made for the shore, where he landed them in safety. "Here is your money, my brave young fellow," said the Count. "No," was the answer of the young man, "I do not sell my life. Give the money to this poor family who have need of it." Here spoke the true spirit of the gentleman, though he was but in the garb of a peasant. Not less touching was the heroic conduct of a party of Deal boatmen in rescuing the crew of a collier brig in the Downs but a short time ago. A sudden storm, which set in from the northeast, drove several ships from their anchors, and it being low water, one of them struck the ground at a considerable distance from the shore, when the sea made a clean breach over her. There was not a vestige of hope for the vessel, such was the fury of the wind and the violence of the waves. There was nothing to tempt the boatmen on shore to risk their lives in saving either ship or crew, for not a farthing of salvage was to be looked for. But the daring intrepidity of the Deal boatmen was not wanting at this critical moment. No sooner had the brig grounded than Simon Pritchard, one of the many persons assembled along the beach, threw off his coat and called out, "Who will come with me and try to save that crew?" Instantly 20 men sprang forward with, "I will," and "I." But only 7 were wanted, and running down a galley punt to the surf, they leapt in and dashed through the breakers amidst the cheers of those on shore. How the boat lived in such a sea seemed a miracle. But in a few minutes, impelled by the strong arms of these gallant men, she flew on and reached the stranded ship, catching her on the top of a wave. And in less than a quarter of an hour from the time the boat left the shore, the 6 men who composed the crew of the collier were landed safe on Walmer Beach. A nobler instance of indomitable courage and disinterested heroism on the part of the Deal boatmen, brave though they are always known to be, perhaps cannot be cited, and we have pleasure in here placing it on record. Mr. Turnbull, in his work on Austria, relates an anecdote of the late Emperor Francis, in illustration of the manner in which the government of that country has been indebted for its hold upon the people to the personal qualities of its princes. "At the time when the cholera was raging in Vienna, the emperor, with an aide-de-camp, was strolling about the streets of the city and suburbs, when a corpse was dragged past on a litter unaccompanied by a single mourner. The unusual circumstance attracted his attention, and he learnt on inquiry that the deceased was a poor person who had died of cholera, and that the relatives had not ventured on what was then considered the very dangerous office of attending the body to the grave. 'Then,' said Francis, 'we will supply their place, for none of my poor people should go to the grave without the last mark of respect.' And he followed the body to the distant place of interment, and, bareheaded, stood to see every rite and observance respectfully performed." Fine though this illustration may be of the qualities of the gentleman, we can match it by another equally good, of 2 English navvies in Paris, as related in a morning paper a few years ago. "One day a hearse was observed ascending the steep Rue de Clichy on its way to Montmartre, bearing a coffin of poplar wood with its cold corpse. Not a soul followed, not even the living dog of the dead man, if he had one. The day was rainy and dismal. Passers-by lifted the hat, as is usual when a funeral passes, and that was all. At length it passed 2 English navvies, who found themselves in Paris on their way from Spain. A right feeling spoke from beneath their serge jackets. "Poor wretch," said one to the other, "no one follows him. Let us too follow." And the 2 took off their hats and walked bareheaded after the corpse of a stranger to the cemetery of Montmartre. Above all, the gentleman is truthful. He feels that truth is the summit of being, and the soul of rectitude in human affairs. Lord Chesterfield declared that truth made the success of a gentleman. The Duke of Wellington, writing to Kellerman on the subject of prisoners on parole, when opposed to that general in the Peninsula, told him that if there was one thing on which an English officer prided himself more than another, excepting his courage, it was truthfulness. "When English officers," said he, "have given their parole of honor not to escape, be sure that they will not break it. Believe me, trust to their word. The word of an English officer is a surer guarantee than the vigilance of sentinels." True courage and gentleness go hand in hand. The brave man is generous and forbearant, never unforgiving and cruel. It was finely said of Sir John Franklin by his friend Perry that, "he was a man who never turned his back upon danger, yet of that tenderness that he would not brush away a mosquito." A fine trait of character, truly gentle and worthy of the spirit of Bayard, was displayed by a French officer in the cavalry combat of El Bedon in Spain. He had raised his sword to strike Sir Felton Harvey, but perceiving his antagonist had only one arm, he instantly stopped, brought down his sword before Sir Felton in the usual salute, and rode past. To this may be added a noble and gentle deed of Ney during the same Peninsular War. Charles Napier was taken prisoner at Corunna, desperately wounded, and his friends at home did not know whether he was alive or dead. A special messenger was sent out from England with a frigate to ascertain his fate. Baron Collier received the flag and informed Ney of the arrival. "Let the prisoner see his friends," said Ney, "and tell them that he is well and well treated." Collier lingered, and Ney asked, smiling, what more he wanted. "He has an old mother, a widow and blind." "Has he? Then let him go himself and tell her he is alive." As the exchange of prisoners between the countries was not then allowed, Ney knew that he risked the displeasure of the emperor by setting the young officer at liberty, but Napoleon approved the generous act. Notwithstanding the wail which we occasionally hear for the chivalry that is gone, our own age has witnessed deeds of bravery and gentleness, of heroic self-denial and manly tenderness, which are unsurpassed in history. The events of the last few years have shown that our countrymen are as yet an undegenerate race. On the bleak plateau of Sebastopol, in the dripping, perilous trenches of that 12 months' leaguer, men of all classes proved themselves worthy of the noble inheritance of character which their forefathers had bequeathed to them. But it was in the hour of the great trial in India that the qualities of our countrymen shone forth the brightest. The march of Neil on Cawnpore, of Havelock on Lucknow, officers and men alike urged on by the hope of rescuing the women and children, are events which the whole history of chivalry cannot equal. Outram's conduct to Havelock in resigning to him, though his inferior officer, the honor of leading the attack on Lucknow, was a trait worthy of Sidney, and alone justifies the title which has been awarded to him of the Bayard of India. The death of Henry Lawrence, that brave and gentle spirit, his last words before dying, "Let there be no fuss about me, let me be buried with the men." The anxious solicitude of Sir Colin Campbell to rescue the beleaguered of Lucknow, and to conduct his long train of women and children by night from thence to Cawnpore, which he reached amidst the all but overpowering assault of the enemy. The care with which he led them across the perilous bridge, never ceasing his charge over them until he had seen the precious convoy safe on the road to Allahabad, and then burst upon the Gwalior contingent like a thunderclap. Such things make us feel proud of our countrymen, and inspire the conviction that the best and purest glow of chivalry is not dead, but vigorously lives among us yet. Even the common soldiers proved themselves gentlemen under their trials. At Agra, where so many poor fellows had been scorched and wounded in their encounter with the enemy, they were brought into the fort and tenderly nursed by the ladies, and the rough, gallant fellows proved gentle as any children. During the weeks that the ladies watched over their charge, never a word was said by any soldier that could shock the ear of the gentlest. And when all was over, when the mortally wounded had died, and the sick and maimed who survived were able to demonstrate their gratitude, they invited their nurses and the chief people of Agra to an entertainment in the beautiful gardens of the Taj, where, amidst flowers and music, the rough veterans, all scarred and mutilated as they were, stood up to thank their gentle countrywomen who had clothed and fed them, ministered to their wants during their time of sore distress. In the hospitals at Zaftari, too, many wounded and sick blessed the kind English ladies who nursed them. And nothing can be finer than the thought of the poor sufferers unable to rest through pain, blessing the shadow of Florence Nightingale as it fell upon their pillow in the night watches. The wreck of the Birkenhead off the coast of Africa on the 27th of February, 1852, affords another memorable illustration of the chivalrous spirit of common men acting in this 19th century, of which any age might be proud. The vessel was steaming along the African coast with 472 men and 166 women and children on board. The men belonged to several regiments then serving at the Cape, and consisted principally of recruits who had been only a short time in the service. At 2 o'clock in the morning, while all were asleep below, the ship struck with violence upon a hidden rock which penetrated her bottom, and it was at once felt she must go down. The rolls of the drums called the soldiers to arms on the upper deck, and the men mustered as if on parade. The word was passed to save the women and children, and the helpless creatures were brought from below, mostly undressed, and handed silently into the boats. When they had all left the ship's side, the commander of the vessel thoughtlessly called out, "All those who can swim, jump overboard and make for the boats." But Captain Wright, of the 91st Highlanders, said, "No, if you do that, the boats with the women must be swamped." And the brave men stood motionless. There was no boat remaining, no hope of safety, but not a heart quailed. No one flinched from his duty in that trying moment. "There was not a murmur nor a cry amongst them," said Captain Wright, a survivor, "until the vessel made her final plunge." Down went the ship, and down went the heroic band, firing a feu de joie as they sank beneath the waves. Glory and honor to the gentle and the brave. The examples of such men never die, but, like their memories, are immortal. There are many tests by which a gentleman may be known, but there is one that never fails. How does he exercise power over those subordinate to him? How does he conduct himself towards women and children? How does the officer treat his men, the employer his servants, the master his pupils, and man in every station those who are weaker than himself? The discretion, forbearance, and kindliness with which power in such cases is used may indeed be regarded as the crucial test of gentlemanly character. When Lamont was one day passing through a crowd, he accidentally trod upon the foot of a young fellow, who forthwith struck him on the face. "Ah, sire," said Lamont, "you will surely be sorry for what you have done, when you know that I am blind. He who bullies those who are not in position to resist may be a snob, but cannot be a gentleman. He who tyrannizes over the weak and helpless may be a coward, but no true man. The tyrant, it has been said, is but a slave turned inside out. Strength and the consciousness of strength in a right-hearted man imparts a nobleness to his character, but he will be most careful how he uses it, for "it is excellent to have a giant's strength, but it is tyrannous to use it like a giant." Gentleness is indeed the best test of gentlemanliness, a consideration for the feelings of others, for his inferiors and dependents as well as his equals, and respect for their self-respect, will pervade the true gentleman's whole conduct. He will rather himself suffer a small injury than by an uncharitable construction of another's behavior incur the risk of committing a great wrong. He will be forbearant of the weaknesses, the failings, and the errors of those whose advantages in life have not been equal to his own. He will be merciful even to his beast. He will not boast of his wealth, or his strength, or his gifts. He will not be puffed up by success, or unduly depressed by failure. He will not obtrude his views on others, but speak his mind freely when occasion calls for it. He will not confer favors with a patronizing air. Sir Walter Scott once said of Lord Lothian, "He is a man from whom one may receive a favor," and that's saying a great deal in these days. Lord Chatham has said that the gentleman is characterized by his sacrifice of self and preference of others to himself in the little daily occurrences of life. In illustration of this ruling spirit of considerateness in a noble character, we may cite the anecdote of the gallant Sir Ralph Abercrombie, of whom it is related that when mortally wounded in the battle of Albuquerque, he was carried in a litter on board the Fondurant, and to ease his pain a soldier's blanket was placed under his head, from which he experienced considerable relief. He asked what it was. "It's only a soldier's blanket," was the reply. "Whose blanket is it?" he said, half lifting himself up. "Only one of the men's." "I wish to know the name of the man whose blanket this is." "It is Duncan Roy's of the 42nd, Sir Ralph." "Then see that Duncan Roy gets his blanket this very night." Even to ease his dying agony, the general would not deprive the private soldier of his blanket for one night. The incident is as good in its way as that of the dying Signy handing his cup of water to the private soldier on the field of Zutphen. The quaint old Fuller sums up in a few words the character of the true gentleman and man of action in describing that of the great admiral Sir Francis Drake. "Chaste in his life, just in his dealings, true of his word, merciful to those who are under him, and hating nothing so much as idleness. In matters especially of moment, he was never wont to rely on other men's care, how trusty or skilful soever they may seem to be, but always contemning danger, and refusing no toil. He was wont himself to be one, whoever was a second, at every turn, wherever courage, skill, or industry was to be employed." End of Section 35. End of Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance, by Samuel Smiles.